All right, guys. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Sorry, I was on a little bit late. Let me make sure. Hold on one second. Okay. So I was getting a few things set up. I was up getting a watch list together this morning. I've been trying to come on earlier, but I don't know. My cat keeps me busy as it is. So thank you guys for joining. If you could hit the like button, subscribe. Let's get right into the watch list. We don't have much time. I posted a chart over on Twitter. And TLT looks okay for a long swing trade position. It is kind of range bound, but it looks good. It's missing one thing, but outside of that, the chart looks really good. It honestly just needs some volume behind it, and it doesn't have it. So I posted this on Twitter. If you guys would like to follow me at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. Okay, there we go. Good deal. Okay, let me make sure that everything is live. You guys can hear me correct and my mic's on. All right, we're good. All right, guys. So, yeah, that's that. I posted that. So, Tesla. Bounce back longs. 230. I want to see us reclaim 230, guys. I want to see us reclaim 230. I'm looking for a 235, 240, 243 area to take that Tesla long. Okay, I'm not going to fight it. If we can't get above 230, we can't get above it. And we look for a pullback. All right, but I am one that wants to short bounce backs, long pullbacks. All right, we have a bit of a gap down here. All right, we have a small gap fill down here, which is at 231. All right, 231, you guys can see right there. All right, you see how you popped above this flat top resistance. Boom, came in with the gap up. That gap is from like 231 to 234. I'm not just going to wing it. I do want to make sure that we have volume and whatnot behind us, which you guys can see. We do. So far, we do this morning. You're going to have dip buyers. All right, again, my opinion, and it's my opinion only, if you could buy Ford back in 1940, 1950, 1960, 70, how do you think you'd be doing right now? Just in dividends. So Tesla is an early name, and I know they come up with every reason to not want to own this thing, or it shouldn't do this, it shouldn't do that. Well, I'm going to tell you all right now, this has a hell of a lot more innovation in it than the majority of the tech companies. All right, Tesla makes cars, cool, great, grand, wonderful, and they make solar things and FSD. Cool, great, grand, wonderful. Guess what? The team behind it is what is important. The CEO, all that fun stuff is what matters, because they could take this thing and really do what they want. They can go in and make computers and phones. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. Who's to say that they aren't going to not do that 10, 15 years from now? So dip buy all day long. Give it to me. And you can see it pre-market volume already swinging to the upside. All right, we're holding this level. We held it yesterday. We held it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times this morning. So I think you see some shorts start to take profits here, possibly off the bell. So I want to look for a bounce off the bell on Tesla. Now, again, you got to watch 230. But the real range on this is up there at 234.75 to 235. That is like your support level for this level up here. It's like 235. You guys can see it up here. And this actually extended from yesterday. All right. So if you guys go here on a daily chart, it's right around where that gap up. Wait, it's 234, 235. Here, give me this. Let's do this. There we go. You guys can see it there now better, right? You guys can see how you have that. I don't know what happened there. You have this whole level right there as your support level, and you tipped down into it yesterday, after hours. So Tesla, I'm going to look for bounce back longs. And then I may even flip and get short, depending on the overall markets. All right. I heard something funny this morning. I had my phone play. I had YouTube up this morning. Usually I fall asleep to it, and I heard the funniest thing this morning. So I had seen, or heard at least, while I was making my watch list, there was somebody that was, like, pretty much, like, saying that this person was wrong for saying that the SPY isn't going to do 3.5%, 4%. And he's correct. He is correct. First off, we don't have a reason as of today, this morning, for the S&Ps to move 3 to 4%. All right. So to say that that is a wrong analysis is wrong of yourself, because the last time and the only time that the SPY has even gotten close to 3% was right there in October. Ask me how I know, because I went long, I was short, and I was long 3 times in that daily candle there in October on that reversal. And I think we hit 3% that day. Okay? And that was a 20-point candle. So yes, percentages are important, because other traders are going to trade off of that. Think about that, right? If you tell somebody 3 to 4.5%, no, the market can't do that. The probability that the market isn't going to do that is in fact greater than it not doing it. Or than it doing it. I'm sorry, but than doing it. So yes, I just want to say, I don't know what it was, because I woke up, again, I fall asleep with YouTube on, and my phone just goes and it just pulls up whatever it wants. So I was like, kind of like this know-it-all, like, idea that, you know, that the SPY isn't going to do something, or it is. The probability, because here's the thing. You got to think about what other traders that are taking that trade are going to. Do you think any professional trader is going to try to get long or get short on the SPY when it's already moved $10, $15, and we have no sentiment? No, they're not. You know what I mean? They're not. I'm sorry, but they're not. Until you have a reason. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not like we don't have a reason, because there is some uncertainty, but Tesla and Google, in my opinion, I don't think is enough. All right. So I just wanted to point that out, because it is important, and what using the percentages in the overall markets from the Qs and the SPY can really help you make money. Because if you know the average range for what those indices are putting in, I mean, we know it is very rare. We haven't had a 2% day on the SPY in a long time. 2%. We have been averaging about 0.8%. What's up, buddy? Good morning, bro. So that was that. You know, if you know, where did we close yesterday? I mean, certainly we can gap and go. See, we're down 1% now. I think you get like 0.5% or so. You know, maybe you do see, what was that, 545? I just don't think you get 2%. Oh, isn't that funny? Look, we're right in there at that support level anyway. So I'm going to be looking for reversals today. That's just my opinion. So Tesla's one. This is a really nice double bottom here, guys, too, forming. Really nice double bottom. Really nice support level up here. I would like to see if we can get that 50-day. And what this is going to do, think about this, right? If we bounce off of here this morning, which I think the probability of that happening than just running back down here, and the SPY putting in a 4 to 5%. I don't think the SPY has put in a 4% day, I would say, ever. But I'm sure it has. Maybe it has. You might have to go back to 2008. Because the past couple years, you've only seen 3 at the most. Anything over 2 on the SPY is just absurd. There's something's going on. So 1.7, 1.8 is usually the max on the SPY. You get to 2, 2.5, something's going on. All right, something's going on. So, and I just don't think that we have that just yet. Anyway, 246, you have a little bit of support. So there's 50-day, right? We bounce that 50-day. If we can get a nice green candle today, green on the day, not from prior day's close, but get a bounce back today, you could help bring that 50-day up, and we start getting that 50-day up here to 546, 545 area, and then maybe you get it like a, you know, another pullback. We'll see. Again, we're in the middle of earnings, so NVIDIA, so Tesla, right? So Tesla. Tesla. I am looking for bounce backs. I'm looking for bounce backs on Tesla, and I'm going to target. This is what I have wrote down. 230. Watching obviously 230. 230. If we can reclaim 230, get above it, hold it. 235 is the target. All right, 235 target. I also like 245 as well. 245, and this would be Friday's low. So I'm watching that 235 to 240 area. Watching Friday's low and that 235 level. All right, that should be a nice little trade. That'll give us 10 points. All right, if we can get it, depending on where the market opens up when this bell opens. Let's see, 922. Again, so what I would do here, right? If you see that we just can't get above 227.50, or we're not like making any progress, you're just like you're noticing we're wasting time, and we're not making any progress to the upside. Sure, let's look for a break of 225 or a shake and bake, right? A shake and bake, a quick boop, and then it just quickly reverts back to the upside, sucks a bunch of people in short, and then flips itself back to the long side to go back and retest Friday's low, last Friday's low. All right. Again, these are just the things that I'm going to be looking to do. We have not made this resistance, guys. I'm going to be honest. I'm looking for 245. Monday and Tuesday it was support. We did not turn it into resistance yet. You did not turn that into resistance. Look at that. Boom. Double bottom on it Monday. Double bottom on it Tuesday. We broke it last night. Now I'm looking for the bounce back. I'm looking for the bounce back up into this area. All right, we'll talk. We'll bring it up as we go throughout the day. NVIDIA, I don't have much of a watch list. I've been catering to my cat Omer, and she's been really mad. I don't know why. What's going on with her? She's just tired and wanting to play, and I'm like. Anyway, so NVIDIA 222. I'm looking, or I'm sorry, 122. I'm looking for 122 longs. I'm looking to bounce back to 122 and see what we do there. Bounce backs to 122. All right, if you want to wait and look for the short up at 122, that's perfectly fine. These are just things that I'm watching. You know, you have a nice little bear flag here. It breaks down. Let's look also. Let me look at this daily chart. Again, I do apologize. I was pissed off this morning. Just because I wanted to get a nice watch list together. Guys, I went to sleep early. I woke up at 4 o'clock. I started to get up at 4 o'clock this morning. And then I fell back asleep, and I was so frustrated. And I got up at 7, and I just, from coffee, trash, playing with my cat. It was just a frustrating morning, so it's all good. It happens. It's life. Just got to move on. So Tesla, NVIDIA. We have some stocks we've been watching. Coinbase and crypto. Let's see. 50-day moving average is down here at 117. We're at 119 now. So that, again, I'm sorry. That's the value area low also. Monthly value area low with the 50-day down here at 117. Tuesday, Monday. Monday's open. So you could look for a move back. Wait, Monday's open is at 120 and we're below that. Okay. All right. I would look for a pullback in the Friday's low down there at 117.50 and look for a bounce. See if you can get a dip buy down there. See if some buyers come in. You should at least get, remember, you should at least get some shorts to take profits. Whoever lets this thing pull all the way back down here on a short and they do not take profits, that's foolish. That's foolish. All right, so I think you should see a bounce just for the sake of anybody that was short up there at 125. I never got the opportunity up here to get short again. I wanted to. I can't remember. Did we get short NVIDIA yesterday? I can't remember. But we talked about it. We talked about that move up there to the 20-day and looking for that rejection up there at the 20-day. This pivot low right here. So yeah, and you still have a gap above you on NVIDIA. So you don't have the volume right now. The volume is to the sell side. It is what it is. But let's see if we can get some things to change. We have GDP. We're going to start coming into the end of the week where we have data. All right, let me make sure that we don't have AMC. Okay, so you have the interest rate decision, Bank of America. Wholesale 0.2 negative. Okay, so 5-year note auction at 1 o'clock today. Tomorrow. I think tomorrow's going to be the day, guys. So let's look for a bounce back today. If we can get a bounce back today, maybe I position myself closer to the end of the day or at highs for a possible reversal. Or if we do pull back lower, I'll look for a long to see if we can kind of recover with, like, see if GDP numbers help us out a little bit. I don't think they're going to. They could. I could be very wrong, though. So, 15-minute chart again. Let me look where the 50-day... I'm sorry. So, the 50-day is coming up here. All right, so the 50-day is there at 117.50. Nice. So, all right. Okay, sorry about that. I just thought that we were... So, look for a bounce, guys, between the 50-day and the 20-day to consolidate, waste time until you can break above or break below one of the two moving averages. Easy. That's an easy money trade right there. All right, this thing is going to consolidate between the both of them. The 50-day, which is at Friday's low, which should pop up a little bit today. You can see we're pulling back in there now. So 118 to 117.50. I want to look for bounce backs on this level. You have downgrades on NXPI. NXPI, I think it is. Yeah, NXPI had a downgrade. It's not pulling back. Let's go find out right now which ones. Look, like AMD is bouncing. So here's your divergence already. We have 1:50 to go. NVIDIA has a double bottom here, guys. So good luck today. I'll be right there with you guys. If you guys see anything with volume, if you guys see any trades, call them out. All right, we're here to share the wealth, right? If you guys feed me, I feed you, right? I feed you, feed me. That's all it is, right? So let's have a great day. Be patient. All right, wait for your moves. Keep the clock on watch when you're watching your setups or whatever you're looking at. Keep an eye on Bitcoin, Coinbase, MSTR. I just got to get all this shit saved up because actually I'm going to keep it there. Got some nice selling pressure right there. Price, time, apply. Okay, let's go to this 15-minute chart real quick. Sorry, guys. Let me set this up really quickly. If you guys have questions, you can throw them in the chat. Tariq, what's up, man? Nice job, man. Yeah, and listen, I think that's what a lot of people need to start doing is watch something and just trade it. Learn, pick a stock and learn it. I don't care if it's Meta. Well, I would watch with Meta if you're new. But you've been watching that for a while now, and you've been trading it left and right. If it makes money, it makes money. It should be boring, right? Jumping back and forth from stocks to stuff, like stock to stock to stock to stock, it can really mess you up. It really can. Because you can get it's happened to me before where I get a lapse in my judgment on how a stock moves versus another stock that you're trading, right? And just understanding the price action there. I'm not even logged into my broker, guys. Fuck. Sorry for the language. I do apologize. I do apologize for the language. It's been that type of morning for me. It is what it is. So again, when we say watch the clock, see how much time we run off if we can or cannot get off of this level. All right? Or we look for a quick break and a reversal. On the daily chart, you have support down here at 220. 220. You have a gap fill down here. Or that like takes you right into the gap. So bottom right of my chart, if you guys look right here, there's your 2 wicks up there. Look for that pullback right there at 220. Let me make this a line. I'm going to make it that dotted line right there. So we'll look for that. And then Google. I have not looked at Google. This is going to be hard to... There we go. That looks better. That looks better. Bro, what is up with that volume? There it goes. That was that break and retest right there of that level. I'm going to let these guys get their licks in here. Look, you're seeing a ton of big buy orders coming through here, guys. Steady selling, but they're like the size of the orders are coming in on the buy side. You're seeing 5,000, 6,000, 2,000, 1,100 on the buy side. But you're seeing like 191, 59, 1, 9 on the sell side. You know, 4,000 right there just got filled on Tesla to the buy side. So the bigger part of the trade is so far to the buy side. Obviously, sellers are still in control. We're not saying that they are not. Let me pull up the SPY. There they go, 1,500 to the sell side. I think you got a couple people there that... So look, there goes NVIDIA. Popped right up into that area. NVIDIA 119 long, 122 target. I missed that one already. All right. Again, I'm looking for 122 on NVIDIA. That 122 area. I hate when charts get like this. I hate when we come in with these huge gap downs. I don't even have a level up here either. Look at that. I don't even have... Wait, I do. But it's not... Hold on, guys. So, I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second here. What happened to my box? It got erased. So, yeah. So, right there is what I'm looking for. All right, 122. I'll put a box up here. I don't know what happened to it. So, you see that previous resistance and, yeah. Sorry that the mouse, I'm clicking it right in front of the mic. I do apologize here. Just be patient. Just be patient, guys. Let's see here. We break down. I would like to see if we can get down here to 118. I want to see if I can get like a 118 entry. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that, but I want to look for that. I hate that my charts are all messed up. I feel like something's wrong here. Like, I ended up hitting and moving all my screens. Yep, so let's look for pullbacks down here into like 118, 117, 75. Oh, did anybody take CrowdStrike long yesterday? That was a nice trade. I'm not sure if anybody took that. Just wanted to say congrats. We come in with a gap down today. No, you got a little pop. Just trying to hold up. Snowflake. Let's look at Snowflake here. Gap down also into that support level. Stay with the strength, guys. Coinbase coming in with a gap up, not a gap down. Stay with the strength. All right, that was a nice pullback from yesterday. Watch Bitcoin. You have that Ethereum stuff going on too. So you're seeing the overall market. Semiconductors are coming in with gap downs. The overall market's coming in with a gap down, and Coinbase is coming in with a gap up. All right, so there's your hedge. You can play one side or the other. All right, pull back longs or bounce back shorts. All right, and hedge yourself, because if the market really starts cranking, which I'm not saying I don't think it's going to. You're already in a long and you're already in a short. So let's see. I'm trying to get this up here. I'm actually going to get rid of that, actually. So I brought up also TLT this morning. Let's see. Look at the volume coming in on TLT today. It's not bad. It's trying to bounce. Just wondering if you see some money leave the overall markets. Look at that rip. Okay, so what am I looking at here? AMC had some news. Wait, is AMC halted? What's going on here? Is this just me? Look at this. Is anybody else having... Hold on. Let me do this again. Yo, what's going on with AMC? Did it gap up or get... Look, there's nothing coming across level 2. I wonder if it was just... I wonder if it's me. No. Is anybody else... Can you guys let me know in chat? Do you guys have AMC on your charts? Or is there something going on? Did they change tickers or something? Bitcoin's trying to get a bounce there. Yeah, look, it's not... What's going on with this thing? Because I still see as the company is confident that the industry-wide movie... I don't understand what's going on with this. It's so weird. I'm not sure if you guys have... It's not working? Yeah, it's not working for me either. So, because I still have those puts that we bought. And that I bought. Only, you know, like I said, I grabbed them light. All right, Tesla. Let's see here. Let's get going here. So we're getting our bounce back to pre-market lows here, guys. So keep your eye on this 225. Watch this 225 level. God damn. Does anybody know what they said? I did. I kind of listened to their earnings call, but I didn't. So look, there's that support level, 220.50. Right here. You guys can see that on the daily chart. That's that prior gap down. So let's see if we can get a nice move back to 230 or so. Let's see here. It's a nice bear flag. Down 10%. Okay, so there we go. That's what I want to see. I want to see that sell side volume just start to still fall. Or like, you know, pull back a little bit on that volume. Look, so we have VWAP here. Let's see, what was yesterday's high? So that was yesterday's high. Let me use the close. I should use that, actually. I should use this pivot high up there at VWAP, because that's when the downtrend started. Look at that. And that 50% retracement takes you right to 235, which is the level I think is of importance. I mean, obviously we have 230, but we got to worry about We got to worry about 225 and 230 first. All right, let's see here. What are we going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to take profits or what? I think I might try for the long, guys. Let's see here. Dude, why do I have 40 fucking options chains up? Sorry for the language again. No, not 426. Just give me like 20 or something. Alright, so there you go. That kind of signifies right there that that ain't happening. 235. Let's see if we can put in a double bottom here. I still don't have conviction. Still don't have conviction in this. Again, I wish I was able to give you guys a watch list a little bit earlier, but it's all good. See if she starts cranking. What is it? We're down 10%. I mean, do you guys think it's going to be down 15, 20%? Like, was it that bad on the earnings call to be down 15, 20% to get us back down to this gap fill 200-day moving average? I mean, if it was, that's cool, but the thing is like, I feel like you're going to have buy triggers stepping in here. Let's see, 235. I'm looking at the 235s, even though I think that's a little too far away. But if I can get to 230, if I can get like the pre-market highs here to 227, 228, these things will pay pretty nicely. And they're already going up while the stock was going down. So that's also giving me a little insight there on those, on the price of those options. You can see that they're holding them up because they were at 90 some cents there. And the stock and Tesla pulled back, and now they're a dollar two. BBL Drizzy back at it again today on small caps. There you go. There it goes. Just gonna be patient here. Let's see. Let's see here, what do we got? 9:45, 15 minutes. BBL Drizzy. All right, so if we fall here, you got a gap fill. You have pretty much room down to 210, guys. If you break this level, you got room down all the way down to 210. It's like 218. It's like 218.95, 219. So you want to see a reversal off here. If not, $10, 210, $10 Okay. Preliminary. All right. Sorry. All right. I might have to get rid of these AMC puts here, guys. Let me see where we at. Okay. So not worth it yet, but this is some volatility. They're not going to let this thing pull back, I don't think. I don't think they're going to let it pull back. So I'm going to let... This will probably end up going to 0. But it is kind of funny how you have news back-to-back days there on AMC. Yes, there you go. Reject it. Reject it. I might put out a limit order for like 10 cents to see if I can get that on those 450 puts. Just in case the volatility increases. Let me go back to Tesla. So I'm letting you guys know I have a good for the day limit order. I might put it at 9 cents actually. I'm going to put that at 9 cents. All right. And I'll adjust it if I even look at it, but it is what it is. If it goes to 0, it goes to 0. It practically has. It was dirt cheap anyway. All right. Shit. Where's NVIDIA? All right, so there's NVIDIA down at 118. NVIDIA, this is your support level. Let's see. See if it holds. Watch the clock on NVIDIA. Tesla just cranking down through the levels. They're going to... Man, there's still a lot of buyers here. Still buyers stepping up. There she goes, like we said. Here you go. What is it? 218. 218. Damn, there you go, guys. That's what we want to see. You see how it just like quickly went under the level? That's exactly what I told you guys. Watch for the shake and bake where it breaks the level and then it just reverts real quick back to the upside. You need a little bit more than that though, but just there was your sign right there that massive sell orders just got filled to the upside. Anybody that was short or went short yesterday, you just saw a big covering right there on that tail reversal. And look at the volume that came in on that. It's exactly what we talked about this morning. I'm not forcing it. I'm just waiting. I'm going to be patient. I'm not shorting some. I'm not taking something to the downside that's already down 10%. It doesn't make sense. It's how you lose money. You get short or buy puts on bounce backs, not at lows. All right, so there's a nice reversal as well on NVIDIA. It still doesn't have, I don't have conviction just yet on NVIDIA though. Need a little bit more out of NVIDIA. What else am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something else too. Coinbase, is Coinbase going to start pulling back if this market pulls back? Meta. Damn, we should have took the Meta short yesterday. We started to, didn't we? This was a top trade idea yesterday. Shorts up there at 493. Oh my gosh. That's what that box was for. And you're down to 470 now. And I said, let me not. Let me not. Damn, the chart. Hey, listen. Chart tells you guys. You know what I'm saying? The chart speaks. Listen to it. When the chart talks, you got to listen to it. Okay, so Meta has a little bit of a double bottom here. Let's see here. I'm going to start running down the clock now because I want to see. Yeah, she's going to go down to 210. Let's see. We're holding. I got some nice tails here. They're trying. It's just how much do they have to sell? That was a big run up. So anybody that still has their, you know what I mean, it could take you a while to get out of all these longs here and all these buys. That could leave for a lot of selling. Right? Just as much buying that went on could bring in just as much selling. Again, if you start going, you have nothing here. You have your gap fill. That gap is at, again, it's like, yeah, 218.75, 218.85. That opening price, and then it takes you right down to 211. That was it. Here it goes. There it goes. It's going to go. I might just go ahead. If we get one more opportunity up in this area, I may go ahead and take it. I didn't see, there was something that I did not see just a couple just a few seconds ago that I noticed, and I didn't see it before. Let's go look around real quick. Nvidia's got a nice V bottom bounce there on low volume though. Let's see, can we get, again, my target longs, if I were to take one, if we get any type of news catalyst or something to give us a bounce. Nvidia, I'm looking for 122. All right, 122. Just a quick trade to the upside. I don't have conviction in it just yet. I think if you start breaking above some of these levels, you'll get an increase in volume. So we are Monday, Tuesday, Friday's low, bouncing back. Watch 119. Let's see here. 119 longs, 122 target. So now we broke 119. We look for that to be resistance. I may try to short it, but it's just trying to be patient here. We could look to get short there at 119. Keep your stop loss like close, or just wait and be patient. And the reason I say that, by the way, is because the Qs and the SPY, if you noticed, the QQQ, all right, you're coming into your 50-day moving average, and naturally, okay, so you did break it. So there you go. You broke below your 50-day. So look for that 50-day on the Qs to act as resistance, which is, I can't see what it is exactly here. Where is it at? So look for that break and retest of like 472.50. 472.50-ish, which is right around VWAP. It's right around VWAP there. Let's see. Volume's pretty consistent, but it's not overly crazy. That 72. And the same thing for the SPY. Naturally, the SPY's 50-day is lining up with. See, my thoughts this morning were if we could bounce and get a bounce back into like the 20-day. Dude, come on. Double top here on the SPY at 549.75, 550. So I would like to see a bounce back in the 550. It's an area. It's not going to be an exact price point, but even like Monday's low. All right, Monday's low. Monday's opening price. SPY looks the best for a reversal. SPY looks the best if it's going to happen. And that's what we want to see. We want to see new lows on lower volume. Looks like a few people couldn't be patient. It's all good. What are you guys watching today? You guys watching small caps? You guys have large caps on your watch? There goes Nvidia. Nvidia might reclaim. Nvidia might reclaim that level. That's a nice support level for Apple. We've had this level here for a while, guys. This could be a nice. You can start. Keep your eye on. Watch time and sales on level 2. To help give you the conviction you need for the direction. I know some people don't watch it. They really do themselves a disservice by not watching it. Oh, I can just watch the tails. Okay, but you don't know the depth of those tails because some of those tails can be on lower volume and. You know. Alright, so let's see here. We said 119, right? So we broke 119 on an increase in volume. We could look for that for a short. Pulled back into Friday's low. Let's see here, guys. I'm trying to. But I was about to say BBL jersey too. That's so funny. Yeah, I want to see if we can get it moved to 122, guys. That's our resistance zone. That is the resistance zone. Come on. I can't believe I didn't get that long there. Did anybody take that down there? That moved back down to 117? I need to go put on the other, whatchamacallit. I need to put on where I can have all, like, a few of the... Okay, let's see here. Dude, hopefully they didn't fill me. Guys, I'm filled. Guys, I got filled on AMC. I got filled on AMC. Just so you guys are aware, that 9 cents is taken. I got filled. All right, I got filled at order place 9:44, executed at 9:53 a.m. So I got just a couple minutes ago. I got filled on those puts. So nice job there. Profits on AMC taken. Profits taken on that AMC. That's, I forget what I get in. I think I got in at 5 or 6 cents on those. 4. I have to look. Let me look. Might have been 6. Sell, 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 sell. Let me see. Open. Yeah, 6 cents. 6 cents. Nice job. Nice job. Nice little profit there.
Moving forward with no positive breast cancer, my fear of recurrence could have held me back, but I'm staying focused.
AMC shares off the lows now down 7% after their preliminary results. Drop in revenue. That's Alpha Michael Charlie.
So the Qs are down 2%. $1.3. You know what? See, we have GDP tomorrow. I was going to say UVXY, but we should have gotten into that yesterday. All right, so there you go. You're going down to 210, it looks like. Going to be one of those 15, 20%, or 15 to 18% down days on Tesla. I do want to bounce back. I do want a bounce back. DJT selling off pretty hard too. Seagate STX is bouncing. You have a nice bounce there on STX. Damn, that was right at yesterday's high. Another new high there for STX. I don't know why these charts are doing this. I really don't know why.
Sales 617,000. That's below the 639,000 consensus.
Wait, hold on. What?
Minus 0.6% versus minus 14.
I thought new home sales was yesterday. Oh shit. Oh, I read it off yesterday or something.
S&P futures right now at 55.25, down 74.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Crockett Tania and David Faber live, as always, from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are under pressure today.
All right, so we have 17 2-year, 5-year.
Almost 2%. Consumer discretionary
All right.
right now on the S&P, and that's because Tesla is down almost 12.5%, but taking the entire sector with it. The only two sectors that are higher right now
All right, so again, Tesla, I'm just waiting for the bounce back, and then we'll look to take this thing back down to 210.
getting hit the hardest. Tesla at the bottom of the pack, but NVIDIA, Broadcom,
It's shown us.
Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet.
Should have got short earlier, but it is what it is, you know? It is what it is.
Right now, you've got some buying with lower yield.
It's a nice reversal.
Unchanged on the 10-year, 4.236.
But I ain't falling for it.
2-year yield goes lower at 4.4%.
It's not ironic that right at 10 o'clock, you're starting to see a reversal. It's not ironic at all.
Big movers we're watching. Tesla, I mentioned, one of the biggest losers right now in the market. Shares are falling after earnings missed estimates for the second straight quarter. What investors need to know in just a minute. Google parent Alphabet also in the red. YouTube ad revenue coming up short of expectations. We're going to break down the move with one investor who calls the stock a top holding still. And then AMC shares sinking after the company pre-announced earnings. The movie theater chain forecasting a
Let's go. Let's put it on them.
fewer big releases.
Got some new home sales data coming out. Let's get back to Rick Santelli. Morning, Rick.
Good morning, Carl. Yes, new home sales for the month of June. We're expecting a rebound because last month was the worst pace since last November. Wasn't meant to be. Instead of 640,000 expected, 617,000 seasonally adjusted annualized units, which means basically back-to-back weakness. And last month a subtle revision to 621,000, but both these numbers definitely remain the lowest levels, the lowest pace of the year. And just as a side
Okay, so right there at 2.
that new one-family houses for sale had an inventory backlog. It was 481,000. That was
Got
a
right into it.
16-year high. So we see new home sales inventory is probably going to continue to be a negative issue. And of course, we see that the 10-year yield on the strong S&P Global
You got some tails there, guys, on that.
boosted yields a bit. They remain a bit higher in the longer maturities as we see the yield curve really dramatically becoming flatter and flatter, less inverted. 2s to 10s now, minus 16 basis points. Now let's go to Diana Alwick for more color on our new home sales miss. Diana?
Well, Rick, this new home sales count is based on signed contracts during the month. And in June, we saw the average rate on the 30-year fix over 7%.
I'm looking for at least 1 million shares consistently, guys, and so far we don't have it.
Pull back due to affordability. Interesting, though, the price, the median home price was $417,300. That was essentially flat year over year. But what the builders are doing is less than bringing prices down.
Man, look at that, bro. Trade line is so far up there, it's not even funny.
Apparently, it's not working that well right now because with rates over
That's
7%,
crazy.
price is still high, and as you said, the supply, we're still holding at a 9.3-month supply.
That's
That was
insane.
unchanged from May, but it's still a very high supply. However, when you match that with the extraordinarily low supply of existing homes for sale, you balance them out together of the entire market, you really only have between a 4 and a 5-month supply. 6-month supply is considered balanced between buyer and seller. So the builders are trying to make up for this in their supply, but apparently they're not getting enough people in the door. I'm hearing from various analysts that people may be waiting until the fall to see if mortgage rates come down more. They have come down into the high 6% range.
All right, so we're going to watch out for this
Exchange that
220 level.
have to see a 5 handle.
BBLG going by
BBL Jurizze back on the scanner.
highs $2.87 up 128%. BBLG
This morning, talk about big moves in the markets. Just paying attention to the dollar versus the Japanese yen. This has been one of the more crowded, one-sided trades for a long time, and it's ripping the other way. The Japanese yen is ripping, which is just interesting. A 1.5% move you don't get every day in currencies, so people are paying attention to it. A lot of people are saying, look, you never know, they could be intervening. But
You know what? I think we have to just go with high risk, high reward. Low.
they're expected maybe to hike rates. So leaning
Man, this thing is just.
rate, so finally this is going the other way, and when it snaps, it goes hard, because as we know, Japan has been very cheap. The LVMH conference call talking about Japan becoming the best shopping destination.
I'm going for it, guys.
For Asian travelers because of the weaker
All
yen.
right,
So we're just
hopefully I don't.
put pressure on U.S. Treasury yields as well when you have that weaker.
Come on, let's go.
But as far as the outlook for interest rates goes,
Start ripping. Go, 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 go. Fuck, man.
focus ahead of next week, and something that really stood out to me was
Damn it. I got in at a fudged up price, guys.
morning an op-ed saying, I changed my mind
Dude.
Historically, and he's pointing out some of the weakness in the labor market. Deteriorating labor markets generate
They got me.
forcing feedback loop. When jobs are harder to find, households
Fuck, I
start
paid
spending,
way too much.
weekends and businesses reduce
I paid way
expenses,
too much for that.
and further spending cuts. And then he concludes by saying, although it might already be too late to fend off a recession by cutting rates, dawdling now unnecessarily increases the risk. He's saying that they should be cutting next week.
Fuck, I paid way too much for that.
Urgency there from the
I paid
former
way
Fed
too much.
president, who I would bet David, the Fed members pay attention to. He was their colleague. He's influential, and if nothing else, I mean, I don't expect them to cut next week. It gives Powell more room to sound more dovish and telegraph the next move coming in September.
Right.
Coming consensus.
And when are we going to hear? Is Jackson Hole the next thing on his agenda?
Yeah, that's at the end of August.
Yeah.
And also sometimes he uses that speech
DJT
to sell
House
policy
Health,
change, so it's coming
reorg,
at the point.
Curtis circulating
His
a
style
report
is
from
more
reorg says
needed,
negotiating
'cause he doesn't
potential
have a
pre-pack
compensatory meeting.
Chapter 11 with co-op
Fed chairs don't
creditors.
do that, really,
That
beforehand.
is Bravo Hotel
But
Charlie,
this is interesting that Dudley chose
DHC.
to your point, to do it at all. Like,
To do it.
why?
He's clearly sending a message to them, And I made a chart in honor of Dudley who points out that unemployment has risen and inflation has fallen. And this is the
Shares
German
of
right here.
Bausch Health
PCE
have been
headline
falling,
numbers have gone down to
about
2.
Let's go, Tesla. Come on, baby.
30 minutes, 20 minutes.
Let's go. Bounce.
With the lows down about 17%. That is Bravo Hotel Charlie.
Bounce.
Cases like this help.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Fuck, I hate getting reversals. I did too much for that. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck.
To unemployed workers, so this is the openings, 1.2 now. And that's back to where we were pretty much before the pandemic. He also pays close attention to the 3-month average.
All right, I gotta take some of this off because I don't like that. Oh man, they're really trying to dick me. Bro, they're trying to dick me here.
He says, pay attention. By the way, Canada just did that. Canada just cut rates in the last hour, and they said downside risks are becoming more important. That also leaves the door open for the Fed to do the same thing. Just in terms of the commentary, we get all the good corporate commentary now.
Let's go.
About what they see in the economy.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
CFO, have a listen.
In the U.S., wealth growth in the high
Boom, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
we saw a slight moderation in the lower spend consumer segment.
Bro,
There's that lower spend consumer that they're all talking about. Capital One, though, CEO sounded a little more optimistic. Listen.
dude.
LGV, Chevron,
Fucking assholes, man. I swear.
Strikingly resilient. Rising incomes have kept consumer debt servicing burdens relatively low by historical standards despite high interest rates.
And then on the higher income consumer,
Like, part of me wants to grab some puts to back this up.
here and
My stuff is just slowing down for some reason.
some struggles within the categories for the luxury consumer. For instance, champagne sales, they talked about severe demand shortfall when it comes to champagne. Continued economic and geopolitical uncertainties are still impacting certain businesses, notably wine and spirits, although there are signs of the situation improving for cognac in the U.S. You knew that. As far as the U.S. in particular, they talk about the aspirational consumer, as they say in the early part of the year, a little bit under pressure due to inflation and higher interest rates that are taking a toll in terms of purchasing.
Alright, let me throw out... I was trying to throw out a limit order here.
This is not nice, and as we've reported many times, some brands, particularly in the U.S., are paying the price for this situation. They talk about, for instance,
God
engagement.
fucking damn it, man. I can't move fast enough.
Who's that company doing as hot? Although they, it really is brand specific.
Fucking assholes, bro. I swear to God, man.
They have this TSLA
Fucking dickbags. I swear.
And we know Hermes, for instance, and Brunello Cucinelli have been outperforming certainly brands like Burberry and
This is
Gucci.
not nice.
This is not nice. It's not.
It's not nice.
It's taking a toll.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
I know we talked about
Alright, well, I got in those.
last hour as well.
God fucking damn it.
The reports we've gotten also.
Now I gotta try to control this fucking limit order for the buy side.
But as I mentioned, it's
Fuck.
specific as well. So if you're trying to turn around a luxury brand with an aspirational consumer right now, it's not a good time.
these guys have it.
I can't believe that. Hold on, what did I pay for this?
brand specific.
They really fucking got me, man. They really got me on that.
And in Tiffany's. And that's, I think, a lot of the macro story. That's also China, which has been a problem for them and for all of the luxury brands. The macro story in China.
They really got me on that. These fucking dirtbags.
Was the word that Coke
These fucking dirtbags.
All right, let's get to one of the big stories of the day in terms of at least the stock market. You're looking at it right there. Tesla shares down about 12% this after an earnings miss. Revenues down 7% from a year ago. And perhaps even more importantly, margin estimates were not met. Phil LeBeau, of course, he's got it all and a lot more for us.
Dude. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second.
Take a look at the drop in margins for the second quarter over the last couple of years. Second quarter came in at 14.6%.
I'm trying to get
16.5 to 16.9%. But if you look over the last couple of years, this is the story with Tesla. It used to be a margin story, not the case right now, down to 14.6%.
I fucking entered wrong. It's all good. It is what it is.
Couple of things happening. One, we talked about the pricing pressure.
So I have both on. I have a long and a short here. I'm just trying to get, because I still think you may end up filling this gap, and I'll be able to pay for that if we get that second pullback here. But the thing is like the volume is just kind of left. So I'm just going to sit tight for a minute. I shouldn't even have traded it, honestly.
That would bring the price down. In terms of what might happen post-November, post the presidential election, what if former President Trump is reelected and he moves to get rid of the IRA?
Like, that would be 20% already, bro. Like, I just got so fucked on that order. I did. I got so screwed on that order. It's not even funny. I don't know what. Just didn't get the extension I was looking for. Didn't get the extension I was looking for. Not always going to be perfect. I shouldn't have ever I shouldn't have never even taken it. So, I mean, really, downside you have is like 210. 210, and again, if I can just get a bounce back to like 225, man, this trade would be awesome. So let me just relax for a minute. Let me just relax. All right, let me just relax, because I think we could still see a bounce back. Bounce back to 225 or so. So let me just calm my tits. Let me just calm my tits, okay? Let me just relax a minute, okay? We're almost at 280. That's so awesome.
Meantime, Phil, we've talked all week about rising inventories and pricing pressure in the industry, the downgraded GM today. But did I see Manheim used car going the opposite direction this morning?
Well, when you look at what's happening with used cars, I have not seen that data yet. I've been sitting in here in the chair waiting to go on, so I haven't seen it yet, Carl. But I'm not surprised if you will see.
Okay, so
Which has continually been coming down over the last year. It's supposed to stabilize and then slightly tick higher in the second half of this year. But certainly not anything close to what we saw as we came out of the pandemic, when there was such a rush to buy used vehicles that you saw huge spikes.
Okay.
I think we're getting into a more normalized market.
Good take on that. And we'll see what happens when we get full month data for July. Thanks, Phil. Phil LeBeau on Tesla. Let's move to Alphabet as well this morning. Shares are lower.
all right, you gonna pull back here or what? What are you gonna do? You gonna pull back or no? You're gonna reclaim? What are you gonna do? And we said 125, right? Or 225?
Joining us this morning, Alphabet shareholder Bill Nygren, portfolio manager and CIO US at Oakmont.
This thing's just gonna trade sideways, so I'm gonna get out of this position.
The YouTube ad sales, but some takes this morning defending just how resilient search at least continues to be in this environment.
225. 225. Yeah, we're looking for bounce backs into 225. Shit. Hold up. What's going on here?
With Alphabet as a large holder. And the fact is that this is the 6th quarter in a row that the growth in search
is accelerated.
Oh my god, my shit is fucking up so bad.
15%, and each quarter has been faster than the last. So our analysts actually raised their target this morning on what they think Alphabet is worth, because the search growth is so much more important to value than the slight miss in YouTube.
As far as spending goes, there's obviously some CapEx worries among some.
Spy's pulling back. Spy's just falling off a cliff. The Qs are falling off a cliff. So we're down 1.5%.
Well, we took a lot of comfort in how,
Oh my god, they filled me on. I got filled on Tesla. Fuck.
and I think Ruth generally gives
Damn it.
positive advice. Maybe she triggered some people when she talked about potential for expenses.
I did really good this morning, and here I am. I just fucked up like a dumbass.
But we're very happy with the
Alright, let's see here. So, what did I get filled on the puts?
search, and market share just continues, as if it's the only company in this
Okay.
Bill, I know this comes up as a value name because we always talk to you about that, but I'd love to get your
I'm going to try to leave these puts on for a little bit.
few weeks.
Let's see, because I think I can take profits here. So hopefully I can get out of this trade unscathed and have profits on both. Just not sure if that's going to be the case. We'll see.
we own. If you adjust for the losses in other bets and what they're, the value of the cloud business, about 75-80% of the market.
See if you get some people to reload here. Because once you broke that gap, you should pull back down. Let me remember, what did I get filled at? 49 cents. So I didn't get too bad on that, on the put side. So if I can just get like a double bottom, I should be able to take profits on that and just be up a few dollars on my account. All right, just to be up a few dollars, man. I really screwed up there, and I need to just like relax. I was just going fast pace. See, I figured we could just I thought that this would cause like a nice like rip and surge to VWAP, and then it didn't. And I messed up by getting a limit order. It is what it is. So I'll leave this on for a little bit. We'll see what happens with it. Let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Fuck, man, that's frustrating.
So it's actually a more concentrated portfolio than the Oakmark fund, which is pretty concentrated relative to other mutual funds. So we think the smaller part of large caps.
Let me do this. Let me do this.
Growth companies, the companies that haven't been doing very well in the stock market the past year.
Because even if I can get down there, I should be able to get 10, 15 cents or so on those options, on a 50 cent option. That would still take me to a nice little percent gain there. I want to see if we reject here. We're not having much volume on these.
As we had a break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. A new warning for VC firms when it comes to cyber attacks.
Plus the Kamala Harris economy, what reviews could mean for business and investors.
And the health of housing, CEO Taylor Morrison will join us with her pulse on the back of the home builders' latest earnings. Of course, the housing data today. Squawk on the Street continues.
Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. Flush it. Flush it.
DHC Bausch Health, the low is now down 30%, where shares were halted at the lows on BHC. Waiting for resumption now after that report of a potential
projects, you know all your
Chapter
jobs will
11.
be done well. Roof repair, done well. Emergency plumbing, done well. So the next time you have a project, join the millions of homeowners who use Angie for your home. Get started at Angie.com.
What do you more, politics or bookkeeping? Listen, it's time to vote for yourself and make your business more
Well, that's it, man. They're gonna take this up higher. We're gonna find out right now if we're gonna get some rejection points up here at the trade line. But it looks like 1 minute's kind of like slowly on the 1 minute you're reclaiming it. You know, they might just bounce it and then send it lower at the end of the day. It's already, the day's already over with. It's fucking 10:30. I should have just taken that short off the bell. But, again, I was trying to be patient and wait. That's my fault. That's my fault. All right, now what I want to see us extend. Because if we can extend, all right, if we can extend, then that would really set the 15-minute chart, and we're not going to. Fucking dirtbags, man. Fucking dirtbags. I know we're oversold. You know, we're down X amount, but if you're down 12%, why not go down 14%? Why not? Why not go down 14%? I know it. I'm such an idiot. I should have just stayed in the long. I should have just stayed in the long. Because they're going to fucking consolidate this thing. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Guys, I do apologize. Just got to find something else here. Just got to find something else. Let's go look at the SPY or something. Motherfuck me, man. I swear. Well, good job if you stayed in a long and weren't a little bitch like I was. You're doing pretty damn good. Those 230s, not really. See, they're not paying. You got to get closer to the money. But again, the point of this was to try to take this back up to like 225, and that would increase those deltas if you could test high a day. So you get up to 225, you're going to have a nice payday there. That's just crazy that they're up at a dollar right now. It's actually mind-blowing that they're $1. So I'm lucky that I feel like I'm very lucky that I got filled on that limit order at $1.20. That's crazy. You shouldn't be playing this. This thing's garbage. This thing is hot garbage right now. Hot garbage. There's a lot of buying going on Tesla. A lot of buying. At least consistently. From what I can see. That's a nice 4,000 sell side order on Tesla. Look, they're still buying. They're not falling for it. Come on, let's go. Take it down. Send it down. And let's see if we can get to 210. Let's target that thing. Let's go. Gosh, man, see, they can't. You can't get no progress. It's not making any progress. You guys notice right there how you did not. Here's what I'm looking at, right? Come on, you dirtbag mouse. My mouse is a dirtbag. Right here. See how you're not taking out that low right there, and then it just stopped. You had all that momentum, and it just it's not putting in a new low. So I'm starting to notice that. Let's see here. You know, I know it takes time for things to like happen, but still. Here we go. Come on, let's roll it the hell over. Just roll it the hell over. Let's go. Roll it over. You see how you're not getting that like real flush going on there? It's like reluctant and hesitant to do anything. It's moving really slow. I don't like that. I don't like that. Come on. I want to see this thing down 14, 15, hell, 18% today. I want to see it. That was a low volume pullback there too, which isn't a good sign. Come on, man. Go back to low a day. Go back to low a day. Go back to low of day. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's go. Come on, man. Don't be a fucking dirtbag. I want my fucking money. We're sharks out here. Remember that. We're sharks. We're sharks. We're sharks. Let's go. We're getting our 14% today. We're getting this trade line, 15-minute trade line, to come down through VWAP. Fuck assholes. Alright, watch out, guys. I'm taking that off. Holy fuck. These fucking dirtbags. They got me. They got me.
Build the bath you've always wanted, right in your own space. Let's talk about accessories. From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower
Unbelievable.
heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style.
Alright, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I lost some money there. That's my fault for market ordering out. But I was in profit, and I hit it a little too quick. I got a little too, so I'm moving on. I'm moving on. If you want to trade Tesla, if you have any questions, just let me know. You know, be patient, I guess, like while you're in the position. But just watch, just understand what's going on with the depth on your level 2 and the volume and everything, and you know, use all of that to what you're seeing. Don't know how else to explain it, but like, yeah. Let's see here. Let's go to the SPY. Is Coinbase? Dude, the SPY might bounce, guys. Yeah, Coinbase pulled back. That AMC saved me, I feel like, today. And Tesla. That long saved me. I was lucky to have that limit order taken. I feel like because I tried to up it, guys. I tried to up that limit order. And when I did, if I was able to do that, I probably would have never got filled. I probably would have never got filled. And I would still be stuck in it. Wait. Hold on. Hold up, guys. Is that... What is that? Kamala sounded like a fucking retard, by the way, yesterday. Like, seriously. Wait, what? She sounded like an idiot yesterday. Free healthcare for all. I want you guys to work and pay for the other people that are lazy. Not one thing about the war in Ukraine. Not one thing about, let's solve the Ukraine war so we can help save you guys money so we don't have to raise your taxes. Let's bring down energy prices by getting this Ukraine and Russia war. More importantly, there's young men and women losing their lives, getting their limbs and heads blown off. Let's solve that issue. They don't want to. It's sick. It's fucking sick. Not one word about that. The biggest thing that's going on that's costing everybody money, not one word about it. Just, I'm going to feed you what you want to hear, what sounds cool. It's a fucking dirtbag move. That's a politic for you guys. That's why Trump got the job in the first place against Hillary, against Obama. We were all tired of it. We were tired of it. So, hopefully it happens again. Because that would mean, that would clear so much off the United States balance sheet if we could straighten that out. And the fact that he did it from the jump was even just an ignorant move from the beginning. Anyway, let's go take a look here. Russell 2000 red. Everything is red. Let's go look at the NASDAQ 100 is red. You have CoStar Group, CSGP up. The SPY, you have Thermo Fisher, J&J, Healthcare, AT&T. Really, that's about EMPH is up too? Oh, wow. Let's go look at EMPH real quick, guys. Yeah, EMPH has an ascending wedge here, so watch out. This could be a reversal pattern setting up. Could be. I'm freaking scared to trade now because I just was such an idiot. I don't know how I let that happen to me on Tesla. But I'm very lucky I got unscathed. I only lost a few dollars out of all of that. After the AMC profits on the long, the puts kind of got me on that market order. And I'm up on the week, but my account is down just a little bit. Just a couple dollars. Nothing crazy. Okay, so here we go. We're bouncing up here into that resistance zone. Let's see here. Let's go look at something else, like Apple's starting to flatten out here. Apple's starting to flatten out. You might be able to get a little bit of a long here. I hate to be long, but I don't know what else to do. You can't go short at 2%. You could, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Let's get over to Robert Frank, who knows a
The
lot
fuck?
more about private jets, not to mention Kamala Harris when it comes
I mean, if you do that, if that's the type of stuff you're going to do, you're not going to last long in the markets. And you'll never hear me say, if you were to tell me that the SPY is down 2.5 or I'm sorry, 3 to 4%, and you said that it couldn't do it, or if you said that it's not going to do it, I would 100% agree with you. I couldn't believe I heard that shit. I'm like, yo, no, that person's actually right. Person's actually correct. Do you think anybody's going to open up a new position to sell while it's down 3%? Or start shorting or be enticed to short at lows? No, they're going to wait for bounce backs. Like a 3% day, I don't think you've done that since October 2 years ago. And I think it was exactly like 3.1%, I think, is what that day was. Okay, and there it goes, Apple. So I'm just, let's see here. Where am I at? So what do we have? Oh, EMPH, Coinbase. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go back. See, Tesla's not moving right now. Okay, so Google reclaimed VWAP. Amazon. GTLB. Might be able to get a short there. Oh, an ARM. This looks like a good short here on GitLab, guys. This could be a short. We broke. I should have taken it up there, though. Oh, never mind. I take that back. So this level is just holding at 53. 52.80, $53. Let's go look at the let's go look at the heat map. See what we have here. So Newmont. Let's look at silver. Let's go look at like SLV. Gold is up right now. AG down. So Newmont. Looks like Newmont's double topping though and pulling back right now. That could be a nice short. What do you guys think? That looks like a nice short there. You guys see this rejection up there at $48? I feel like Tesla's slowing up, so that's why I took that off. Yeah, I took that put off because it was slowing up. So I kind of got unscathed there with Tesla. Here it goes. It's going to start going. But you guys can see, right? You see how it's pulling back? And that volume is just like falling off a cliff right there. doesn't mean that it can't ramp up either. But I'm just saying it was just I was too excited. I was too excited on that. And look, they're up. They're fucking up. God damn it. And that's kind of what I wanted, was like to see if we could test that low a day. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. My stuff is lagging, so I'm sorry that I keep clicking around, but it's lagging. And
Even a term policy for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully.
come on.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Okay, so what I would watch for is this break at 216, 215.95. See if you break this level. It should. You're starting to get an increase in volume right now.
Insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
So for anybody that took those puts and just didn't act like a little girl, great job. I applaud you. You're up. You're up. Take your profits off. What else can we look at? Do you guys have any ideas? So Meta. Okay, look. Meta's starting to break down now. Meta's starting to pull back here.
Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Do you or loved ones suffer from varicose veins, spider veins?
That's wild. We did not. Bro, I seriously thought about those 470 puts yesterday. They wanted like $4 for them. Or it was the 480 puts for $4. I'm like, man, what? I'm like, you want me to pay for, like, my break-even price was $475, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, you know, how are we to know? You know, the options and the chart kind of told us, but it was still, it's not the best way to trade. Fucking banks. I forgot about them. Look, still holding up. Still holding up here. If you can't move, I feel like you do break this level if you can't get off of it. I will say that. Unless, you know, unless the markets are waiting to bounce. Like you guys can see, just a straight consolidation here. And it feels like it actually wants to break down. Because it looks like we're putting in lower highs. So if we can catch a bounce, I would like to get short. Damn, but that 20-day is coming up in here.
Jeff, let me start with you. You know, Musk on the call tries to do everything he can to sort of talk about things other than making automobiles, it seems like. But I would assume you would agree that this fall in price is a result of that part of the business.
Tough day, guys. Tough day. Still, my head is still above water, though. Still green on the week. Still green on the month.
Is in Musk's mind that's going to happen in the future when that gap opens out. The stock tends to come under pressure. There's certainly a lot of long-term believers there, but right now we're going to be in a bit of a void of information until that October 10th event around autonomy to give people some comfort. And then it's still unclear how you're going to actually solve the automotive problem as those structurally lower margins, and unclear what the path forward is around any type of new vehicle to reinvigorate demand.
All right, let's see what Meta's going to do here. This could be a little support level.
By the way, how important is that event on the 10th of October going to be in terms of sentiment?
I actually agree with everything Jeff said. I think this is going to be a near-term challenge stock.
Trying to back away from the mic.
Important, but I think unfortunately after the conference call we heard yesterday from Elon, a lot
Like, I'm trying my hardest to catch a bounce back, and I feel like I missed it. I mean, none of us were supposed to know this, but I told you guys yesterday that Wednesday's low of last week, when we bounced into it yesterday, when we tried to reclaim it, and then we failed, like, that was key. That was key. And that's why I said when, I forget, Tariq or whoever it was, Mo, I think it was, when he said about rallying into the end of the day, and I'm like, I would be really careful thinking like that, because Wednesday's low was a major level that we were using that to kind of like a map, right? We were guiding off it because we noticed Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday, right here, and especially on the SPY, like you guys can see, support. Monday, it was just a brick wall, and if you notice right there, and that level's 482.50, all right, 482.50. If we go over to 482.50, you guys will see you briefly got up there Monday, but then it rejected it. Look, you got up there and you tried to hold, top left bull, hold, and then it breaks. And then what's it do when it breaks? It bounces, turns it into resistance, solidifies. Nope, we're not doing it. Then we run a test again, 482.50, 483. We break above it, then it quickly rejects. We get up, rejects, get up, reject. That's like when you keep seeing that, we're like, man, we just can't make any progress to the upside. We get up to 482.50, 483, and we just reject. We make it, we get up there, we get above it, and then it just falls and it doesn't hold. Go long or go short, you know, and give yourself time. And it's crazy because we're oversold. But
Jeff, we still have you, right? You're there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask about some of the political
so I think about 3% on the Qs is really where it starts to become
history and some questions about who wins the election. Former President Trump has threatened tariffs on auto production in Mexico. That's a factor. The IRA credit, the $7,500 credit, which has been a driver of demand. How do you look at some of the political risks for a stock like Tesla, especially with Musk now supporting Donald Trump?
Yeah, he was all over the map on that topic. I mean, certainly the Mexico facility and or one ever built in India.
and remember, we have numbers tomorrow too that could
Cost structure with what they call their unbox process, which is a revolutionary new way of making a car. Clearly now the company has way too much.
let's go look around. I think like everything is red. If we remember Boeing, I think yesterday and Monday, like these industrial names had a nice day, so I wonder if they are the place to be short because they have the most meat on the bone.
To improve the car margins, but you know, I'm still of the view that today EVs are more expensive than their ICE compatriots or comparable cars, and you know, I think we need a glide path on tax credits to you know, stimulate that demand from society. So if Trump is elected and we, you know, roll back the 2020,
Notice how they're just sticking everything and they're not moving it.
it helps some of the
Like NVIDIA, it's not going lower, but it's also not going any higher.
others like GM talked
Dude, what is going on?
given the anemic demand.
I'm getting so tired of this lag shit, y'all.
Most other EV car companies are still growing.
Come on.
Tesla is not.
Like, all I'm trying to do here is get this volume so we can see it.
What's the path forward with any type of new vehicle to stimulate anything from here?
All right, Jeff, Tom, thanks.
What's crazy is we have lower volume than we did at the end of last week on NVIDIA.
Still to come on the show, a read from the ground when it comes to housing with the CEO, Taylor Morrison, fresh off the earnings there, and also fresh off of disappointing new home sales data earlier this hour. We will be right back.
I should have held on. No? See? Yeah. That was a quick... No, it did good. It's alright. So that was the level. We said watch that 215.90, 216 level. So if you guys are noticing, right, take a look at the bottom left, that 15-minute chart. Notice how that trade line is just working its way. As we're consolidating, it's working its way down. And every closing candle on the 15-minute chart, it's yanking it down, yanking it down, yanking it down. And we're going to use that on a...
Comment on the possibility of not investing in Mexico is not serious, saying he must have another business plan. That's coming from Reuters on Tesla.
All right,
Shares down
some
about
news there.
12% for the session.
There was some news there.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools make complex trading less complicated.
just looks funky. I hate when we have this type of shit in the markets where we have these huge drops. I know there's got to be opportunity out here somewhere. DJT has some room down to $30. Let's see if people forgot about GameStop and see if we can sell this thing off. Oh, come on, man. That looks like a nice setup. Look at that. You can't tell me that that's not a beautiful bear flag. Look at that. Boom. Boom. That is a beautiful bear flag. You bounce into it. Look at that increase in volume on the breakout. Actually, you had some nice volume on the bounce back, unfortunately. That thing should break down, but... Damn, look at Tesla still holding, guys. Nothing wants to give you any follow-through, man. This sucks. GameStop has room down to $24. That 64-cent trade could give you a little... Could give you a nice, you know, a nice percentage gain if you can get it. It's just holding up, though. SLR, let's see here. RUN. We could also look at Rivian in the, so like EMPH is green. You can look at Sunrun, SUN, SL, Solar Edge, SLRG. What's Solar Edge's ticker? Tesla's just burning premium at this point. Be careful with it. We still have a bond auction at 1 o'clock. We've had a few of them already this week. All right. Keep an eye on Google. So Google is above its VWAP, which is kind of a good sign. Dude, should I bring this up a little bit? Or is it already up? So my charts got moved by accident. And now I'm like, I don't know what.
Seeing a report from the information, it says NVIDIA's new China chip has special server design to skirt U.S. rules. That's NVDA.
To skirt U.S. rules?
Delta Alpha on intelligence chip.
And this is my point.
After tariffs set on the company.
Okay. Let's see. So, Google. You have some really nice support down here. Let's look for a 175. 175. 174.85 25-cent range. We'll give it a little bit of room. Right there. I want to see if we pull back and get a bounce off of that. I'm not sure if we will, but I mean, it's worth a look. It's worth a look because just because, I don't know. Let me see here. Let me pull this back. Yeah, prior support, resistance, resistance, support, support. So you have, look here, support, bounces, breaks, quickly regains it, right? Pulls into it, support, 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 bounce out of it, hit the top end of that. Now you're down at the bottom there of that level. Oh man, I don't know what to do.
Cheryl, is there anything regarding land cost or development cost that would prod you to do something to average square footage or move into a different price point?
You know, we've seen our kind of consumer sets move a little bit.
Okay, right here. All right, so this level we're pulling into right now, actually. I see everything is just getting bid up, so it was like higher lows. But watch 176. Watch this area here. Give it like 25 cents. The SPY is still selling off, so until the SPY can stop, I would remain short. And that's actually a nice break and retest right there on Google. Look at that. Look at that double bottom pivot low. You bounced into it. And now it's selling off. For anybody that doesn't see that, you can see it right there. There's that pivot low. Right there where that circle is. Double bottom. You bounced where? Right into it. 178. 178 support. 178 rejection.
Cheryl, thank you very much for joining us with some of the color on what you're seeing. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Take care. You too, Cheryl Palmer of Taylor Morrison.
Coming up this morning on Money Movers, CME Chair and CEO Terry Duffy breaking down some of the earnings from that name.
And if you notice, this is the top end of your range too from before. Like this was your resistance. Like you would sell off from here, or you would break above, hold it, and then it would try to bounce off of it and then would like fail. Like right here. You got above it, you pulled into it, and then you tried to bounce and then it fails. You go up to it, pulls back, breaks, tries to hold it, fails.
Sustainability or disregard.
All words you want from your bank. For nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been brilliantly boring, so you can be happily fulfilled. Which is pretty.
So you should see some support here at 176. Yep, look at that tail right there at 176 bouncing. But you got to reclaim this 178. So you could just look for a play in between possibly.
The search AI company.
Great companies innovate and disrupt entire industries. Meet Innoviz Technologies, a NASDAQ company, stock symbol INVZ, transforming how autonomous cars perceive and navigate the world safely.
SPY is just selling off, guys. It's insane. It's not insane. What will be insane is if we get up to like, again, remember what I said. And for anybody that's on here that hasn't really paid attention or is new for the markets, keep an eye on what the SPY does on average. Now, if we start going into a bear market, you're going to see that like the high end is usually around 1.75%, give or take, a little more, a little less. 1.8, 1.85. Sometimes you'll see 2% if there's news, if there's a reason. But to think that the SPY is going to go 3 to 4% is it just doesn't do it. It doesn't do it. Now the Qs will go 3%, over 3%, but again, I can only speak from my experience. All right, energy's bouncing. Energy is bouncing. It just went green. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. We might have found something here. 116.
Did want to know one of the few significant gainers this morning on earnings is AT&T. The company reporting numbers. Revenues $29.8 billion. Equipment revenues with equipment revenues down $0.3 billion. But overall, a positive response to the growth.
I do apologize. I know it's hard to watch me keep doing this. My stuff is lagging, and I'm just trying to move and get everything correct so I can put moving averages. This is a nice little... You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's just funny at this point. Alright, nice cup and handle here. You really want to see a decrease in volume on that handle.
Cosmos Health updates on contract manufacturing division, completes phase 1 of production capacity expansion, positioned to generate over 10 million in annual.
I want to set you guys up for success. I really do, guys. I really do. Not just you guys, but myself, right? I'd like this to collectively knock out some winners. Bingo, my old friend. What's up, man? How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. If you guys can hear me eating, I apologize. I can turn the mic off. I left it on in case something comes across the squawk box. Okay, so ENPH is still going. What do you got your eyes on, Bingo? Sorry, I don't have the chat up.
X-ray Oscar shows halted on circuit breaker to the upside, up about 75% for the session, trading at
I may go for this.
60 per share.
Here we go.
QXO halted to the upside.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement bet. You work for a comfortable retirement for years.
Look at that move there, right back up against the 20-day moving average.
Like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's comfortable retirement kit with that.
Boom, support. All right, I think we see. That's our level. It feels like right there and there.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for retirement you want. And as a fiduciary,
I don't know if you guys could hear my mouse click and then watch the top right of that thing drag down. It was so late and laggy. So here we go. This is a really nice level up here at 116. So maybe we can get $1.50 out of Exxon long.
When data turns into action, you don't have to wait for the world to turn. You can drive its motion. Elastic, the search AI company.
Say bonjour with Squawkbox from Paris. Bonjour. 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 The business of the games. How technology is changing sports. Celebrating
So we're pulling back 114.
New standard for automotive security with world's first digital key applet. That's KEYS Keysight Technology, Kilo Echo Yankee Sierra, and NXPI, November X-Ray Papa India.
So yeah, guys, let me know what you guys are watching in the chat. If you could, I'm kind of just a little, not frustrated. I'm just kind of like, man, I don't even know what the heck to look at now.
Then longtime Tesla bear Tony Sacconaghi on the drop in shares and this
So Tesla's just trading sideways now.
Some macro worries, which has the Russell as well in the red this morning. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli talk about whether or not this rotation is alive today, Mike. It's attempting
Rotation? There's no rotation. Everything is red.
big cap indexes.
Holy shit.
You know, banks giving back only a little bit of their recent rally, their recent leadership. That being said, there's obviously some slippage in this whole very what was orderly shift in leadership, or at least short-term leadership. So aside from investors being pretty hard to please with the bar pretty high on earnings coming into the mega cap growth season, I do think that you have this
Okay.
turbulence.
Okay. So 20-day bouncing. So we broke that level. We bounced up to it. Is this actually a rejection point right there? 115, 114.86. It might be, huh? I just thought that was a mean reversal. Alright, I might try it, guys. I might go for the sell-off here into like tomorrow or so. What do you guys think? What are y'all thoughts behind that? Does that make sense? Or do you guys like, would you guys like the long? If I showed you this chart, what would you guys think? I guess I could answer this myself and say that it would all come down to 114. You're pulling back into it now. Do you hold 114 or do you not hold 114?
UXO, entry Oscar shares resume trade up now 95%, trading at 140 per share.
On inversion, 210 yield curve is going to start up that old line again about how be afraid of when it uninverts. The first rate cut is not usually a buy signal for stock. I don't think you want to necessarily rely entirely on whatever historical playbook somebody trots out about that, because the variation around
Support, double top.
nothing about this cycle has really fit very well in the historical patterns, but I do think you have to be aware that you can't just be confident that the economy is going to power through right here for that employment.
We're almost there. We're so close to 280. We're so close.
Mike Santoli. That's where we'll begin. S&P and NASDAQ on pace for their fifth negative session in 6 as earnings season does ramp up. Of course, that Fed meeting just 1 week away. Joining us here at Post 9 this morning, Regions Asset Management CIO Alan McKnight. Regions, of course, $70 billion in client assets under management. It's good to have you back. Great to be here. What do you make of this talk about the perils of a cutting cycle and whether or not de-inversions are dangerous, that kind of thing?
What's interesting, Mike was talking about.
What are you going to do, Google? Are you going to bounce?
Seen is that small caps have underperformed coming out of the first cut over multiple scenarios and down almost 7% historically. So again, you can't go after the same playbook, but I do think maybe the market's
179.
in terms of this belief that
179.
reversal, reallocation to small cap, and chase that in the short run.
Is that another way of saying that if cuts do come, they're probably late?
I think they're probably a little bit on the late side. Materially so, and I think the reality is they're right in this middle ground where they're trying to determine, okay, is there quite enough, and they want to be more cautious or more conservative. Just starting to reminds us of the sun also rises. How did you go broke? Gradually and then suddenly. You know, and that sudden, okay, the markets are here, they're waiting for it. Is it July? Is it September? We think it's by September.
Why don't you believe in the rotation into small cap?
Well, we just think that if you look at the earnings profile for small caps right now, and depending on which metric you use and which index, they aren't generating the level of earnings that we're seeing in large cap. So to reallocate to small cap, you have to believe, I think over 24 and 25, they're really going to pick up some momentum in terms of earnings power. We're just not convinced that's necessarily the case. In an environment where the economy's slowing, even with Fed rate cuts, even with rate cuts, unless we get significantly a higher number of cuts than we've anticipated.
Does that mean you lean into whatever strength mega cap tech gives you at this point?
We still lean into it, and I think we talked about it.
Bro, what?
So if you can meet the numbers, I mean, we see with Alphabet today, very high expectations, unable to meet those.
Okay, so there it is. That has options.
But if you can actually hit those numbers, and we see it in other names, you're being rewarded. It's not just now, it's also margin expansion. That's what's going to be the next management, particularly while they're spending so much on the AI front. I mean, you saw it in the Alphabet numbers in terms of 13.2 billion spend. I mean, that's a material number without the associated return yet.
The other reason people are buying small caps lately is increased odds that former President Trump wins the election again, Republicans get Congress, and we see lower corporate tax rates, which would be a relief and would help earnings.
That's right. And so there are some of those aspects and factors that could certainly improve the landscape for small cap names. I think it's really the challenge for us is determining how much do you assign a probability to that in the short run when there's so much room until the November election.
We have had folks come on air and argue that it's okay to chase CapEx if you're talking old school CapEx.
Right.
That there's still a reshoring wave, an infrastructure wave that will, and even among hyperscalers, they
Right.
land and energy is just as much as they need software and hardware, right?
That's true. And I think that the challenge for all of us is we're trying to replicate what we've seen historically. The spend on AI right now, it's not the same playbook. And I think to see those types of returns, can we get efficient?
Oh my gosh, guys. This is my point. For your information, in the U.S., the brokers will send you a consolidated tax form for everything. USA Now wants to know where anything over $600 goes to. I have brought this up many, many, many times. This is big government's overreach. We can't be okay with this. This type of shit cannot be okay. You know, this is crazy, man. Oh my God. Huh.
Exactly, and I think it's, and don't get too cute with regard to credit. We've still skewed higher quality because we think they have a better balance sheet. They're going to navigate through this rather than trying to chase maybe some of the jump names.
Yeah, which could be an option now with rate cuts, right?
That's
You're
true.
not into it.
Well, I think the problem is the spreads right now. When you look at spreads, we're still so tight to where we've been over the past 25 years. So to get that real total return, to see bond prices really improve, we have to see something more than what we've got right now. So
We'll see. We got the 2-year down to 4.4 this morning. I think it's back to February. Alan, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
thank you.
Still to come this hour, GME Group CEO Terry Duffy on record revenue and how uncertainty in the market is driving demand for risk management.
We will get to this move in Tesla today. Bernstein's Tony Saganaki will help us break down the quarter and what it means for margins and the future of FSD and robotaxis when Money Movers continues after this.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus means right for them and for their sweet.
Then sell and lapse your policy without
Sorry, guys.
There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
One way to avoid expensive car repair bills is to be a race car driver. The other is endurance. You could never pay for covered car repairs again.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement. As a certified mechanic, I always recommend that my customers have an auto protection plan. You never know when a breakdown can strike, and you need coverage that you can count on.
Without endurance, breakdowns can cost thousands. With endurance, you're covered. Even better, you pick the mechanic you trust.
Endurance covers nearly every car on the road, up to 20 years old. They cover a ton on the car.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or endurance?
Acts now for $300 off any plan. Plus a full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Call 1-833-557-2893.
Now for a free quote.
When I run, they'll say on your mark, and it's set, and the gun goes off, and it's just a humongous explosion of energy. When we're at the very top speed, it feels like you can run forever. And then there's this one moment where everybody else starts to die, and you're like, I'm not about to die. I'm about to get faster. My vision is to change the world. And when it's faster, music, racing, of course. I put action to my dreams.
The Olympics starts Friday on NBC and Peacock.
All right, so I'm just watching this. I'm just watching this area here. I do want to say I appreciate all of you guys that have hit the like button and joined us this morning. I just want to say that I do apologize for not being completely ready this morning. You know, I want to be able to help us all make some money. You know, I'm only one person. Let's see. So what I'm probably going to do now is watch the overall indexes. And I might try, like, I don't know where this is going to take us. Like, sorry for chewing in front of the mic again. I just want to keep it on in case news comes across so you guys can get it. I mentioned this yesterday, so if you were here with us yesterday, I mentioned it how, and don't get me wrong, I think we went long and short. I didn't trade it all yesterday, but we went long and short Monday. But you just, there was a lot of weakness being shown. So here's our level for Apple. So if anybody's wanting to know about Apple, you have some support down there at 215. I'd be watching 215 on bounces, obviously. Bounce backs. We're looking for bounce backs.
It is driving a lot of action, sir. We're looking at, as you just pointed out on our earnings, but we're looking at all asset classes across the board. All CME's major asset classes, all 6 of them, are hitting record levels, and what's more important, they're hitting record levels of open interest or positions left on the books of CME, which means people are managing risk across from agricultural products to interest rates and everything.
We just got to find out where the money's going. So you guys can see that everything is, we're selling off today. We need to locate, where is that money going? Where the hell is it going? Gold's rallying and pulling back to 224. Where's the VIX?
There's so many different factors going on right now that have uncertainty. People need to mitigate and manage that risk. We saw the duration risk issue a year ago come to the marketplace.
JP Morgan. Still consolidating and holding here. XOM, let's look at energy. Okay, so there's a bounce on XOM here. So that was a nice pullback long. So if you guys look here, I didn't see this until now, but that little pullback, you can see this level right here at 114, 113.98. You just pulled right into it right there, and now we're going to try to see if we can't test 116. Watch, I'm going to be the goofball that just went and bought the high. So I'm looking at XOM, guys. So my entry on this, I'm going to try and wait for a pullback.
Well, first of all, I did hear that he was on your show, and he said that when you have me on, that I might say nasty things if you mention his name.
And by the way, me personally, I wouldn't consider this a cup and handle. It has the formation of it, the uptrend. I mean, this is a low volume pullback. I just feel like it's usually like this has an increase in volume on the downside. You don't want an increase in volumes on the downside. But the handle pullback is low volume. So it's like, it's not the best of times. It's not the worst of times for that cup and handle. You feel what I'm saying?
NGD Gold reporting a fatality at the Rainy River Mine. Shares are moving lower here.
Iranian River Mine.
5% for the day, but seeing some volume on that new report. Nancy Gulf Delta NGD.
Okay, NGD, guys, is selling off here. New Gold. Not Newmont, but New Gold.
Morgan Stanley's business right now, and I think this two-sided trade that's starting to open up in the broader S&Ps is providing great opportunity, and Morgan Stanley just happens to be where I want to actually take advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, and look, as I see the VIX up today, it's at a level of 16.74. That ties in, at least in part, to your Treasury.
I'm still going to let you guys
Tell me
know
a
what
little
it
bit
is I
about
get
that
into.
story.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
still
even
watching
prior to that,
XOM.
You remember who had the VIX trade 2 weeks
Newmont,
ago,
like
right?
these are green.
Now, Ben
So
never
ride
remembers
them, baby,
that one.
ride them.
Anyway, let's move on to the TLT. So in yeah, I'm going after them a little bit. Let's go into the TLT. The TLT for me is much more of like a rotation type trade. We're seeing some pretty wild rotations right now. For example, into the Russell. Well, at some point, the probability of rate increases is, well, going to increase. So we're actually going to see, I think, a rotation back towards treasuries. And that is a little bit, if you will, duck and cover. That is, as capital is coming out of the S&P 500, the old school trader would look for capital to actually rotate towards the bond market. It has been an extraordinarily long time since we've seen that type of activity in this marketplace. And that's what this next trade is really suited for. Out of S&Ps, rotating into the TLT specifically. I'm going to go out to the October 18th expiration.
Guys,
so
I'm going next week TLT. I'm telling you guys right now, TLT.
Calls,
it's already going up.
99
Shit.
calls. So this is a $5 wide call spread. It's a bullish
Damn
trade.
it.
It's done for $1.40 debit. It's a shot to the upside as capital
Next
should be
week.
rotating out again of S&Ps into the bond markets.
94 or 95. 95.
Let's hear what Ben has to say about this one. Ben?
Well, I can see the reasoning behind this position on a short-term basis. The longer term, I think that trend lower.
Oh, no. What just
I'll show you
happened?
in a minute when we get into that bigger picture chart. Let's just start first and foremost with the 15-minute candle chart. We're going
What
back
just
to
happened?
the lows that we saw.
No!
Remember, they were down around that $90 level.
It put
that
me
was
in
the
this
beginning
week.
of July, all the way up to the highs that we saw up around 94, 95.
Oh my
You can see
God,
that we're
bro.
holding this upper level, so no rejection of this as
I
of
just
yet.
lost money,
15-minute,
you fucking
very bullish
dickhead
pattern playing out,
motherfuckers,
right?
man.
Balance
What is
forming
going
around
on?
93 after a big move
What
up. And
is
then I always
going
talk
on?
about how the bulls
Hold
really
on.
like to see when you get within this
July.
larger pattern, the pattern playing out within itself multiple times here. So you
July
again get that
31st.
kind of solidifying that working assumption that we are
When
in
is
this full
where's
trend,
the
and then the bigger
calendar?
picture just sort of developing.
So that's
into,
next Wednesday?
and furthering that
All right, hold on.
idea. Take a look here though, because on the more intermediate time frame, we actually have a little bit of a different scenario playing out. Top left, bottom right. If you go back to the beginning of the year, move away from that, look at the rally we've seen since the beginning of July. So here again, kind of that mirror image of that L pattern. And in this instance, again, on a 4-hour candle chart, we're holding above a key pivot area around 91. So again, supportive of that bullish narrative, but the more intermediate time frame is somewhat bearish here. Take a look. I want to step back because in that intermediate bearishness, you are seeing, again, that feed into this longer-term weakness that I mentioned. Again, short-term strength, but long-term weakness here, currently balancing around 90 as we speak, holding just above that
All right,
level.
I'm
So
in
we
it,
could
guys.
be
I took that.
within a range here that's forming, again, below
All right,
this
so
100
that is
level.
the
And
August
there could be some more randomness within that, right? But
second.
the bears are looking for a breakout below 82 at some point to continue this pattern, the staircase type pattern we've been seeing where value is moving and establishing itself at lower and lower levels. Simply put, it looks to me like this chart, the shorts are being rewarded for sticking with this long term. There could be some long opportunities here, but you have to be very quick. I kind of think of it as sort of like picking up nickels in front of a steamroller, right? Let the market do the work for you, position with that trend, and ultimately you don't have to, put yourself under those dangerous circumstances.
Look, right? You have to be paying attention. I mean, Don, how are you feeling about the economy overall? The Fed's cuts that's due, likely due, that would play into this.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some economic slowdowns, and ultimately the probability of rate cuts is going to start to increase, and the number of rate cuts into 2025 is going to increase. But moreover, I just got to express, you look at the volatility of this marketplace, the uncertainty out there right now, whether it's geopolitical, political here in the U.S., I think it's really going to slow things down dramatically, which is actually going to play into my next trade. I think it's going to slow stuff down dramatically here in the United States in the next couple of months. But this volatility, look, if you don't have a stomach for it, where are you going to move to? Well, you got to rotate to the Russell. That's a pretty full trade right now. I think we're going to see that rotation. I mean, look, Ben needs to get this phrase down. Change is upon us. And I think a rotation to the TLT is coming.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you mentioned what's going on in housing. For example, existing home sales were down for the 4th month in a row, and houses are pretty pricey.
Man, that's where we should have bought
new
it.
home sales, but you still have somewhat elevated mortgage rates, and you talked about an economic slowdown. Let's see what you think about Home Depot.
Yeah, Home Depot, as I was saying, a bit of an economic slowdown underway. I mean, I think everyone has to be relatively surprised right now
bought the
how
Hive.
well
Guys,
some of
what
the
is wrong
home
with me
builders,
today?
even home improvement. I think Home Depot is still up on a year-to-date basis, not massively. The performance is not bad on a year-to-date basis versus some of the headwinds. Now, of course, we're talking about, well, rates are going to lower, but come on, we're looking at what? Quarter, maybe a 0.5%. That's not going to do it. I am going to look for Home Depot to retest back specifically to the 320 level. And in doing so, I'm going to take a nice big outside bearish position. Now this one I'm going to go all the way out to the September 20th expiration. So Sep 20 expiration, I'm going to be buying the 345 puts, selling the 335 puts. So it's a $10 wide put spread.
Should have got that low, guys.
I'm buying it. This one's for a $2.78.
I didn't buy correctly.
Debit. So nice big out of the money put spread.
I got to start buying correctly.
For Ben to maybe confirm the possibility of a pullback in and around that 320 level over here. But again, I think we're going to see some headwinds in Home Depot and more compression in their margins.
All right, thank you for that. And let's get the Ben with the technicals, the final thoughts here.
Well,
Hopefully
I'll agree with Don
again.
on the fact that the 320 is going to be key. Also, the fact that we are seeing a little bit of short-term
NVIDIA
weakness,
is still holding up well.
This is a very bullish
NVIDIA
pattern,
is still holding up well. It's still weak.
Chart in just a second.
Don't get me wrong, it's still weak,
kind of
but
speaking from that bigger picture vantage point from. But starting off with the 5-minute candle chart, this is exactly what we like to look for, right? Because not only does this approach towards viewing price activity through the lens of auction market theory, concept, principles, and ideas help you determine when we're trending
we have a
higher,
17-week
but
build
it also
auction
helps us
coming up
determine
here
when
in
we
just a
no
couple
longer
minutes.
are. And definitely on the 5-minute time frame, we saw that play out because areas of value were stacking up in a very systematic, easily identifiable fashion. 360, 368, 372, and while we're balancing around 372, what are we looking at?
Look,
we're referencing 368 because the current balance area is checking in with the one prior to, and in this instance, again, we're in a trend up. Until you take out that area prior to the one you're currently forming, we did that, right? If you remember, that was back on Thursday of last week. You can see the price activity, the weakness that's ensued. If you're holding long on the 5-minute time frame, you're trading somewhat counter trend right now because, again, that trend up that we had been established here has been invalidated, simply put. So what happens next? Well, take a look here on the more intermediate time frame because here you're going to see things get a little bit messy as we step into a 1-hour candle chart because we were in a bit of a downtrend, and now this situation that's playing out again, kind of reversing that. So we've lost that really well-defined, up-down trend on a more granular and intermediate basis. So I always say, right, when in doubt, zoom out, let's do just that. And here's where the clarity starts to, the clouds start to lift and the fog lifts and things become a bit more clear. High conviction rally, if you remember back in 2020 after the pandemic, all the way up to 420, and since then it's been very range bound and contained, but sideways around. There's that level Don mentioned, right around 320, 330. Here's the area. Look at that. We just tested that area. If we
SPY's
get some
about to
strength,
reverse.
this fits into that pattern I've been talking about for a while. Bullish pattern, high conviction, sideways consolidation, a retest of the middle of the range that provides that catalyst, that trampoline kind of next big leg up. So let's keep an eye on it. I always say, hold the middle here at this point. You retest 420 eventually.
All right.
And what did I
Don,
say?
We'll give you the last word.
What did I say?
Earnings season is underway, too.
1.7 is the
Tesla
average for like a
down
decent
today.
sized move.
You know, any final
You can get to
thoughts, Don?
2%, a little above, a
Yeah, as
little
much as we
below.
want to focus on earnings, you got to push
But
it
like
aside.
on
Volatility
average,
is now upon us.
it's like
There's just no question about
1.7,
that. And I think
1.8.
defensive measures should be taken by those that have been long-term bullish. And I think you may actually see some of that profit taking being deployed right now in this marketplace.
And you could take this
Okay.
long,
Don Kaufman of Theo.
take the long on SPY from like 1.6%, right? And look to take that long to like 1.2%, and then to see if it pulls back again to give you that, you know, like close the day around 1.8 or so.
We'll dive into this one with Hatem Diab of Gerber Kawasaki next.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab.
We have 2 minutes.
Bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
IWM is about to go, looks like it's trying to go green. Damn, she's so
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom.
Small caps are holding up
At the end of
pretty
the day,
well,
my
guys.
mom raised
It
3
actually might go
children,
green.
including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick.
Well, that's 221 to
for the biggest
220 on
earnings
that.
coverage,
It held
insights
it.
from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
And here's your resistance zone up here. Possibly could be resistance. Rejected up. Rejected 224. You came back, retested 224.
I think
Couldn't
in
do
the
it.
pandemic, it
That
kind
support
of halted the
got
trajectory
broke.
of the rest of the decade because so many people bought
Here, pivot
homes
low.
during that window when rates were low and locked in that it's hard to see that unraveling itself in a quick manner. I think it will take.
Let's
the
see if you can get above
4 to 5 years for
222.
that to happen.
Damn, I fudged up, guys. I'm
elevated
just losing
mortgage
money
rates.
today.
There's a
Today
lot
is
of
just a
questions
bad day for me. I
about
need to
the
hang it
real estate
up.
market on the latest episode of
I need to
Market
hang it
Movement.
up.
I'm joined Daryl
I don't know
Fairweather
what the
and
heck is wrong with me.
Redfin to
I'm
dive
freaking
into
selling
the pressing
tops
issues
and
facing new home buyers, sellers, the next generation
buying,
homeowners.
or I'm buying
Market
tops and
Overtime,
selling
all week,
lows.
streaming on
I don't know.
SchwabNetwork.com and Schwab Network's YouTube page. Don't miss it.
I'm off today.
And welcome back to Trading 360.
See, like, if I were to have waited and been patient, if I would have been patient for like a 92.50 pullback, I feel like I would have never got that shit. I feel like I would have never got a 92.50 pullback. Yet here we are, getting a 92.50 pullback.
We're seeing Tesla down about 11% today. Now, over at Gerber Kawasaki, you and Ross Gerber have also been very hesitant about Tesla overall. You have certainly not been recommending the stock. I don't know if you held on to some pared back. What'd you do with the stock? Right now it's at 218.
Nice wedge right there.
Hey, Nicole, how are you? It's a tough one,
you know. I think
you're a growth company like Tesla trading at 60 times PE, and then you're not growing. You know, you missed your numbers 4 consecutive quarters, at least the estimates. 2 quarters of revenues going down. I think.
Come on, you couldn't have given us 93.
To still own the stock or buy the stock when you don't see the growth in the short term.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, a lot of folks writing today about the robo-taxi and the lack of clarity there, and maybe some of the analysts saying that they want to step aside. They may like the long-term story, but they want to wait and see. What do you think of that?
You know, it's a show me story, not a tell me story. I think Elon got away.
Why do I feel like
hey, look at this long-term thing?
He's living like subliminal
but
things to like her.
They're in the business of
it's a show me story. Don't tell me, show me.
And they're not doing that right now. Yeah, hopefully robotaxi can happen, but that's not gonna bring some economic positives to Tesla till maybe 3, 4, 5 years out. In the short term, they basically making less money on every car they sell. They can't sell cars. So, and I think that's what investors are looking for is how are you going to change that? How are you going to increase your margins? How are you going to sell more cars? There's a lot of capacity right now for Tesla, and they're not utilizing all of their abilities to make cars. So I think those are the things. Long term, hopefully, yeah, robotaxi will work out, but it's a long-term story.
Yeah. You know, when you think about Tesla overall, and the political story now that goes with it, you know that Elon Musk has said publicly he's willing to support the Trump administration and their plight, and they're, you know, going for the presidency once again, $45 million a month. But what's interesting is while Tesla was touting the record revenue, quarterly revenues that they saw this past quarter, some of it came from standardizing GHC, ZEV, those standardizations that actually the Trump administration plans to probably get rid of because they're less into climate change and green deals and things like that. So it's funny because he's saying one thing but probably needs the other.
It's so funny. I'm glad you said that because half of profits for Tesla came from these regulatory credits, right? What those are basically is other OEMs who are unable to hit their targets, their emission targets, have to go and buy credits from Tesla.
It's time to start making phones and computers, Elon.
Those regulatory requirements that are usually pushed by the left. Now Trump, and if he gets elected, will want to take these credits away. So that will hurt Tesla incredibly. So for me, it was the cognitive dissonance around that was really interesting. For one reason, Tesla's mission is really to help with green emissions, to help basically electrify the whole car fleet. So for them not to acknowledge that and really change the I don't know, it was just weird. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, well, you know what it is? I mean, this is sort of seeming like the case of stay true to thine own self. I mean, because he bought Twitter because he wanted freedom of speech, took a loss on that. He's supporting the Trump administration because he, I guess, likes the policies, likes the rhetoric that comes out of the right a little more. But again, being true to himself and less to you know, Tesla shareholders. He's still true to himself in that he's making a car that is, you know, when you talk about the emissions and better for the planet and all that, because he is a believer in that, but he doesn't really care about all the profits that would be made if he were to vote left. Is that a character flaw?
Here we go. That 9 EMA is coming in, guys.
Good thing.
nobody accused Elon of being a normal person who's very understandable. I think it's problematic in general. Politics in general are tough, right? I live in California. There is a lot of people who don't want to buy Teslas anymore because of the way that he's going about his political views. Twitter, I think, is bigger problem because the destruction that created is really massive. I think everyone can have their own views, but ultimately, if you're trying to sell cars, really pissing off half of the population just doesn't help.
Yeah, I really can't get over how raccoons are trying to break into the Teslas. When you put a Tesla Cybertruck next to a dumpster from the side, they really do look a little bit alike. And if you're a raccoon at night, you really may think that a Cybertruck is a dumpster. And they have actually had to deal with this unexpected challenge. I mean, the other challenge is, getting the Cybertrucks out and getting them made and delivered.
Too bad raccoons don't have. Too bad raccoons don't have 120 grand.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe they did say the bed vault is raccoon proof in case you own one. But where do you see, is the Cybertruck the savior for Tesla? What's the savior for Tesla that you would say I would buy it now? Because right now you're not buying it. What's going to be the game changer for you?
Listen, raccoons aside, the Cybertruck is definitely an acquired taste. The car itself, you either love it or hate it. It's definitely not a mass market car. It's hard to drive. It's too big to park. There's a lot of flaws with them. It's too loud.
What?
Inside the cabin. So
speak for yourself, my friend.
It's a mass car. The reality is we need to get more updated Y and 3. The reality is the lineup is stale for the 3 and Y, which is really what their mass production car, and people are not buying the car because they're not differentiated from the old 3s and Ys. So I think that's what they need to focus on.
Yeah. Look, there are a lot of other automakers that we're showing here along the sidebar. Very quickly, Hatem, are there any car makers here or abroad that you would say buy?
I mean, we like Tesla because it's not really a true car maker for a long time with the margins that they have, but we don't like any of the other firms. We're looking a little bit at Rivian right now because they're doing well and they've had some interesting moves the last few weeks, but we're not really buying a ton of car makers right now.
Right, so you're not pounding the table on that. Hatem Diab, Gerber Kawasaki Wealth Investment Management. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Always nice to have you on the show. Appreciate it. Coming up next, the Disruptors will focus on Texas Instruments after receiving positive reactions to the report from last night. We'll check it out. Stay with us.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. only on the Schwab Network.
From Tesla would admit it's fantastic 95% plus of the time.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time to look at developing stories right now. Diane King Hall is with us, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network. Taking a look at Visa. Visa trading lower, I believe. I haven't checked it lately.
It is lower.
After its quarterly report. Let's hear some of the latest and what people are saying about Visa today.
The issue is missing on the top line. Revenue came in weaker than expected. Adjusted EPS was $2.42 a share, but the big problem is what revenue looks like for Visa. It hasn't missed on that metric since early in the pandemic in 2020. Net revenue was $8.9 billion. That was below analyst expectations. Payment volume growth, you saw that cooling overall. Payment volumes rose 7%. Compare that to the prior period where it was 8% growth. So it shows some deceleration there. Processed transactions did increase 10%, but again, that was a deceleration from the previous period where it saw 11%. Again, single digit move, but that revenue number is concerning for investors. And in fact, on their earnings call, the CFO said, quote, in the U.S., while growth in the high spend consumer segment remains stable, compared to prior quarters, we saw a slight moderation in the lower spend consumer segment, end quote. So that's one of the concerns now. What is going on with the consumer? Are we starting to see some kind of chinks in the armor when it comes to the consumer, not so much the high end? And even you compare that to when we had American Express results recently, and we saw, a little bit of kind of concern there where they missed expectations for revenue as well. So we're starting to see where there may be some chinks in the armor when it comes to the consumer. Off the back of that, analysts lowering their price targets. Jefferies cut its price target to $300 a share. They previously had it at $325 a share. Morgan Stanley lowering its price target. Piper Sandler, TD Cowen, et cetera, et cetera. Shares under pressure now as a result.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Diane King Hall. Look there at Visa 254.09, down about 4% now as we speak. Let's continue our story. Take a look at disruptors, and that is George Sillis, senior markets correspondent here, looking at Texas Instruments. Now, this one reported a second quarter result that was positive. They're getting harder to find positive second quarter results. Of late, we've seen a lot of under pressure. For example, right, Amazon did better, but then, and a lot of that was ad revenue, and then Google didn't get the same ad revenue. Tesla's been under pressure, Visa's under pressure, but somehow Texas Instruments is squeezing through. Tell us a little bit about this story.
Yeah, I mean, there's divergences happening across the tech space, Nicole, and I think one of the areas of interest, at the least, in the semiconductor space is the companies that are focused in the industrial sphere, and Texas Instrument is one of these companies. And the other thing is, I think the analog technology names like TXN and even ON Semiconductor are starting to show some promise, but Texas Instruments is actually performing quite well, especially in the last couple of weeks, as I've been talking about how we're in a correction, and obviously today there's a continuation of that. But nonetheless, the report for TXN was actually quite good. If you look at the revenue numbers, excuse me, they generated about $3.82 billion in revenue, beating the estimates. That was down about 15% year over year. But if you look at the EPS numbers, they were also down by 34%, coming in at $1.22 per share. But I think the overall guidance for the name going forward is what's actually promising, especially on the sales front, because the estimates for sales next quarter were around $3.82 billion, but they actually increased that on the low end to $3.94 billion all the way up to $4.26 billion. So I think what's happening here is the component of TXN's business, which includes analog chips for power control modules used in vehicles, especially electric vehicles. There was a glut in that area of their business, but at the same time, you have to think about the catalyst going forward from a cyclical standpoint, which includes mobile chips. Now, one of the things that TXN produces that many people not know is microcontrollers, touch capacitor and touch interface for mobile devices. So if we start to see a mobile renaissance or a mobile device renaissance coming forward with Apple's release of iPhone 16, coming up in the fall, that might be a catalyst. And I think this is why some of the analysts like Barclays and even JP Morgan, which increased their price target to $230 from $195, because they're seeing the inventory build up in the automotive segment of their business abating. But at the same time, the cyclical components of the business, which includes consumer electronics, is quite robust.
Right, understood. So at this point now, how would you go about an example trade?
Yeah, so looking at the overall market first, I think today is going to be very meaningful because this is a potential close below the 50-period moving average on the market, at least the NASDAQ. So I'm going to use that as our proxy. But if you look at Texas Instruments, this stock is actually holding that level of 50-period moving average on the daily chart, which is around $197. So with that said, I think the revenue guidance is quite meaningful for TXN, and I think it'll hold that 50-period moving average. So what I'm going to do is, because volatility is inflated, and so we switched strategies in the last couple of weeks, you may have noticed, is we're selling premium. And so what I'm going to do is go out to August monthlies with 23 days to expiration and sell the 195 cash secure put. And you can earn about $3.50 a share or $350 a contract in credit. So all the stock has to do is hold the 195 level between now and expiration for full profit of $350 per share. But you have to keep in mind, this is a strategy. You have to be willing and able to take ownership of the stock at 195, but your cost basis is 191.50. So it's basically it's still a bullish trade, but it's more neutral in nature and allows us flexibility until this correction abates.
Yeah. All right. George, great to see you. Thank you for our disruptor every single day, and today being Texas Instruments and explaining that Barclays call as well. Thank you, George Sillis. Coming up next, our 360 round, where we'll focus on Palantir, a company up over 65% this year. We'll dive into Palantir's success story. And now, what about the momentum? Can it keep it going? We'll ask our panel. We'll be right back.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for our 360 round. We're taking a look at Palantir, that has surely been a winner in 2024. To discuss this and more, Dryden Pence is with us, Chief Investment Officer at Pence Capital Management, and Jordan Berger, analyst over at Third Bridge. Thank you both for being with us. So, Dryden, I'll start with you. We've been watching Palantir, PLTR, the ticker symbol there. It is down about 5% today, but has been a winner. What do you think about when you think about Palantir for the big picture?
Well, I think your important comment is the big picture. When you think of Palantir, you think very long term. This is a company that, we like companies that are at choke points or have strong competitive advantage. And this is a company that allows people to really visualize data in different ways. And that's why they're very strong governmental contracts. They allow you to basically take data and information and convert it into intelligence. That's actionable intelligence. And I think that that's very, very important. They've been quite successful with the military, familiar with that thing. But now the big picture is, how do they monetize that in a more civilian world where they can go B2B, where they can go beyond just being a governmental contractor and be really a company that is more dominant in data visualization for everybody, whether it's AI, whether it's any type of security systems or any type of data information. That's going to be a big question. How do they make that full translation from a primary government contractor, the contractor, to everybody? long term, we like it. When you think about it right now, you have a company that's probably shot up a lot, and valuations are a little lofty at this point. That's how we're looking.
And maybe it moves with AI and Mag 7 too. I mean, for example, Google's down today after its quarterly report. That too could be dragging this name down. Do you see growth potential, Jordan, for Palantir going forward? And are you worried about the valuation?
Yeah, hi, Nicole. Thanks for having me. You know, it's interesting tracking the story of Palantir right now. As mentioned, they've really cut their teeth in the defense sector, moving into the commercial market, really at a nexus in their story, considering they were working on doing so prior to the generative AI boom. So moving towards the AIP platform and seeing how that's been picking up has been of great interest to us. You know, we speak with experts as often as we can every day to try to get a sense of how that traction is picking up. And it's really, at this point, looking at just the use cases, the initial boot camps that are being used by customers and how that's really picking up. So as long as we keep seeing those use cases coming in, I think that does bode well for the company's ability to make that pivot.
From the defense market to the commercial market, you do see growth here for this name, Jordan. Would you say it's a buy at $27? I mean, it has had a significant run up this year.
Yeah, you know, Nicole, we're obviously looking at a nascent market here with the generative AI tailwinds, and trying to understand that is, of course, its own problem. At Third Bridge, what we do is rather than give investment advice itself, we really speak with experts every day to get an understanding of where the market seems to be going and how these products are being adopted. And from what we're seeing, Palantir seems to have really a unique product. They have their approach with ontology, which is basically just operationalizing organizational know-how in a way that's been thought of as somewhat unique. And as we see a lot of players moving into the space, whether it be C3, the hyperscalers, or all the nascent generative AI companies, we haven't heard of anything being approached quite in this way and data being visualized quite in this way before. And that's what we've really been looking at.
Yeah, and then look, I mean, getting that exact research has so much value that Third Bridge is providing with that. Year to date, it's up nearly 6%, 60%. We will hear the earnings on August 5th. Dryden, you think that the company is a good company. I don't know how worried you are about the valuation at this point. If you're a big believer in AI, do you buy them all? Do you buy Palantir, Adobe, Salesforce, CrowdStrike? Well, I don't know about CrowdStrike. It's been really beaten down. But you know, do you buy them all, or do you pick and choose?
But I think the real question here is timing and pricing, right? So there's so much opportunity within the sector. I think rather than trying to buy them all at once, I think that you can take a look at where we're going right now with a little bit of market repricing. You take a look at interest. You know, you make your money when you buy something, right? So you want to get good entry points here. You do have stretched valuations in this particular name, in our opinion, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the company. I think they have very good long-term capabilities. They are unique in what they offer and what they have. And as they make this transition to business, it's a very, very, there's only so many governments in the world, right? And they pay their bills, but there's a lot more businesses than there are governments. And so there's a lot of people that can use what Palantir has in the future. So the long-term prospects are good. My only caution here is that valuations at this point can be a little stretched, and you just want to be, sometimes patience is rewarded. So it's a good company, but you got to be willing to have a little bit of a volatile ride on the pricing of the stock. But if you're thinking about it very long term, then you're looking at a company that does have a dominant product.
Well, looks like I might have to step out of that already. Didn't get too far on this. I'm gonna maybe give it some room, but I don't know, guys. It's just one of them days for me. I'm not reading stuff right or something here. If you look at this chart here, look at this middle ground right there. You just rejected it. Resistance, resistance, support, support. Got above it. We double topped at it here today. Boom, boom. We rejected off of it. So we're going to see now this VWAP. Do we get support at VWAP or do we not get support? What happens? We don't know, but I do know I'm a fucking idiot And today has not been a good day for me. I'm green on the week, red on the day. Very small red. So, and of course, hold on. I thought it was August 3rd, August 2nd. Again, these are out of the money too, so Jesus Christ, I'm going to be down 50%. Like, it's just what it is, man. I just can't get it. I just can't get anything going for myself today, guys. So be cautious out there. Be patient. If you don't see anything, don't trade it. Look at all that selling on TLT. Jesus Christ. 3,000, 2,700, 3,400, 2,700. Look at that. What a fucking retard. Oh my God. I gotta be the biggest idiot on the street today. Biggest idiot on the street today. That's a nice sign of change there. Just want to see if we can get a nice little pop. Well, there it is. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. I guess, you know, it is in a downtrend. Down, 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 sideways. Are we going to start shifting to the upside? I'm going to try to leave this on for a couple days. Unless we break today's low, then, you know. So that's a bounce, pullback, consolidate, long. I don't know, guys. I'm trying here. I'm trying. I could say that this is a double top there. I don't know. My trading was just awful today. And I blame it on myself because I did not do enough work to be prepared for today. It's plain, that's all it is. Wait, what the heck just happened?
Scary, even thinking about taking it all apart right now to wrap it. But the truth is, as much as the
so fucking mad, yo.
This is going to come off, canards. You're going to have to be careful with the headlights.
Nice job if you guys had steel, balls of steel and remained in that Tesla long and didn't get scared like I did. You guys are up pretty nicely here. You guys are up, I don't know, depending on where you got in. It could vary. You know, we got in on that reversal. Anywhere from a dollar to $1.10. Maybe $1.12, 15 at the highest. But you should have been able to get in close to $1. And there we go. Now you're just climbing higher. You are up at the 15-minute trade line, so watch out. You have to. I don't see why it would stop it now, but that's wild. Look at this. $1.40. See why I'm a little bit frustrated today? You see why I'm frustrated? I want my paper, man. I want my fucking paper. I want my paper. Q's making new lows. Apple's still making new lows. XOM climbing up, making new highs. But instead, I take a TLT long instead of the XOM long. Like an idiot that I am. Oh man, it looks like another day where I'm going to have to smoke a cigarette. I got to come back, guys. I got to come back. I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, Thursday. Like, that's it. No more. No more. No more dumbass trades. No more. Come on, bounce, TLT. So you can see here, we're trying to, well, at least from what it looked like, we're going red again. TLT's going red. I bought the top of that, like the stupid fucking idiot I am. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me. Like, we just couldn't have any type of strength. Like, then where's the money going? Where's the money going? That's what I want to know. If everything is being sold today, where's the money going? That's what I want to know. Is it going into Bitcoin? Let's see. Bitcoin, Coinbase? Nah, it's not there. BITO? Not there either. what's walking down the street with signs have anything to do with anything?
What do you say? What do you say? How many kicks did you call today? How many kicks did you call?
How many jobs have you worked today?
But again, that.
When will you worry about yourself? When will you go join the military? Alright, when you can't afford your chain.
Got done with your chain, there you go.
Okay, and how much I owe you, brother?
Like 17,000.
What the hell, bro? I got like 500 on me right now,
What
bro.
you mean you got 500? Them is VS diamonds. We need 1,700.
Bro, come on, bro. You don't do no payment plan?
No payment plan.
I give you 500 every 2 months. For 10 years.
Give me back my chain. When you got real money, come back. Finally got some money for the chain?
I got something better than money,
All right,
bro.
let's see that. What you got?
My son, bro.
What you, this ain't your son. Where'd you get him from?
That is my son. He look just like me, bro.
No, he's black. He's not your son.
You want my other son, too?
Well, I don't even know you.
He said he don't even know you.
He said that he was gonna give you some candy.
Some candy, bro.
I
You
ain't
sound
gonna get you
weird.
candy. Shut up, bro.
Where'd you find these kids from, bro? Oh, you finally got some real money, not no kids?
Something just like money, bro, right there.
Huh? Get that shit out of the store. What the fuck is
Bro,
that?
you know what,
IOU?
bro? Give me this chain,
What
bro.
you mean give me that chain, bro? You better come back. Yeah.
I'll go ahead.
Return it right
I
back.
didn't like that chain. That shit
Thank you,
kind of
bro.
ugly, bro. Anyways, bro.
Bro, get out of here.
Ain't fucking with it, bro.
Got done with your chain. There you go.
Okay. And how much? I
Okay, let's see here.
Golf Oscar, Oscar Golf, Golf Oscar, Oscar Golf Lima.
Alright, so I have some time on this. Yo, listen, take your time. If you're out here running trash on the back of the trash truck, okay, he didn't get all of it out. Bro, stop leaving the fucking trash cans in the middle of the road. Somebody's car gets hit, then I'm liable for it. Like, I get you want to rush, but don't rush your check. You rushing money right out your check. I know you want to hurry up, get on, hustle, but bro, you need to make some money. Like, relax. Relax. I know you're trying to rush for the man. You're trying to be Mr. Manager, this, that, and the third, but just put the fucking trash cans back in the driveway. They're out in the middle of the road. We don't need to be liable for it. Come on. Every day, the fucking trash cans are in the middle of the road.
Level for a moment, seeing 54.97 and a half.
So I think that's definitely very possible. And when I think about the rotationary,
Like, work, just take your time and get a couple extra hours on that check so you can get your beach house or whatever, it's like this rush. Like, what the fuck is that doing for you? Am I wrong? Like, what is that doing for you except cutting your paycheck short of hours? Unless you're on salary. Anyway. I'm going to try to hold on to TLT for a little bit here, but it's not looking good. It's just one of them days for me. I'm not on. I don't have a plan. I couldn't stick to my plan with Tesla, and it is what it is. I will cut this short. It is a cheaper contract that, so let me get this straight. So this here, I tiered into this. I didn't just go full on with a full position size here. I don't have 2, 5, 10 grand into this trade. All right, I just have a couple $100. Throw it on. Let's see if we can get something to happen here. We're going to have GDP. We're going to have PCE coming up, inflation data. So what does that do for inflation rates when PCE comes out? I'm trying to buy the low here. I'll give it to the 200-day moving average at $92, $92.20 or so. You can see which is kind of the low a day. All right, so I'm the idiot. You know, I might have been the one that just got. But other than that, just going to try and be patient with this. I certainly don't want it to go to zero, but I also think that I should be able to get a little bounce here. I should be able to get a bounce. Hopefully. If not, I don't know. I give up. I'm done. This could be a double top and another breakdown, but I don't know. We'll see. It's been a frustrating week. Well, Monday wasn't frustrating. Monday was good. Yesterday, no trade. Today has just been a fuck of a day. A heck of a day today. All right. So what are we looking at here? So we have NVIDIA. We are looking for 219 longs, looking for a 122 target. We broke down from 119 and we said, okay, that's an increase in volume. We broke 119. We looked for 119 to be resistance. And it was. It gave you a trade there. Back down to 118, 117. You broke that. You're still going lower. For what reason? I don't know. If anyone else can let me know why, I would love to know. I get to feel like they're selling for no reason. I really do. I really do. I think they're selling just to sell. And they're not giving any bounce backs. Okay, 1.7. We have not seen a 2% day in a long time. What's up, Wiz? Perfect person to ask. Wiz, when was the last time you seen the SPY hit 2% in a day? It's been a while, hasn't it, right? In my opinion. Have we had a 2% day this year? What was this candle here? This might have been the last time right there. That was with a gap up too, though. See, that's with a gap up. So, on the day, that was 2.2% on the day. That was a big candle there. But that came in with the gap up, so that wasn't like a close. So if I went from here to here, that's 1.9%. That's 1.1%. So that's just over 1%. I don't think we've had a percent down day. This 2% down day this year. Maybe right there. Maybe right there. Nope, that was 1%. Yes. Well, yeah, that's the NQ, but yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, on the SPY, the ES, yeah, we haven't had it this year yet. So this would be our first just about 2% day. And look, like I said, guys, what did I say? What was the number? 1.7. Like that 1.7% is when you'll see that bounce revert back to the mean. And look where we're at. 1.67, 1.69. You started to see this reversal. Remember this. All right, not necessarily for futures. All right, futures, I couldn't tell you what the percentages are. But for the SPY, you know, if we start going into like a bear type of market, then you're going to see, you know, 2% days be, I guess, common. But you'll start to notice like 1.7 is really that number where you should get a bounce back. And look at that. We said it this morning too. And then it's right on cue, guys. Right on cue. 1.7 on the SPY. And I think that the Qs will usually do like 3%. Like 2.8, 3%. Maybe a little bit just over like 3.1, 3.2 on the QQQ. Is usually kind of whereabouts their numbers are. How's everything been? 14. I'm going to be down 50% on this thing. I can't see my account right now, so I'm still in this. So I'm not looking at that position right now. I'm just going to give it a little bit of room and see if we can try, like, because, like, GDP might try to help us. I don't know if it will. I want to see if we can try to get, like, a bounce back to, like, 93, 94. Something on TLT. It doesn't look to be the case, though. Looks like I'm going to be dead wrong on this trade. Gold, XOM. So gold is still climbing up. Let's go look. I'm just going to have to trade the SPY and make up for this loss here. What time is it? It's 12 o'clock. Sorry guys, just give me one sec. I feel, buddy. That's good. That's cool. I am too, man. I kind of fudged up today just to, cause like, what I feel like it is like I've been doing really good the past. You know, I've been really consistent, so I feel like, oh, I'm so consistent. Let me just keep taking, like, it just, like, the conviction to take the trade is a lot easier when you're right time after time after time after time. And then you're like, damn, now I'm just shooting shots just to, like, should I really be shooting these shots? So, some people don't really think about that. But, like, when you're having win after win after win, and then it's like, oh, man, like, you kind of start taking losses. But I don't know. I still think, like so I took a TLT, a small position here on TLT. On that daily chart, you got this 50-day. Like, I don't have volume. That's the only thing I don't like about this, is that there's no, like, real volume. But, like, if we can sit here, like, I'm buying the pullback. If we can bounce off that 250-day moving average, this, if you get a breakout type of day, man, this could be a really, really nice setup pattern here. It really could, because you had the gap down. You had that gap down and the rally. And if I look, that looks like a 32 fib, roughly, here on this pullback. Let's look. It's about 50. It's a 50% retracement there. I just really think if we can just get something here going, I think it could start a nice little rally into TLT. I don't know. I took it. I mean, the volume is low, so technically this is a low volume pullback, but I don't have any buying. I don't know. I took it. It is what it is. We'll see what happens. I'll give it a couple days. If nothing comes to light with it, then it is what it is. I'm going to go... I'm going to go... okay, here we go. So we have the 50-day moving average stepping here in front of the SPY. I'm going to go grab a bottle of water real quick, and I'll be right back. If you guys have any tickers you guys want me to throw in here, I will. But yeah, you guys got to working on staying disciplined, and I was on a 20 heater and gave it back in 2 days. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. That's what I don't. That's exactly what I don't want to do. And I think that's why, right? It's because when we're right, like we just hitting them left and right, whether you're scalping or whatever, it's like it makes it easier, the conviction easier to take the trades because you've been right. So you're not like, all right, I need to buy correctly. I really need to focus on what I'm doing because, you know, I've had 3 or 4 losses, right? Then you start, you know what I mean? You start doing right. Like Tesla today, I ended up, like, I was right on the trade. I ended up paying a little too much. And the fact that I paid too much started getting me emotional, even though I was still correct. And we could be up a lot on that trade. I should still be in that trade. I should still be in that Tesla long. Literally, Wiz, we took it on that candle. Literally, that candle right there is where we took Tesla long. I was able to take profits on it, but I should still be in that trade. Because the plan was get the 225 and just break up through VWAP. Get the 225 and you should be up like a decent amount, like 80% or so on that. And let's go see where they're at now. 230s, they're up $1.50. So you could have got in those. They're up 50%, roughly, give or take. You know, a little more, a little less, depending on where you got in, because they were right around $1. So on average, you should be just under 50% at most. Or like anything more than that, you paid too much. Just like myself. So that made me get a little emotional knowing that, like, I thought I paid too much for it. So I should still be in it, but I'm not. It's all good. What else do we have here? And I'm not in the downside. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so TLT is all I have. Let's look at CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is still selling off. That's so funny. This thing is going to be doomed. They'll be lucky to have a company. Like, this could start to cause layoffs and, like, a pullback in the company. Dude, that's insane. That's crazy. 196. So what is this thing going to go to 200, I guess? So I would look for lawsuits on this, because something that I didn't think about. I thought about it, but I didn't. Is like wondering if they're going to be responsible for lawsuits. There could be some emergency things that it could have happened. I don't know if like let's say the airlines, if CrowdStrike cost them a bunch of money, if they can turn around and sue them for some of the things. Not like maybe they could get away with suing them for not giving them a heads up that they were going to do an update and that something could happen. CrowdStrike could most certainly have lawsuits on their hand that haven't been filed yet. So if you guys hear about that, let me know. It's like the chart, which is the street. Wall Street's telling you something here with CrowdStrike. This thing has not bounced at all whatsoever. And remember when I told you guys about, like, some prices the market just isn't going to give you? Starbucks. We bought the low, guys. The low 70s. It might break. It might break. But I just think that there's a certain point where I think it's going to be highly unlikely that the market gives you like a 60, 65 share price for Starbucks. So you can see we got back down there again, and look what happened. Just another reversal off of that level. So I learned that kind of in my early in my career, where I was just like, I noticed that, like, there's just some areas and some price points, if you don't buy it, you'll never see it again. Like, the market's just not going to give it to you. Oh, we got another one. All right, my guy, are you going to also keep the trash cans in the road.
Jason and Joe, you both own it. Jason, your take.
Yeah, no, this one's been a great one, obviously, all year. It's up 47% year to date.
These fucking bastards. They literally put it on the white line of the fucking... It's not like a neighborhood either. It's a damn road. It's whatever. I have to go get it. I don't know. I just couldn't do it. Like that, because that's just how I think, right? Like, if I'm here tossing trash cans around and shit, I'm going to be like, yo, get the fucking trash can out of the road. Don't put it in the road. What are you trying to get? You trying to get them sued? A car come by, hits their trash cans, fucks their cars up. Now they're trying to go after them. The wind gets picked up and the trash can goes in the road. Now they can also come back at us because somebody went after them because their trash can, you know, got blown into a car. And then now they're coming after us. So, I don't know. Just throw that shit in the driveway. It takes 2 seconds. I don't know. Maybe I don't think I'm wrong. I'm just saying. I don't think I'm wrong. It's just... It's crazy how weak we are.
I think of the want to own here, and it's probably been punished most, is Cadence. And all of them related to AI, I think Cadence has the strongest leverage.
All right, moving on. Jefferies downgrading both Procter & Gamble and Colgate-Palmolive to hold from a buy. Jason, you own both of these.
Yeah, so they've both been excellent performers throughout this year. I mean, P&G is up 13%, Colgate's up 20% year to date. They all have relatively strong pricing power, which I think have benefited the stocks. You know, it's when I think about what Anastasia said earlier in the earlier block, you know, and thinking about rates being cut and the dividends that these companies have, I think that will be positive for them going forward. You know, Colgate's at 2.5%. You know, P&G is a little over 2% as well, which I think will be beneficial. So this call, I get it. Maybe it's a little bit on the price action, but I think these could still run.
But do you have any concerns about a weakening consumer and their likelihood of trading down? So pricing pressure?
I think there is some concern about that because obviously Colgate focuses a lot on the premium products. But at the end of the day, I think they'll still benefit. I think the consumer still is relatively healthy. Yes, there's some possibilities, some weakness going forward, but I do think they'll still hang in there.
All right. Moving on to Royal Caribbean. Price target raised to 210 at JP Morgan. Joe, you own it in the JOT.
Defies logic to me. Look, the trade was established based on the momentum factor, decent quality factor as well, so you're doing okay with this one, Steven.
Thank you.
I never expected, given the economic environment that I see, that this would have such remarkable strength. But let's say this, when Matt Boss, JP Morgan analyst, comes out and talks favorably, you have to listen. He's one of the best in the business, and you maintain the position. Certainly momentum is treating this company well.
Yeah, price target raised from 175 up to 210. Moving on, we got Progressive named top pick at Morgan Stanley. Joe, you own this one as well.
Insurance premiums. I mean, that's what the story is here. They're clear of the challenges where Chubb, Travelers, and AIG might be as it relates to insurance claims from CrowdStrike. Progressive is not there, but it's clearly all about the strength in insurance premiums and one of the reasons why this has been one of the top financial sector holdings.
All right. Progressive shares up 0.25% right now. Now time for our headlines with our Silvana Hanal. Silvana, good afternoon.
Hey, Frank, good afternoon to you. All pro-Palestinian demonstrators are gathering outside the Capitol, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak before Congress later this afternoon in an effort to shore up support for its war against Hamas. Joining the protesters are nearly 100 House and Senate interns who called in sick and issued a statement where they called on their bosses to boycott the address. An explosion at the Jose Cuervo plant in central Mexico killed at least 5 workers and seriously injured 2. According to local authorities, the blast was in a 500,000-liter tank that triggered a fire in 3 others. Still unclear.
Do we ever ask ourselves why they're not, never mind.
Partisan group Vote.org says registration over the last 2 days set a record for this election cycle with more than 38,000 new voters since the president's withdrawal. That outpaced the previous record when an Instagram post from Taylor Swift drove about 34,000 people to register, Frank.
Silvana, thank you very much. Silvana now back at CNBC HQ. Coming up here on halftime, OIP, no. New signs emerging of public market.
That's pretty sick. To have Taylor Swift talk about big government. A government that won't want to solve these wars to help provide the people with less taxes to save them money and do what's right. A government that wants to take and dictate what you do and don't do. Right? I think of my parents. I think of myself when it comes to owning rifles and a lot of the other things. Like, how the fuck for Taylor Swift to have a bunch of people register, like, is really, it's sad. It's sad that Taylor would support big government, right? That same government, when shit really goes down, their asses are getting shipped off. And then they're going to be whining and crying when they're on the bus or in the middle or on the plane getting shipped over to another country that didn't even need to happen because they followed some stupid ass singer. I like Taylor Swift's music, but I don't do the Hollywood Democrat. I don't have emotional feelings over somebody. I don't have emotional feelings over Biden. I don't hate Biden. All right, I hate what he stands for. He had the easiest job and did a lot of things he didn't have to do to save American people's money, to save Americans' money, to keep energy costs down, to help goods and prices of goods to come down. He just couldn't do it. That politic in him couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Just trying to think of when has Russia ever attacked us or another country? You want to bring up North Korea? That's fine. North Korea is firing rockets over Japan. I hear you there. That makes a lot of sense. But I don't know. They keep saying that Russia is the enemy when 35 years now since I've been on this earth, and I haven't really seen anything that Putin or Russia has done to make them like an enemy of the state. They didn't take 2 planes and fly them into the towers. They fought right alongside of us in the Middle East for terrorism. So it's kind of weird, isn't it? It's kind of weird. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. Keep it at that. Like, and people that say just to vote against your guy, like, as in just to vote against Trump is the exact reason why people shouldn't have the right to vote. You should be voting for policy and policy only. Like, I don't understand where the fuck, like, what this crazy ideology that you put faith and trust in Obama, Biden, Hillary, and Kamala. Like, what have they done to earn your trust except show you by filing taxes in the 1099 forms for anything over $600? Like, they're intruding on your business. What do you have to pay the government for if you go make or spend or buy something over $600? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't know how so many people could just sip the juice. And a lot of them just don't like Trump. Like, I don't understand how you could just just because you don't like the person and you vote not for the person, but you're not voting for in part on policy, like shit that really matters. I mean, you're talking about administration that's trying to tax unrealized gains. People already pay enough. People already pay the government enough. Like, so when the fuck did that become okay? I just want to know. I want to know when it became okay to just have the government take, and take. Like, what's the cutoff point? They're supposed to be working for you, not taking from you. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know where the fuck this, like, random, like, oh my god, I hate Trump so much. I hate Trump. You haven't even met the motherfucker. You probably haven't even met Biden either. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. There's just a bunch of, like, I don't know where this world is going. I really don't. This country's falling apart. It really is. If you're going to vote just to vote against someone, in my opinion, you should lose your right to vote.
Maybe a silver lining here, going public at slightly lower prices.
But I didn't die for that.
Viewers can buy them at lower prices. Maybe the prices will rebound and stay higher for a little bit longer. So maybe there's a silver lining to all of this, Frank.
You'll have to continue to watch the trends. Our Bob Bassani looking at the recent trends when it comes to IPOs. Bob,
I'm not voting against Biden.
Over to you, Anastasia. What do you make about what
voting
Bob's saying just about the idea that a lot of these companies, they have these 2021 valuations and now trying to enter the public
solving
markets
the problem that
is
Ukraine and Russia.
Like, wait a minute,
and
making take a bit of a haircut.
Well, I think
it
that's
seem
an
like
actual
it's
reality,
okay to
and it's
continue
very
to
unique to
charge
the
businesses and
2021
people for
fundraising
it.
cycle. It's true if you
Continuously
look at the 2021
not
valuations,
making an attempt
especially
to
for
bring down
late-stage
energy
venture,
prices,
it is quite
so
elevated.
goods and inflation
so
prices
it is
could come
possible
down
that
for
we see
people.
more of these
So
types of deals where
people
there is a
have
haircut. But
some
I will
sort
say
of relief.
That,
That is
your
your
in
job.
Markets before they participate
On top
in
of keeping them safe.
you actually typically get a
They're
step
not
up
doing
of
it.
1.4 times to the last private round. So I think the takeaway for investors is, you want to get into these private markets as early as you possibly can. And if you're buying a stock, I would say at the offer price or at the, at the first trade date, your returns over the 6 months time horizon were actually pretty muted. Versus if you bought the stocks as a Series C or D, the returns were actually annualizing 55% on average. So the earlier you can participate, I think the less of a valuation premium you're likely to pay. So that's the first point I would make about that. The second point is the fact that we are talking about the IPO market and the fact that we do see some activity. I think that's actually really supportive, especially to some of the
So NVIDIA here, watch that 117.50. I think if you get a bounce back and reject it, you have a short, probably like a day or two short on your hands. If you get back above it and reclaim it, you could probably look for the long back to 120. So I wanted to bring that up. I wouldn't. Just sucks, man. We don't have much going on here. You do have some support down here. Part of me wouldn't mind taking a long, but I also, again, don't want to fight the trend. Because that's just how you get hurt. Let's see. So that's have we broke the 50-day yet this year? So you can see NVIDIA has only broke the 50-day once or twice. And you weren't really meant. So this is why I don't think it's. So if we can find the bottom to it. So here's the bottom here on this day. 75. That opening price there at 78. So what I'm thinking of is like if we could find like the pullback, which would be like in this level here on NVIDIA at like 115. Like, could we get a nice opening price tomorrow? You just have to be careful because we have GDP tomorrow. In my personal opinion, I'm not going to be surprised if GDP starts going negative. And guys, when GDP starts going negative, that is like, we're on a cycle where we're coming out of growth and going into, a contraction, not expansion. And that could mean that, we sell off for quite some time. We could have a 2-3 year downside move. It's hard to say. Some are saying that that we're in another cycle. We're in a bull market cycle again. I find that hard to believe. This is a parabolic move. Usually you fall after this. So just be careful, because the number one rule is the government and the Fed spending money, and do you have GDP expansion? All right, the Fed is not in the game right now, so now we're going to go to GDP, and as of right now, GDP is contracting, not expanding. All right, previously 1.4, they're expecting 2.5 to 2.5, which is quarter over quarter. Durable goods was previously 0.1, almost negative. So we'll keep an eye on this. Let's see, GDP. Let's look at the chart. It should give us a chart. So you can see here, you know, we have ebbs and flows. Let me see, max. No, come on, 10 years. Reset. There we go. So here we go. We have some expansions. We pull it back, bounce. Expansion, pull it back, bounce. Pulled back, bounce, pulled back. We're going to see here. I wish I could go over more, but let's see. I wonder if we're going to finally hit negative. I was going to say, I said yesterday 1.7 would be my guess. That would be my guess. But yeah. So that's that, right? GDP is contracting. You can see these spikes up here, 6.2, 7, 3.3. Like, our peak was 4.9. So you can see that you're really starting to get that expansion, right? 6.2, 7, 5, 4.2, 34. And you're not, you know, the latest one was 4.9. 2.7, 2.6, 2.2, 2. So you can see on a longer term trajectory, like if I was looking at this chart, then I would say, okay, 2025, like this, like the end of this year going into next year, the first and second quarter of next year should start to be negative. Like on a longer trajectory, that's what these numbers to me look like. That's what they look like to me. Will it show us? Okay, yeah, 4.6. See, it doesn't have the numbers up. Doesn't have the numbers. Yeah, look at that. 6. That's crazy. So 7, 5, 6. Now look how much slower it is. We're just above 0. So we'll see what happens there. Max 1958. Damn, 8.2. Like, that's crazy. 34.8%. That's so crazy. Negative 26. Shit. Anyway. Anyway. So, NVIDIA here. So, this is funny too, because NVIDIA was allowed to buy that robotics company. I don't know if you guys heard that news or not. I want to know how NVIDIA was allowed and got permission to buy a robotics company, but Amazon couldn't buy the iRobot robotics company. I'm like, I wonder if it's... And it's weird because just 2-3 weeks ago, once again, Nancy went long again, and I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to be like one of them. Did she know that they were going to be backed? They're backing them for votes, and they were going to let them get away with buying that robotics company? Because Amazon just went to try to save some jobs at iRobot, and they turned them down. I don't understand why. Or why NVIDIA would be able to buy a robotics company and Amazon couldn't. It makes no sense to me.
Right now, the NASDAQ down just 3% right now. We want to bring in senior markets commentator Mike Santoli, joining us to take a look at some of the market action that you're seeing, Mike. NASDAQ obviously impacted by earnings from Tesla and Alphabet.
Yeah, for sure, Frank. I mean, I would characterize it as a minor tantrum that earnings weren't better, that we weren't perfectly free of some of the macro concerns that are surfacing in some of the results. But also just it is this time of year. And by the way, we had months of complaining by many people that the rally was incredibly narrow. It was only about a handful of huge tech stocks. Well, today's sell-off is actually on the narrower side. Yes, most stocks are down, but really the thrust of the downside action is coming from a handful of those.
Bro, that looks
big names.
enticing.
We are seeing an attempt at traction.
Buying
in
some
other
out of
parts
the
this
money
market.
calls.
I've been saying for a while, I feel like this rotation towards small caps and cyclicals and financials, it's both real and also probably forced and overdone, and it's sort of accelerated by the need for people to have a catch-up trade. And it also seems to be coming
Okay,
at
so
an odd
banks
point
are
in the
starting to
cycle.
rise a
Normally,
little
you
bit
kind of
here.
be more early.
They don't have any
economic
volume.
cycle. All that being said, nothing really happening in the market is too either unexpected or worrisome, even if it does develop into a deeper pullback, which would be, again, sort of perfectly to be expected at this time of year after the run we've had with the setup we had going into July in terms of people being aggressive about sentiment and positioning.
Let's go look
and,
at the
and
SPY.
penciling in
It's starting
a
to
great
storm
soft
here where
landing
I'm at.
economic scenario.
Yeah, again, NASDAQ down 3%, having its worst day of this year, actually worst day since late 2022. Joe?
So it's NVIDIA that seems to be, the most, in terms of extreme positioning, the one that investors really have. Retail community is allocated significantly there. And you're seeing NVIDIA today under pressure, below its 50-day moving average for the very first time at the lowest level since June 4th. With all that being said, I think Mike's remarks are spot on. I don't think anything is out of the ordinary here. I think this correction that we are in the middle of, I don't think it's the early stages. I think we're in the middle of it. I think it's normal. I think it's long overdue. And I think it's actually good for the market. It's healthy for the market,
Oh, God,
in
don't say
particular
it's
for the
healthy.
fourth year. I think it's healthy. I think it gives investors an opportunity to get into quality businesses that they have missed on the way up. I don't think it's an inflection point. If you think it's an inflection point,
547. Watch the
you,
SPY
but
here,
if someone
guys.
thinks this
Watch
is an
the
inflection
SPY.
point for the market, then
Watch
everything
the
I'm saying
SPY.
is completely wrong. I think the enemy for you right now is time. You just have to understand that maybe this doesn't snap back. You hope that it does, but maybe it doesn't snap
Shit,
back as
man.
quickly
I'm an
as it
idiot.
has in the past, where over a 1 week period, you see the Mag 7 come back again. This might be something that you have to endure for the entirety of this quarter that we're currently in. But on the other side of that, there's still a lot of strong tailwinds that suggest we're in the midst of a secular bull market.
And by the way, a number of big banks calling for a 5 to 10% correction during this quarter ahead of the Fed rate cuts. Anastasia, I think the real question is, do you believe, is this pullback healthy? Steve Weiss scoffing a bit. Do you believe that the
It's not
pullback...
healthy
I think
for
it's
me.
healthy,
care
but I
less
think it
about
has more room to go. I think it's healthy, but most likely it's going to go
I'm gonna.
further than this.
I
And the
don't
reason I
have
say
much
that because we
faith in
still
this
have to
TLT,
correct what
guys.
was a big overbuy condition. We're still not at oversold.
Gotta
That's just
hold
the
this
technicals.
level. You
Then
gotta
hedge
hold.
funds seem to have gone on a strike when it comes to tech. They've been selling tech. They've been selling an underweight Magnificent Seven. But the other thing that really gets me to think that maybe Joe is right
All
and this
right,
has more to go into the
part of
rest
me
the
wants
third
to
quarter
try
is
for a
where
long.
are the catalysts? We're now in the middle of summer. There's not going to be
548.
most likely any tech conferences or any new product announcements. So I don't really think you have a big
548.
catalyst, probably not until September. That's likely to create a buying opportunity. But in the meantime, I think this tech downtrend runs further down.
So Mike, coming back over to you, where do you stand on all this? Joe's saying we're not in the beginning of a correction. We're kind of in the middle, right, Joe? I want to make sure I'm characterizing what you're saying correctly. Where do you stand on what we're seeing? We've been talking a lot about this rotation. For a while, there was the Trump trade. Weiss bringing up there may be a Kamala Harris trade as well. Where do you stand on in the action that we're seeing today?
10% correction starts with a benign looking 3% pullback, and it could go either way. And there's various scenarios under which it does just, kind of reverse itself quickly or not. So I do think that when you talk about, what could turn it or what could determine if it feeds upon itself, obviously, if we get Amazon coming out and blowing people away and everybody get comfortable with the NASDAQ 100 down it's 5% or 6%, then it could slow down the selling and you can. Again, I know it sounds wishy-washy, but really, there's not a lot to look at that says we know that this has the footprints of the kind of thing that goes deeper? It very well might. You don't have seasonal tailwinds kicking back in for a while. I do think we
Guys,
came
I'm
into
looking
this
at
from a point of-
546.
What I was saying is an excess of certainty.
On the SPY.
Even last week, early last week,
Fuck, I need a
especially, an excess
charger.
of certainty that the Fed's going to cut rates, and it's going to be an optional cut, and they're going to be able to be deliberate, and it's going to be into an economy that is in very good shape, and earnings growth is going to broaden out. And guess what? We might even get a political kicker on a business-friendly administration coming here. So people came from a position of thinking things were stacked up pretty positively, and any deviation from that in the news flow is going to hurt. So I think earnings season is always messy. The rotation is still interesting right now. As I said, it's not a comprehensive sell everything type market at all. We haven't had a 2% down day in the S&P 500 since when? It's like a year and a half. That's a long time. So if we get one, we can just restart the clock on that, and everybody can stop talking about it.
All right, Weiss, coming back over to you.
Yeah, so look, all the analysis that we've heard is worthwhile listening to. But at the end of the day, people are sitting at home and saying, should I sell, should I hold on, or should I buy? That's the only thing that matters to them.
Which one?
I didn't want to give you a preview, but now I'll give you the answer. So it depends on your investment horizon. It depends on what your
That's not an answer.
what your risk tolerance is. So from my standpoint, I'm not a seller here. I already trimmed, as I mentioned on Monday, across the entire portfolio. I've taken enough off. I do believe that at least the tech stocks, where a lot of my exposure is, in addition to Leidos and Textron and others, will do better as they continue to bring cash register on AI and revenues outpace the EBITDA. However, if you've come in here and you just played momentum and don't know what you own, then you should get out of here. But a lot of people still
Weiss,
major gets.
Weiss, I want to pressure what you're saying. Speaking of what you own, a big part of this slide today is on YouTube ad revenues, which you know you wouldn't suspect that would lead to this. But when looking at Amazon, 13% of their revenues are ads. For Apple, it's a $10 billion business. Meta, it's pretty much the whole business. So how would you position going forward, knowing that these companies are coming up and ads are so important? And this is a somewhat clear sign of some ad weakness.
See, I do believe the economy is weak. And I do believe the consumer is weak.
Also,
and weaker.
LVMH today saying people aren't buying champagne because they're not happy, not getting married because they don't have money.
And surprised they're not buying $10,000 bags. So, look, here's what I'd say. Advertising is a cyclical business, particularly when you have the penetration and the market share that the hyperscalers have. So we could see more of the same. But on the other hand, I think that's likely be muted on advertising. And we'll see that pick up as we get into the heart of the presidential race. The money that Harris has raised, money that Trump has raised, where's that going? It's going to advertising. But here's what I'd say. I'd say that that could be the catalyst if I'm wrong. And I don't expect disasters. I don't think YouTube was a disaster by any stretch of the imagination. It has been the engine in the last quarter and the quarter before. So there's disappointment in that. It's still a great quarter. So what I think is, I think that you're set up today for a nice reversal based upon earnings if they do come through on those other hyperscalers.
It might be, it's not popular to talk about the corporate debt market when we're talking for 50 minutes about equities themselves, but use it as an indicator because those markets are still trading at a benign capacity, high yields okay, and that should give you some comfort about what we're seeing. It's more ordinary than anything else in the equity market.
And issuance is great.
All right, you want to button it up, Anastasia? Get 10 seconds.
Just real quick, if you were adding something to the portfolio as we have the sell-off, I would actually look back to semiconductors because, you know, we talked about the CapEx from all the hyperscalers. Semiconductors are still squarely the beneficiaries of that for the next several years.
Taiwan semi is still very
Got to leave it there. Thank you, Mike Santoli, for your midday word. Final trades, they're coming up on halftime.
our business.
And welcome back to Halftime. We are following a sell-off here on Wall Street today, specifically the NASDAQ. You can see the NASDAQ down just about 3%. Also looking at the triple Qs, that's the ETF that tracks the NASDAQ 100, falling at just about the same level, basically down 3% as well. This follows earnings from Alphabet and Tesla that are weighing on the market. We're also seeing NVIDIA down, last check, down about 5%. So again, the NASDAQ down 3%. Broader sell-off on Wall Street. We'll be back on Halftime right after this. Welcome back to Halftime. NASDAQ having its worst day of the year. Time for final trades. Jason, you're up first.
I like Lockheed Martin here. Nice beat on the top and the bottom this week, and geopolitical tensions will continue to fuel profits.
Anastasia.
Utilities.
Weiss.
Cash. Let's go with T-bills, 2-year T-bills.
TE connectivity.
That's going to do it for us. Again, NASDAQ down 3%. That does it for Halftime. The exchange starts right now.
And we are going to try to put these puzzle pieces together. Frank, thank you very much and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Tech is leading the declines today with the NASDAQ now down 3%, as you can see there. And Tesla and Google are two of the big reasons why. Tesla down 10%. That's weighing on the S&P 500 today. Alphabet down 5%. Our analyst says, yeah, the quarter was underwhelming, but catalysts are coming. We'll see if he's right. We'll dig into the implications for a group of stocks that may otherwise not be on your radar right now. Plus, Bitcoin as a reserve asset. Presidential nominee Trump has floated the idea. It's also part of VanEck's brand new crypto report. Their head of digital assets is here to give us a first look at those findings. And new home sales coming in far below expectations as mortgage demand hits a 5-month low. The builders under pressure today as a result. It's not helping the overall tone here. But Evercore's Stephen Kim, he isn't worried. He sees higher valuations ahead for 4 names in particular. He joins us ahead. First, let's begin with today's markets, though, and Dom Chu here to help us try to make sense of it all, Dom.
All right, so we are just about near session lows right now. That's why you're seeing the bear and the market sell-off look on your screens. Let's take you through the numbers for the Dow Industrials. Currently down, outperforming, if you want to call it that, down 0.75% or 326 points. 40,031 is the last trade there. The broader, bigger encapsulating, more, at least bigger look at the S&P 500, the large cap look, it currently sits at 54.57, which is down 97 points. That's about a 1.75% loss. Even at the highs of the session, we were down 47 points in the S&P, down roughly 102 points at the low. So again, tilting towards the lower end of that trading range so far today. The tech-heavier trade very much weighing on that, as Kelly alluded to. And that means the NASDAQ Composite Index is down roughly 3%. That's good for 535 points to the downside. 17,461 is the last trade on the Composite Index. The 2 names in particular Kelly mentioned, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, and Tesla. Both of those shares, you can see Tesla down 10.5% right now, $220 a share. Alphabet down to maybe 5% or so, $172.50 per share.
That's it.
Mixed earnings report for Tesla. EV problems still persist. China maybe still playing into that discussion as well. Alphabet, it wasn't necessarily the results. It was more the YouTube revenues and some other maybe idiosyncratic things that did help take down those Alphabet shares, even though profits and revenues came in better than expected. So watch the mega cap trade. And then if you want to look kind of at one stock that isn't as important to the markets because of its market cap weighting. It is still, though, today. Check out Lamb Weston, down 28%. It is on pace for its worst day ever as a publicly traded company. For those who don't know Lamb Weston, one of the biggest distributors of potatoes, frozen potato products out there. Many big restaurant chains are their
Sorry
customers,
for anybody else that had taken
that
that position.
And they said in their earnings report that came in disappointingly that they saw a drop in some restaurant traffic. Maybe that's weighing on things, but maybe, again, a look at the consumer, Kelly, with Lamb Weston. Are those people dining out and even spending at home, spending less on things like frozen potatoes and French fries? It could be one of those tea leaves. I'll send things back over to you.
Down 28%. It's lost half its value. This needs to be the newsletter so we can explain just how great a performer this stock was a couple of years ago.
There you go. Put it in the newsletter, Kel.
Yeah, extraordinary. Dom, thank you very much. Let's get more on this market sell-off right now with the NASDAQ headed towards its worst day since late 2022. Even the small caps are lower today. Jeff Kilberg is here. He's KKM Financial's founder and CEO and a CNBC contributor. Jeff, just looking for some off-the-cuff thoughts. What do you think?
Well, Kelly, it's interesting. Risk happens fast, and we are seeing the VIX pop up to 17.5. That's a 20% move higher as we're seeing the tech leadership, the very narrow tech leadership, see some profit taking. But I'm not going to ring the alarm. If you look at SMH, Kelly, which is the semiconductor Van Eck ETF, that's still up 40% year to date. But with a 20% weighting to NVIDIA, you are seeing profit taking. But I think it's some of the recent multi-month lows, either in NVIDIA or in Meta, you are seeing them being violated. So there's some technical damage going on today with the NASDAQ down 3%. Looks on the QQQ chart, Kelly, it can go all the way down to 426. That's the 200-day moving average that we could see a test. That's another 8.5% lower. I don't know if we're going to go there anytime soon, but technically, that's what's being pointed at.
We're around 466 right now. I like what you're saying, Jeff, because basically, I'm going to ask you the whys. Well, why is this happening? Why is NVIDIA down 5%? Was it something that Alphabet said on the call last night about investing and the ROI on AI? And you're going to look at the charts and tell me, in some way, it doesn't matter, or we'll figure it out later. But right now, the price action is the most important thing.
Well, we've been raising eyebrows for quite some time. You know that. And I've been buying puts, spending good hard-earned money on buying puts to protect profits. And finally, we're seeing those puts pay off. But what's interesting is I think it's just been a culmination of uncertainty, going back to the economy, the strength of the consumer, this earnings season. And yes, Google, I thought they had a pretty good quarter, but nonetheless, that has kind of question marked the whole leadership, that very narrow leadership of the top 10 stocks in the S&P 500, making up about 36% of the S&P 500. So I think this is healthy. It feels a little bit higher velocity on higher volume, so it doesn't feel great today. But I do think this is orderly, and it's much needed to see some form or fashion of a revaluation in our leadership stocks, specifically semiconductors and tech.
Do you think everyone would feel better, though, if we saw the Russells up today? You know, they say Mag 7 down 5%, the Russells are up 2%. We feel great about things.
Well, that dispersion is still pretty significant. With the NASDAQ down over 3%, you're seeing the Russell outperforming, yet still being down. So I do get excited about this turn in leadership. I get this excitement due to the fact that we haven't seen a rotation like this in quite some time. We've seen fits and starts, Kelly, but we haven't seen it. So I think it is coming. I think you are going to see that reduction. Think about it. We've talked about this many times. NVIDIA has over 500 different ETFs with in ownership in it. So they have to trim, they have to rebalance. That's going to have ramifications. There's consequences, and we've enjoyed the ride up. I think it's going to be a little bit higher velocity, higher volume down. I'm looking for the VIX to go above 20 here before it all settles out, potentially in the month of August.
All right, Jeff, for now, we'll let you go. We'll see you later on in the show. Appreciate your thoughts as we do watch the sell-off picking up some steam. And let's drill down on two of those Mag 7 names selling off after yesterday's disappointing second quarter results. Tesla down 10%, as we mentioned, on that earnings miss caused by shrinking auto sales margins, while Google parent Alphabet down more than 4% as ad revenue came in below expectations. Here to talk Tesla is George Generikis. He's senior analyst at Sustainable Energy and Mobility in Canaccord. And for all things ads, we have Mark Douglas, CEO of Mountain. Welcome to you both. George, first to you, why do you think the sell-off is picking up some steam today?
Well, I think it had to do with exactly what you referred to. Those auto gross margins weren't very good. As a matter of fact, they were down sequentially. We were expecting up. We were still trying to work through exactly why that happened, particularly when there was an enormous restructuring charge that they took. But our view is that people should be looking forward a little bit here. We have two potentially massive catalysts over the next several months. One includes Robo-Taxi Day on 10/10. Great things expected there. We'll see what they talk about on that date. And finally, we are expecting, and the company confirmed yesterday, new vehicles that are due to be produced in the first half of 2025. So we'll see how long the sell-off lasts. I understand the disappointment around auto gross margin, but we have two very big things happening over the next several months.
Yeah, that said, I mean, there's the big picture with Tesla, then there's kind of the nitty-gritty of how they're going to make money. The company is diversifying from auto, but it's maybe not diversifying yet into profitable areas that could be exciting future concepts like robo-taxi.
Yeah, look, I mean, the one thing that we were paying very, very close attention to yesterday was the FSD, full self-driving take rates. If the more people adopt full self-driving on their traditional Tesla vehicles, the higher their gross margins will get. And I have to say, they've probably been disappointing, those take rates so far. And we think that just because the company didn't give a lot of color around it. In our opinion, either that product has to get a lot better, which is what they're promising, or they have to cut the price again. As a reminder, they cut the price from about $15,000 to $8,000 for that license. We did a survey a couple of months ago that implies that the real sweet spot for FSD is probably around $5,000 based on where the product is today. We'll see if it gets better. Yeah, people are willing to pay more.
I have to imagine, even if they take a little bit on the chin to get wider adoption, that's good for the company in the long run. In the meantime, George, as you look at the NASDAQ more broadly, many of your other coverage area companies are in it. What do you make of the downdraft today?
Look, we've written a note, a series of notes called Something's Got to Give with regards to, look, we don't cover NVIDIA. We don't have an opinion on the stock, but we do cover energy. And it's really fascinating to watch that a lot of the companies that appear to be buying a lot of the H100s, including Tesla, have admitted that they don't have the energy resources to power them. So in our opinion, either the energy resources that are being deployed to power NVIDIA chips really have to pick up steam, or there will be a digestion period of some of these NVIDIA chips in the marketplace. And that's why we call it Something's Got to Give, because one has to be really good or the other one has to go through a digestion period. And maybe at least with regard to one of those companies, the big one, NVIDIA, the market is starting to pick that up.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point, although wouldn't you say that comment is still bullish in the long run? It's not the narrative of people over-ordered or the AI investment isn't worth it. If the simple problem is powering it, then that's a more bullish observation, I would think, than perhaps the fear, which is, no, maybe it's not worth the money.
Yeah, I think that's right, Kelly. Although, as you can probably tell from the lack of hair in my head, I started my career in 1998 covering technology stocks and specifically telecom equipment. So I remember very clearly that a lot of people spent a lot of money building out the internet, and they were right. The internet is a very big deal 27 years later. But the problem is that we had to go through this huge digestion period, and that was the dot-com bubble burst. Now, I'm not saying that one is the same as the other, but digestion can prove very difficult when stocks are at the multiples that they are today.
It's such an apt point. You can be right about the power, right about the need, and yet it doesn't make you sort of investable in the short run. George, we'll let you go. Thank you. We appreciate it today. George Generikis tracking Tesla with those shares down 10%. From one tech laggard to another, let's dig in a little bit more to Alphabet and that disappointing ad revenue. The shares are down nearly 5% now as a result. For more on Google's digital ad story, Mark Douglas is here. He is the CEO of Mountain. Mark, what jumps out to you? Welcome.
Well, I think there's a big misconception about YouTube in particular, which is that it's somehow connected TV. It's not. You know, YouTube, the connected TV is long-form content, major networks, major shows. YouTube is short-form content, podcasts, user-generated content, and advertisers are not as interested. And so I think every single quarter, YouTube in particular is just shy of, you know, maybe they'll hit, maybe they'll miss. So it's actually not unexpected. It's just that's going to continue to be the case probably forever.
So what do you make of the other declines? We've seen some of the social media ad-driven names, Pins, Snap, and so forth. I mean, what are your conclusions from what Alphabet has then told us?
Yeah, well, that I think is entirely different. So I think you cannot read what YouTube's performance is like, you know, something like a precursor to downward pressure. I just think ultimately advertisers are not the huge fans of YouTube, obviously has a big audience, but it has none of the qualities that big advertisers want. They want brand safe content.
Like $1 million bucks. Hi, how you doing?
Muhammad Ali.
You're Muhammad Ali?
Junior.
Really?
Yeah.
The son of Muhammad Ali in my store?
I'm here to sell this.
Are you kidding?
No. In the boxing gloves. That was actually used for sparring with Joe Frazier. The robe is actually the one he wore in the picture.
Holy mackerel. So, is your last name the same?
Yes. You want to see a birth certificate?
I would really like to see that. I'm freaked out. I'm telling you, I am freaked out. Because I remember when they fought. So tell me the story.
Well, the robe was actually given to a lady. Her father actually got it from Al Davis. Al Davis actually got it from my father as a retirement gift.
So your dad gave this as a gift to somebody. So this is the one he...
This is the robe that he had took a picture in.
How much did you want for this?
$2,500.
Okay, so these gloves, how do I know that he wore them?
My mother told me, because she was there.
He said, she said, because they said. You know, that's hard for me to tell a customer.
Right.
What would you really take for this?
$700.
If he signed it and you had a picture of him signing it, way cool. If we're going to make a deal right now, you can't go a penny less than...
Take $600 for it.
Max Payne. Do you even know what Max Payne is? The fucking sell-off just got started and they're already talking Max Payne. You guys see this? Could you imagine being on the hook and getting paid $1?
Probably not July meeting, but to September meeting. But the longer maturities definitely just don't seem to be playing along. Now, if you look at a 20-year and a 30-year bond today, they're virtually either unchanged or, in the case of the
Could you imagine being on the hook? Even though?
with the pivot or the fulcrum right around the 10-year, those yields are much lower. 2s, 3s, 5s. So what the investors are really telling us is
So I don't know about this. I don't know about that. Like, here very soon, you guys are going to see me start selling some spreads. Very soon.
Analyst Evercore's Stephen Kim joins us ahead. And as we head to break, here's another check on the market sell-off. You can see the worst performer by far, the NASDAQ, down 500 points today, but the S&P broadly down 1.6%. Small caps, outperformer, still down 0.5%. 424 on the 10-year, and we're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
I'm getting smoked. Those fucking TLT calls are 50% down. I'm just kidding. I'm not getting smoked, but
50% off.
Welcome back to The Exchange. With Vice President Harris now the de facto Democratic nominee, the party's doubling down on efforts to retake the House this fall with a focus on down-ballot races. Emily Wilkins just spoke with the chair of the House Democrats campaign arm and joins us from Washington with all those details. Emily?
Hey, Kelly. Well, look. Right now, the presidency is up in the air. The Senate is going to be a bit of a reach for Democrats. And so a lot of folks who I'm talking with, Democratic strategists, lawmakers, they're saying there is a renewed focus now on making sure that Democrats take the House in November and have that chamber for the next year. And with Harris now at the top of the ticket, Democrats are seeing a good-sized bump. We've already talked a lot about the fundraising, but the House Democrats campaign arm specifically had one of its best day of fundraising this cycle, raking in almost $1 million. And that's, of course, just that campaign arm. If you look at the individual Democratic challengers who are going up against Republicans, they have outraised those Republicans by an average of $400,000 in the most competitive races across the country. Chair of the Democratic campaign arm, Susan Del-Bene, told me yesterday that Democrats will be focused on a number of policy and issue ideas, and that, of course, includes taxes. You remember that 2017 tax law. A number of provisions will be expiring in 2025, making taxes a guaranteed battle on the Hill.
I did too. Emily, we'll check back in with you shortly. Our Emily Wilkins reporting on a very, very busy time on Capitol Hill. And both Wall Street and Main Street are wondering which economic policies Harris would champion if she becomes president. Steve Leisman is here. Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
A lot's been going on, Steve. You've been digging into her record, by the way, to kind of look at the economics of this. And we should welcome in for an exchange exclusive, Ron Kashevsky. He's the chairman of CEO of Stifel Financial. And it's great to have you here, Ron, as well. You guys have had earnings and a lot going on. But Steve, just kick us off here.
Well, I think just to tie in what Emily was doing, what Kamala Harris might or might not be able to do as president depends upon what kind of Congress she gets. So follow Emily's great reporting on this. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, the Democratic frontrunner, now launching her campaign yesterday in Milwaukee, drawing from themes from both the Biden administration and her more liberal past as a senator.
Building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because here's the thing we all here, Wisconsin, know. When our middle class is strong, America is strong.
So that's straight Biden talk, but she also called for a country where every person has affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid family leave. Again, sometimes proffered by the Biden administration, some of them withdrawing the Build Back Better attempt. With only a modest economic record, one that a Democratic policy advisor says has, quote, left few footprints in the sand. Supporters and critics are using the past to spin the economic future of a Harris presidency. Here's what supporters say. Not much space between Harris and Biden on the economy. She backs an economy that works for labor, small business, entrepreneurs, and even big business. She opposes Trump's broader tariffs and worked with big business, public-private partnerships, for example, in Central America and Southeast Asia, and has worked against them or tried to get them to do more of something. Critics say she was found to be among the most liberal senators, supported a return to the 35% corporate tax rate. Now she appears to be on board with the Biden administration going back to 28. She advocated for low and middle income tax credits, Medicare for all kind of universal basic income stuff. And she did oppose Fed Chair Powell's nomination to the job. We don't know her exact reasons, but she did join a group of senators who said at the time they wanted a Fed chair more willing to judge bank lending based on climate change effects. That's a sign she could be more progressive than Biden on the climate change issue. You're laughing, Kelly.
I'm looking at Ron, whose stock, by the way, hit an all-time high today after they had earnings. Congratulations, delivering the second best quarter in the company's history. Investment banking revenue, a big driver, stocks up 5%. So, I mean, I could put you on the spot and ask you who you think the better candidate is, or maybe you can, but you
can put me on the spot.
Let's hear it.
I'm not going to answer it, but
okay.
you can put me on the spot. Look, when you look at policy, Congress is important because neither one of them can get it through without at least some majority in Congress, their policies. But what I would say, both policies are inflationary, both of them.
Both administrations.
Both administrations are inflationary. And the concern that I have is that we talk and you talk about the change in inflation, the change in the rate of inflation. but people that I talk to on the street talk about the level of inflation.
Yes.
All right, and individuals and consumers and average Americans say, you know, that cost of my groceries are up 25 to 30%.
Yeah.
When you say inflation is coming down, in their mind, they think that price is coming down. No, it's not. It's just going up slower. And we have to be careful of not to make sure that inflation is curtailed. That's the most insidious tax that I know.
But the only thing worse would be if we have an economic slowdown because policy is so tight, right? I mean, on some level, you don't want to compound inflation with saying to people, and you no longer have a job.
Well, you know, if you asked me what is worse, about the potential for a recession or the potential to reinflate inflation, I would argue that the bigger risk is reinflating inflation.
So you'd be fine with the Fed keeping
Well,
things where they
I don't
are.
want a recession.
But you're talking, I want to point this out to people, you're talking against your own interests, and to some extent,
I
there's many people in the banking industry who would love to see the Fed lower rates and improve their right. But you're saying, listen, you're concerned that if they do that, that inflation could become entrenched, longer-term problem.
If I'm talking my own book, I want rates to be cut. Right. That will ignite economic activity. I'm not talking
but it
my
won't,
own book.
though.
At the beginning
it's
of
not
the
going
year,
to ignite it as quick as you think it will.
2 rate cuts
This guy, why are people fucking stupid?
I understand that Steve just said it's 100% certain for September. They're not taking my vote in because it would be 99.999 because I don't think they should have a rate cut in September.
But I look at Lamb Weston. I look at what's going on with consumer packaged goods. I mean, we are now seeing not just price increases stop, but
GDP
price
is going
are
negative.
Coming. You're seeing it across.
He's an idiot.
Inflation in the
He's an idiot.
for some time. Used car prices.
This
are
guy
tanking.
is an idiot.
If it weren't for AI and some of those other things going on,
He really
obviously
is.
education, healthcare, they're always sticking.
I think he's out of touch with reality.
There are signs that disinflation is picking up.
To think
steam.
that the Fed cuts a few basis points that you're going to just all of a sudden have inflation. That's not happening.
Housing prices would come down if they cut rates.
No,
because all the people who I talk to who can't buy a house.
More housing prices won't come down, but mortgage prices will come down. You won't pay as much. Mortgage rates are up over 40 times, while homes are up 3. Let's see, what is it? What they may have went up maybe 30% at most. But your mortgage, what people are paying, has went up 400 times for what they're paying. I don't know how we have... How many people do we have here watching? How many people do we have here? 2? Okay.
Get to a market situation where the effect of the interest rate can have its normal effect.
Yeah.
Right now, it's crazy. The idea, first of all,
a 3% interest rate would go a mortgage rate would go a long way.
And we don't need 3.
3%.
We don't
Yes.
need 3.
Hey, Kelly, you're living in the past.
What I would like to do is to restore.
That's why no one wants to put their house on the market. They don't want to lose that.
They don't want to lose that.
Let me make one point, is that I think you want to try to restore, and I don't know what's wrong with the mortgage market. I'm looking here again, is the classic spread between the 10-year and the 30-year mortgage.
Is that a QT
That
thing?
has become, it could be a QT thing. I'm not sure what the answer is, but the 10-year now is 4.25. If you put a 1.5 on it, it should be a 5.75, should be a 6% mortgage. Even, and that would be expensive. 6.25 would be expensive, but it's better than the 6.80 that we have now. And then we'd see how the market would respond. But I just want to make one quick point, which is there's an interesting commentary out there from Bill Dudley, from another competitor, who's saying, hey, maybe it's time to cut in July. I've been on board with that for the following reason. I've compared the Federal Reserve to a Christmas retailer. You have to order in the summer for what you want in Christmas. The way people want the Fed to act is like a retailer in November to order what they want on the shelves in December. It's too late by then. You must play, to some extent, a forecast game.
Maybe those are the
But
folks
you know
who
what?
should be
You know
on
what?
board.
I exactly agree with that, except I'm going to take the other side of that. What you don't want to
no
order.
Christmas? Is that what you're gonna? That's your other side?
I want Christmas, but I don't want to order inflation, because you can argue that that will just pre-order inflation. And I'll go on. You guys are arguing what a rate cut will do to housing. I'll tell you what it'll do. Housing prices will go up. There you go. Now, when I'm wrong, call me back. And I'm often wrong.
You're rarely wrong, right? You're rarely wrong. Quick final comment on the markets, though. What do you make?
Hold on. Wait, sorry.
Please.
What happens to housing affordability?
Well, that's a good question, okay, and that's a fair question. But housing affordability is as high as it's ever been.
If the mortgage rate comes down,
right. I understand that, but our housing prices will go up.
Only as a quick coda to the market action today. Do you ultimately though welcome this as a good thing, even though we're seeing it across? Not like the Russell's up today.
No, but what you're seeing is a rotation. We've said this, the big tech stocks are going to come down. We'll still go by with a 10% correction in the market, but that is going to be driven by what drove the market up, which is the Mag 7. They're going to rotate into utilities, other sectors. That is healthy for the market. Okay, so a correction can be healthy.
All right, you're not in the slowdown camp. Ron, thanks for your time. Really appreciate it.
Oh, I wish I could find something to trade here. I just get my ass handed to me today.
Record stock price. So let me end on that. Okay,
there you go. You're benefiting from that rotation today. There are some stocks, Dom, doing well in what's been a tough session. And Bitcoin, by the way, also higher by more than 1% today. I gotta be the
stupidest motherfucker on the street to take fucking TLT right at highs. Right at highs. This is fucking ridiculous.
We all want the remaining Bitcoin to be made in the USA. It will help us be energy dominant. This Saturday, Trump is scheduled to speak at the Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville, where rumors are swirling that he will announce plans to make Bitcoin a strategic reserve asset. Ahead of that, Dom Chu has a look at how it's doing in the meantime, Dom.
Those are all factors, Kelly, as to why we saw a bounce for Bitcoin prices off this kind of media.
Must be energy dominant. This Saturday, Trump is scheduled to speak at the Bitcoin 2024.
Oh, who gives a shit? Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Just over the course of the last 2 to 3 weeks, that's how fierce it's been. And we went from a low of around 54,000 just about the beginning of this month up to 66 where we are right now. If you take a look at some of the other moves, Ethereum, now that we have ETFs.
And let's just get this out, because I was actually going to email him. I was going to email him, is it MARY-O?
Wix.
Yo, there's so many trolls on this shit. Let's go! 280. We got 280. Let's go. Free Palestine. Free Israel. Free Olmert is in the jail cell. Free everybody. Alright? It's these people right here. The majority of these people don't have your best interests at heart. Let's go. Let's go. 280. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta do something. We gotta do something. We gotta do something here. Alright. Let's see. What can we do here? What can we do?
Need to cut costs quickly. They lay people off.
That's exactly right.
If
That's
we can't,
exactly right.
I might, and you're going to get mad at me for this. If we have time, maybe even during the Q&A,
We're
there's
not
a tweet that I put up today about warn notices. If we can pull that up, Jacob, I'll give you a little while. Basically, a warn notice is companies are required by law to 60 days in advance give employees a warning about major closures or major layoffs that are coming. The warn notices have risen. If you overlay it with there it is. Perfect. Thank you. So warn notices are the blue line, and you've got a change in employment. You see that it's about to cross. Warn notices have gone up and employment coming down. Look at what's happened other times that those lines have crossed. It happens fast.
But we don't rehearse this. I want you to know, and I'm speaking to you right now. You and I, we don't rehearse, right?
No.
But sometimes I'm sort of in your head, and other times
scary.
It is a little.
All right,
for
we
both
gotta
of
move on
us.
because there's another butter slide here. I think.
Oh,
really
sorry,
important.
John. Sorry, John.
So one of the things that I would just mention is, like, if you're talking about the potential for peak margins, right, and you're talking for the potential of, let's say, job cuts at some point in the future, you want to really focus on specific sectors, right? And so when we think about the sectors, you have it right up here. The 6 sectors are reporting a year-over-year increase in net profit margins led by financials, communication services, and technology. So communication services and technology, it's basically the max out, right? And so these names have actually been a huge participant in the earnings growth and the expected earnings growth going forward, the revenue growth and the margin growth. So again, if you were going to start to see a moderation in CapEx and sales and all that sort of stuff, that's how you get to peak margins, in my opinion. And the 5 sectors are reporting a year-over-year decrease in net profit margins led by real estate and materials. So, Guy, when you think about that, like if real estate and materials are not going to improve too much, and we start to see communication services and technology take a dip here, that's how you get to your.
What happens again if there were to be a significant rise in the unemployment? What I have said for a while, the existential risk to the housing real estate trade is the unemployment rate going, because that is going to force the hands of people whose hands have not been forced yet. And what happens when there's more supply in the market? Oh, by definition, almost, you're going to see a decrease in prices, right? What does a decrease in prices mean necessarily to profit margins for real estate? It's going to start to decrease. Materials is a little bit of a different animal, but it falls in the same sort of subsector. So it all sort of makes sense to me. Like all this narrative, this mosaic, this whatever you want to call it, is starting to take shape, Elizabeth.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And this, it's just another display of concentration in the market. So broadly, it looks like everything is getting better, but really it's only getting better for a handful of companies. And that's definitely something to pay attention to. Look, I don't think it's going to suddenly change this quarter. We're hearing some commentary about things slowing down this quarter from CEOs, and I think that will continue. We also haven't gotten, what are we, only 25, 30% through earnings season. So a lot of those big retail companies we haven't heard from yet. Another big bellwether would be something like Home Depot, right? That's what you want to listen to. So we're still going to get a lot of commentary. I would expect that commentary continues to soften from CEOs and CFOs, especially in the retail sector and in the consumer-focused sectors. But I don't think anything terrible is going to come out this quarter. I think it's either later in the year or into 2025 when reality strikes that people have really pulled back on their spending.
Yeah, I'll just say this, you just mentioned one of those high-end retailers. Which one? That
LVMH.
All right, LVMH was yesterday.
Louis Vuitton.
Gucci was today. Burberry was last week. They're all blaming China. Again, we don't talk about China a whole heck of a lot. It has not been an engine for growth really since COVID, for all intents and purposes. I know people were really excited about the potential in 2022. And when you think about that it never materialized. And we ended up having a bear market because I think there were a lot of expectations that China was going to save the day. I think they just reported a GDP print, which was lowest in a year, but is far lower than trend over the last 10 years. So again, I don't really know what comes to save us, especially if over the last year it was excitement around generative AI, which I think we all covered is not about there. Okay, well, you guys know where to find John Butter's work. It's the Earnings Insight blog. You can have it to your inbox on Friday morning. Okay, there it is.
By the way, and we're going to do Q&A now, but look at how poorly the dollar stores have traded, specifically Dollar Gen and Dollar Tree, for quite a long period of time. Again, historically, when things are going bad, consumers trade down to dollar stores. Now they're trading down from dollar stores. That little change in one word to the other is very meaningful. Very meaningful. Look at the way I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
Very meaningful.
Where did they trade down to?
You should read the report that the Dollar Gen CFO gave, I want to say almost a year ago. I mean, they talked about trading down to like soup kitchens and those types of things.
Yeah, but one of the things
very
we've
scary.
also talked about this, trade down from a higher end consumer. If they can pull up Walmart here, this stock is trading 1% from an all-time high, and it seems like they are the huge beneficiary of almost every retail trade, right? When you think about it, and something's got to give here, guy. Up 35%. Look at how much it's gained just since its last earnings report.
It's
here.
their world right now. But you're right. I mean, if they see, if out of the blue they see sort of an inventory problem and it affects margins, I mean, they will take Walmart out to the woodshed faster than you can say Walmart. But that hasn't happened yet. All right, questions. I'm going to go in order. Tyler, and I'm reading. What's your guys' thoughts on UPS revenue down 30%? I think that should be a heads up for the future of the economy and its direction. Okay, so we addressed, Elizabeth just talked about UPS. I'll say this. Yes, I agree with that. But a lot of UPS's problems are UPS specific. I mean, I will say this. They've had some fits and starts along the way. And here's a stock, Dan, that made its all-time high, I want to say, like 2 years or so ago. Maybe it was even longer than that. You know what? It was January of 2022. And the stock has not traded particularly well on what's been a very good tape since. So FedEx has actually done really well stock-wise. UPS, not so much. I think UPS is a tell on the economy, but I think a lot of it, by the way, Tower, is UPS specific.
Yeah, and on the single stock or the company specific sort of stuff, guy, I remember that was a FedEx issue too. You know what I mean? For a few years. And so
FedEx,
again,
they finally sort of figured it out.
But listen, the question here is how much of it is company specific versus, economic here. Trades very cheap to the market. But FedEx does too, actually. They trade at very similar multiples. So again, I'd say not there yet, but sooner or later you have to make a bet that they're going to get things turned around.
For Elizabeth from Scott A. I would like to know Liz's thoughts on why money supply is growing. I didn't know that it was, by the way, but if he says it is, I'll take his word for it. I don't know if you have the answer to that. I'm not looking to tee you up.
I mean, I'd have to look at the numbers directly and which part of money supply you're talking about. So Scott, send us, are you talking about M1, M2? What are we talking about here? But part of it is that financial conditions do continue to seem to ease.
Yes.
And money supply is part of that. So we do still have buying happening in the treasury market. I think that slows down as time goes on, but we do obviously have more liquidity in the market than I think the Fed expected, certainly more liquidity than many investors expected. So we've got these easier monetary conditions that persist, which is another reason why it starts to be really questionable when the Fed starts to cut rates. Could it even just fuel inflation again? And that is a big risk.
Bingo. Wavy McFly, who you're familiar with.
Oh, yes, Wavy.
Wavy,
Hello.
Wavy.
Not born with that name.
As
I
we
beat
have
you to
mentioned
your
a
own
number
joke.
of times.
Yeah.
Unless his parents are like comedians, like maybe his father was
Maybe.
Don Rickles. Who knows? Can you guys explain how market maker dealer positioning influences the market? This is a Dan Nathan question, without question. Dan?
So interesting. And so there's two different sort of markets that I focus on. Obviously, equities is important, but there's also the options market. And I think options dealers have much more influence on the pricing of markets than, let's say, equities. Like, when Guy started, they were trading equities in like dollar increments. When I started, they were trading in quarters and eighths, and then they quickly went to decimalization, and that was all electronic. A lot of liquidity there. I just don't think there's a whole heck of a lot of influence. Oh, and also open outcry in the NYSE. You had specialists that could do whatever the heck they wanted with the stock. Now that's all gone, right? So you think about the options market, it is a supply and demand thing, but there's lots of things that go into the pricing of options. And there's a lot of options that trade versus stock. A lot of dealers delta hedge them, or they decide when they want to do it. So, dealers still have a whole heck of a lot to do, I think, as it relates to options, much less so as it relates to equities.
Elizabeth, what do you call a man with no arms and no legs on your wall?
I don't
Dan?
I don't know, guys.
Seriously, you don't know this?
No.
Okay, what do you call a man with no arms and no legs on your front door? Front door step. That would be Matt. Okay?
No, the way the joke goes is, what is the name?
What do you call a man with no
What's the
arms
wall
and
one?
no legs on your wall in your house? On a wall in your house? The answer, of course, to that is Art. We have a question from Art.
God.
You guys need to discuss. And by the way, Art, we talk about this stuff all the time. Art, you get it? Like,
I get it.
You put it
Yeah,
on your wall.
Unfortunately. Okay.
Come on. You laughed at that.
Dad joke.
It is funny, though. The total government spend is now greater than, listen, it's outrageous. And that's, by the way, Art, this is one of the many reasons that I thought yields would go. And I still think yields, at least 10-year yields, are going higher because of all the things that you mentioned. And if any of these rating agencies ever pull their heads out of their collective, you know what? It's just a matter of time before they take a good look at what's going on in the U.S. and evaluate our credit and have some sort of credit downgrade, because it's preposterous what's going on. Where, in terms of debt to GDP, in terms of debt, all those things, throw them in a pot. It's a very hard thing to extract oneself from. And I think that's why our yields are going higher.
Yeah,
Elizabeth,
just really
okay,
quickly,
Dan.
1 second. And listen, we flirted with debt downgrades here in the U.S., and I don't think that these rating agencies have a whole heck of a lot of credibility for all intents and purposes. But the one thing I'll say is, like, it could have a massive domino effect, right? If you cut the U.S., like, think about how many other crap nations there are. Think about China, like, you know what I mean? We've talked about the trillions in dollars of debt in the shadow banking system. So again, I don't think anybody has an interest in that happening, because we could find ourselves in another global.
No, I don't have an interest in that happening. I'd be surprised if it did happen, just because of the risk. It's not even that something would happen with the debt itself. It's
Bro,
the
you
risk
just
of
I'm just getting
saying out
smoked
loud
on
that
this
you're
fucking
downgrading
TLT trade.
U.S. debt. And
Well, I mean,
look,
see
if the
if I can
10-year yield rises,
recoup some
it
of
only
it.
has to rise. By my estimation, now it only has to rise 14.9 basis points, and the yield curve is uninverted,
right.
which is not a good signal.
I believe I'm
we
with
don't
you.
really want that.
This is from Jay, who's here every day. Chart check on GD. I believe he's talking about General Dynamics. Buying. Okay, so General Dynamics, I think, recently made an all-time high. If I'm not mistaken, I'm typically not. It has pulled back to about 285 or so. Throw up a chart. Look at that. It's amazing. I mean, this is. You think I make this stuff up? I'm not.
Well, you do have the benefit of a FactSet machine.
I'm not right now. I'm just doing
saying,
this.
I'm just saying.
So we're about
general.
to trade down to the 200-day moving average. I think you do buy it. Look at Lockheed Martin. We didn't mention this, by the way, although I sort of flirted with it last night on the show. Does anybody know what's in my clam? Anybody?
It's Chevron, Lockheed,
Agnico Eagle Mines, and Martin Marietta. Now, Liz, you're looking at me like I got.
No, I remember you guys explained this to
Yes,
me once.
okay,
You had
so-
to do a 4-letter acronym for the stuff.
Wow, guy, Lockheed was your final trade
Look
on
at the-
CNBC a few days ago.
Look at that Lockheed Martin.
Wow.
That's on the back of earnings.
Wow.
So to answer your question, Jay, yeah, I think all the defense stocks are in play. I think General Dynamics, you're probably getting a gift on this pullback down to the 200-day moving average. Okay, that's that. This is from Cause Why Not. That's a great name. This is a new name for me. Is there a point at which Dan and or Guy would consider buying CrowdStrike, or is this something?
Ooh.
So the answer is yes, there is a level. Now, incorrectly, I thought CrowdStrike would hold the prior all-time high. If you go back and look, it made an all-time high, I think, in October of 2021. Longer-term chart, please, and you'll see. There you go. I thought it would sort of
And
hold
it
those
didn't
levels. If
hold.
you go up, 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 and you can see the prior high. That being said, now one has to wonder if the 200-day moving average is in place. So
And 200.
I don't think you got to find a place
price
to buy
level
this,
200.
Dan, not sell it here, but clearly we have violated those prior highs.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, listen, I would put what happened here over, well, I guess it was on Friday. up there with the Chipotle bad lettuce situation, a lot of the stuff that's happened with Boeing.
Is that a metaphor?
Well, no, but this single
Bad
point
lettuce?
of failure when you think about and the havoc that it wreaked. I mean, this company is going to take a while to dig out of it from a credibility standpoint. And the other thing I'll just say is that a lot of the companies that relied on this technology, so it wasn't a cyber attack, it was a man-made error on their front. You need to have second sources, and a lot of companies that already have them are going to be looking away. So we're not going to get a good sense of this until we see the company's reported earnings. Probably not going to be in this quarter, but their guidance, you'd have to think that they want to clear it out, kind of be really conservative, and hopefully they can set up to a number of beats going forward and not lose too many customers.
By the way, Elizabeth, just to tie a bow on it, Timmy has told me it's M2 that Scott was talking about. So there you go. So thank you, Scott, for. Okay, this is from Matt Walter. Isn't the unemployment rate a better indicator of when a recession might start? So obviously, I don't know if Matt tuned in late or not, but we actually addressed some of this, and I'm not casting aspersions here. Maybe he did tune in late. I think the unemployment rate is a great indicator of what's happening. I think more importantly, Elizabeth, and this is just me, if you look at the revisions for the last, I think, 15 months or so, I think 13 out of the last 15 months, the revisions lower have been eye-opening. Now, why it doesn't mean I'm not an economist, okay? What do I say all the time? I'm not smart enough nor humorless enough to be one. But I can read a friggin' statement too.
Yeah.
And at some point, my sense is there's been a lot of smoke and mirrors going on because people know what's happening. The reason why this administration's rate, their approval rate on the economy sucks is because you can throw any number you want at them. They understand what they're dealing with right now. And that's been the problem all along. Anyway, so I do think it's important.
So is it a better indicator? The unemployment rate itself, because we only get it monthly and because it tends to move slowly at first and then it picks up steam, it's when it picks up steam that you're usually in a recession. So it tends to be more of a concurrent, if not a lagging indicator, actually. But we've seen that little curve. And what we talked about earlier in the show, if you missed it, Matt, was the SOM rule. So look that up. If the unemployment rate goes to 4.2% next month, the SOM rule will trigger, which is typically a recession signal. A better thing to watch is you want to watch the trend in initial jobless claims and continuing claims. I always believe continuing claims are more important than initial. So watch continuing claims. We get that data on a weekly basis. Also watch construction employment, which is a much more leading indicator.
Last one for Elizabeth.
Okay.
Because we're running, short on time.
Okay.
From Gary Webb. This is right up in your wheelhouse.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
You know what? I could sense the sarcasm.
Oh,
Great.
not at all.
Do you think the PCE on Friday will be market moving?
PCE is never as market moving as CPI. And if you actually look at what's changed in the Fed funds futures market since CPI, it's been quite a bit larger than I think what we ever see in PCE. So no, I don't think it's going to be that market moving unless it's way off of expectations. I think it probably just confirms, which has been the case a few months now. It probably just confirms a cooling in inflation.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about, it feels like since COVID, a lot of us have been obsessed on when the recession is coming. You know what I mean? It's been a really hard thing to kind of put your finger on. We've seen, just think about this year, think about inflation. We saw it, kind of rise up the first couple months and that freaked everybody out, right? And then it's come in really hard the last few months or so. And so I guess as we're like in the midst of earnings season right now, I think the most important thing is just kind of focus on the company's earnings and some of the metrics we've talked about and what the guide is and what the body language is and how interconnected these companies are and the like here. And you probably get a better sense for, how soon that recession is going to come, because I don't know about you guys, I'm sick of like looking out for it. And it feels like, if they're tasked or we're tasked with just kind of, giving the market, play by play and this or whatever, it just seems like it's been a fool errand trying to figure that out.
Before we leave, I want to throw up a daily chart, and Elizabeth's back, and this will be interesting, of the TLT. Now, one would think on a day where the market's getting schlemieled, given the decent 2-year auction we saw yesterday, and given the fact that a lot of people think we're going to see one would think that the TLT would actually be trading well today, meaning trading higher today, meaning rates are going lower today. We're seeing quite the opposite.
Yeah.
So just keep an eye. Again, one day does not a trend make, but keep an eye on this too before we get
All
out
right,
of here.
and I have to say something. I'm sorry to Guy because I've been misspoken, and as you've been away for the last week, you quoted something a number of days since the S&P had closed down 2%.
Oh, yeah.
And you were
Yeah.
Guy, you were much closer. She says about 355. I don't know why. I thought I heard her about a month ago say 380, and I was assuming it was about 400, but it's
Oh.
355. Not that matters.
357
but-
if it doesn't happen
But we were
today.
just talking about what for us, it just meant the level of complacency in the S&P 500. And so we are really, really close to that. And I wonder, Guy, just really quickly before we get out of here, if we do have a down 2% day in the S&P, if we do have a down 3% in the NASDAQ, it's not likely to reverse itself so quickly. But the last thing I'll just say is with 2 of the Mag 7 getting hit really hard today, the likelihood of all 7 of them being down this much is not particularly great. We could find ourselves next week when we get to Apple, we get to Amazon, we get to Meta, that they are telling a very different story. You know
Without
what I mean?
question. So yeah, I agree with you on all those points. It's worth watching. I think right now the S&P is down 1.76%. So, you can do the math, what it would take us to get there. I guess
Well, you watch that. You watch that, and you also watch if it stays down 1.7, whatever it's down at, let's say 3:50 p.m. Okay,
Correct.
3:50 p.m. Eastern time. If the drawdown accelerates into the close, that's usually an indicator too that things are worsening. Right? There's not sentiment. There's not buy the dippers that are coming in at the end of the day and saying this is an opportunity. It's something where you have more widespread selling.
buy the dippers.
Buy the dippers.
I used to make at Carvel, you get a
Yes.
cone and then brown bonnet.
yeah,
You'd
dip
have to
the
dip
cone.
it in.
Yeah.
Now, okay, nobody.
What are
well, man,
Wednesdays? What are Wednesdays at Carvel?
Wednesdays are Sundays at
Yeah,
Carvel. I worked at
I
Carvel,
know.
but it's very difficult. The proper way to make a cone at Carvel is you don't put the ice cream inside the cone because you use more ice cream. You don't want to do that because that cuts into your margins. You start around the edges of the cone and go up so it gives the appearance that the entire cone is filled. So it's a bit of, as I said earlier, an optical illusion. But in order to make a brown bonnet, you need that when you turn it over, you need it to hold. So I learned that you would have to actually put more ice cream in the cone if you're making a brown bonnet.
Integrity.
For the integrity.
Yeah,
It's like
got
you're an
it.
engineer.
Yeah,
You didn't,
which I'm not, but I do love ice
you
cream.
bingo players didn't have that shit on your
Yeah.
bingo card. But that's it, Dan. Take us out because I'm tired of talking.
Yeah, really quickly. The Market Matrix, it's read to you by Brunson. It's a podcast we launched, 10 weeks ago, Guy?
I believe
it's
so.
10 of the top stories.
Which means Hamas negotiators are going to be listening. Of course, Arab countries are going to listen intently.
I'm leaving this morning on a very important trip to the United States. And
Well, looks like I'm just gonna lose my ass on TLT. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. You got to be fucking kidding me. What the fuck is going on, bro? This shit's gonna go to 0. Fucking assholes, man. I swear. This fucking market's a fucking joke. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, it's not even... I'm gonna have to smoke a cigarette, and I don't do that very often. This is wild. Holy cow. Look at that. Unbelievable. I guess yields are rising now. I take it yields are rising. Like, banks are selling off. That means TLT should be good. This makes no sense. Look at the volume that just came in on TLT, guys. Guess we got a shake and bake happening or something.
I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing: we will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burned babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents.
They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning
Wow. That's crazy. She's still alive. Like, for them to get any of those hostages 6 months, 5 months later,
of October 7th,
3 months later, and
the
not
entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son Yotam bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish-American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm, and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society. Every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies." Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain, because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the 2 babies in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They found the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves.
He clapping, but he don't want to stand because he wants to do it for a vote. So, which is it? Look at this. This is Bidenomics for y'all. The little snake shit. Oh, we can't stand. We gotta show the kids that we support what it is that they're doing, but really behind the scenes we don't report them. We actually think they're a bunch of fucking retards. This is that. This is him saying, yeah, we're gonna kill him. We're gonna go in there and we're gonna take care of business. That's what that clap stands for. The sitting is just a little plot twist for the kids.
And those who target civilians, between the Democratic State of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters.
It's not about USA. Calm down, people.
The anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building, not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Look at him. Look, he wants to clap, but he doesn't. Look at it. Oh, shit. And this is who you want to vote for. Oh, shit. I'm fucking crying. Oh, man. Just go ahead and clap. All right. We know. We know what it is. Maybe some of the other ones don't, but we know what it is.
Hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
I mean, he is right. He is right.
These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled?
Wait. Now he's going to stand up? What is it, my guy? What is it? Oh, man. And y'all want to vote for that.
For nearly 4,000 years.
I'm not saying y'all personally, whoever's listening. I'm just saying. There's people out there who support Biden and Kamala, but they're a bunch of snakes, and that right there proves it. It proves that there's a front line, there's a motive there. Right? The motive is we're gonna act like we're not gonna stand on certain things, but I'm gonna clap because I believe in it. But hopefully they don't notice me clapping. Like it's just really funny.
It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people.
It just shows that they lie. It just shows the lies.
80 years after the
Just stand for what you believe in, and that is what it is.
80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents.
But he won't not clap.
And I'm ashamed to
Pay
say,
attention to
my
that
alma
that
mater,
body
MIT,
right there on Biden. That's a Biden administration for you right there.
to condemn
Right
the
there.
calls for the genocide
Drink
of
that juice,
Jews.
baby. Drink that juice.
You remember what they said?
Keep on sipping.
They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells, to spreading plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world. My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception.
So remember that when if you're you know what I mean, out there, Palestine, listen, that's cool. Do what you want. People died, so you can do what you want. But remember that he didn't stand, but was slowly clapping, but wasn't standing. But now he's standing for that statement. So remember. So remember that. There's a reason why neither one of them, Kamala should be in that seat. She should be in that seat. But they don't want to get tied into this because of votes.
About law and justice.
Bro.
Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food. And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it. So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about?
Yeah, they are a bunch of fucking retards. I'm just gonna say it too. A lot of them are a bunch of fucking retards. They're a bunch of idiots that don't have common sense. And they just follow what everybody else is doing.
But at the same time, Hamas,
instead of worrying about their own
does
life.
everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatih Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian's death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive another day, and as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen.
It's going to be kind of hard when they're getting all that oil money. From that guy right there. From that administration right there.
The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us.
It's a nice break and retest on the spy there.
Israel, continue to support the truth and see through
540.
the lies. But as for the
545.
that may have fallen for Hamas's cons job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard,
I kind of want to try for a long, but I think it's stupid. I've already done enough damage, and I shouldn't do it anymore.
In the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. Well, last week, I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none. You want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it. These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it.
It's just crazy. You can't.
I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next.
Yeah,
I'll
right.
tell you what else is next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself.
Let's see here.
My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. and that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution to the entire world." We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America." Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 U.S. servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, they supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers. In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor. And as we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands that to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this, it uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel. That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you. My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this: our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory.
That's to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. It is protecting itself and protecting the U.S.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we're going to get it in over 2% day.
Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to
We still have an hour left, so could get interesting.
Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th, the day after the Hamas attack.
What you got?
It has launched thousands of missiles
GMT?
and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in
Yeah,
northern
he's got a
Israel
GMT on.
evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically. But let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes. Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred
Looks like a Pepsi. But that blue looks a little too dark. Or a Batman, I should say.
On Saturday, I authorized a
I think that's what. I think he does have a Batman on.
All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price.
I want to get one myself. Actually, I kind of like the Batmans.
And as we defend ourselves on all fronts, I know that America has our back. And I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle. Thank you. My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth that help protect both our countries. And we also help keep American boots, we help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests in the Middle East.
I don't know why people are so worried about boots. We need practice.
I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war.
Generation.
But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader war in the Middle East. In World War II, as Britain fought on the front lines
3
of
o'clock.
civilization,
Let's see if we get some buying
Winston
pressure up
Churchill
off of
appealed
here.
to Americans with these famous words,
You know, just a,
"Give us the
you know,
tools
kind of like a revert
and
back
we'll
to the
finish
mean.
job." Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster, and we'll finish the job faster. My dear friends, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home. That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
There we go. Look at that volume that just came in right there.
Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us. Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security. Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza.
And there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to get there. It's fucking 2024.
Now, here's my vision.
Get over the religious
for
shit.
The broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II.
America's
After
proof that
war, America forged a security
different
alliance
religions
in
can
Europe
get together
to counter the growing
and
Soviet
work
threat.
together.
Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together. The new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike. I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Like Americans, Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from that dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies. I also want to thank President Trump for all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again.
I want to see if we can get a reversal. Not really a reverse, at least like a revert back to the mean. It might be happening now.
Democrats and Republicans. Despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent, Israel will not bend. We will defend our land, we will defend our people, we will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
In the moment, the margins are getting really squeezed because of
a revolutionary state-of-the-art
I mean, even projections, the broader group of stocks outside of the real kind of secular growth areas weren't really supposed to start carrying their weight on the earnings growth side until later this year. So right now we sit with the S&P like 4% off a record high. Arguably, it came in fully valued into July. It's, you know, the sentiment was pretty optimistic, you could argue. And so we're working some of that off. And I guess the question is, sure, the market's concerned with the possibility that the economy falters. Are you concerned about it, or how would you navigate it through investing?
Well, keep in mind that even before the CPI report, when the S&P and the NASDAQ were at all-time highs, and I think we talked about it on this program a couple of times, at the point where you had no more than a 7% maximum drawdown in the NASDAQ at the index level, the member has had a 40% maximum drawdown. So this idea that the market has been incredibly resilient in the face of all these uncertainties, be it monetary policy, the election, geopolitics, wars, et cetera, all you have to do is look under the surface of the cap-weighted indexes to see that there has been a lot of churn and turmoil. That in turn bred opportunity because that valuation gap is so significant between the Magnificent Seven and the rest of the market. And I think there was that setup for convergence here. And that convergence is actually supported by the forward estimates, Mike, to your point, where by the third or fourth quarter this year, you will have seen the Mag 7 forward estimates come down and the rest of the market catch up. And I think that's been part of the basis, the fundamental basis for this rotation that we've seen.
Yeah, and actually, of course, that convergence, it's perhaps early, but it definitely has begun. Even today, the eco-weighted S&P is down less than 0.9%. You have the market cap weighted down more than 2%. And in fact, that eco-weight's only down 2.75% from its own record high. So therefore, obviously, the math works in both directions when you have a highly concentrated market. What about the bond market moves and I guess in response to sliding or shifting Fed expectations?
You know, it's funny. We've had this steepening of the yield curve, particularly the 10s, 2s, and I've gotten a lot of questions, or maybe I should suggest that they're comments about, well, now based on what may be an uninversion in the yield curve, we don't have to worry about recession risk anymore. That's actually not what history shows. It's not the inversion that is sort of the trigger or some timing component of recession. It's when the steepening starts and actually you're back into positive territory. So it's just interesting if you were to look at a long-term chart of the yield curve and then put recession bars in, it's the steepening back into positive territory that has been the precursor to recessions, not the initial inversion.
Yeah, well, that definitely is what the record shows. We're not fully uninverted yet, I guess, on 2-year versus 10-year. We'll see how that goes. Meantime, let's bring in Lauren Goodwin of New York Life Investments and Stephanie Link of Hightower Advisors. Stephanie, of course, a CNBC contributor. And Lauren, I mean, I guess we can kind of gauge this on a spectrum of pure seasonal noise, regular old pullback in an overbought market to a bit of a warning shot about the macro picture. How do you think about it?
I'm taking a lesson from the activity we're seeing in tech today, but not a trading signal. And that's because though we are seeing a little bit of uncertainty around the path of the economy ahead and really the concentration risk that these large cap tech names provide, overall, earnings so far have been pretty good. It's only 10% of companies reporting in, but outside of the sectors like industrials or materials where you expect to see a little bit of weakness, things look fine. And it's our expectation that the equity market rally can look through days like this, as long as that's the case and as long as Now, what this type of uncertainty does tell us is that when there is a transition point, it's going to happen quickly. And so rather than, to Lizanne's point, moving into small caps or lower quality segments of the markets, we're taking gains and putting them to work in fixed income where we can lock in higher rates. I particularly like short duration high yield bonds in this context.
Okay. How close would you say we might be to that point where employment is no longer okay?
Our expectation, it's the magic question, actually.
Yeah.
It's, our expectation is that we start to see that weakness in employment looking much clearer, jobless claims ticking higher by the end of the year. But that is the leading indicator. Important. Most investors, if they haven't made meaningful changes or if they've been excited about what they've seen in the equity side of their portfolio, are probably overweight equity relative to where they should be heading into this late stage.
We overweight the largest ones, I would assume, if you're in the index. Steph, give us your read on earnings season to date and the reactions. Obviously, a lot has to do with the setup. People reading between the lines. What did Visa say about the consumer? What did it really mean? So what's your initial takeaway?
I think the earnings are coming in okay, around 8% in total. Just a small fraction have reported, though, so we still have ways to go. But the expectations are really high. I mean, I think that's classic. I think you have to separate Alphabet and Tesla. They're two totally different stories. Alphabet was up about 32% since March. The quarter needed to be perfect, and a lot was very good in terms of search and cloud. YouTube, not so much. And higher CapEx and higher marketing, so that means margins aren't going to be as explosive as they were. But generally speaking, a good quarter. It's just an expensive stock for what you're getting. You're getting 15% total revenue growth, and you're paying 23 times forward. Now, fast forward to Tesla. terrible quarter against very high expectations, up 53% since April, and the quarter was really disappointing. And not only was it disappointing, but the gross margins continue to fall rapidly, down 180 basis points sequentially. That's just not something that is good for the bottom line. You're getting deleverage, right? We want operating leverage, positive operating leverage. That's absolutely the opposite against high expectations. So I wouldn't touch Tesla. I'm not involved in Alphabet, but I don't think we want to extrapolate that these 2 quarters all of a sudden mean the game is over. I think you want to be very careful. The expectations are very high, but they're not very high. They weren't very high for financials, and financials are acting quite well. There are pockets of industrials. Look at GE. Look at GE Vernova. So some of these companies are doing quite well. There are pockets within industrials like aviation, like power, like electrification. So those are areas where I think are okay. Look at D.R. Horton last week. Yeah, only 1% order growth, but margins expanded. And if they can do that in a down recession in housing, they certainly are going to do better as interest rates fall. So I think this is a stock pickers market. There are a lot of companies that have reported good numbers, like Schlumberger, Coke, GE, as I mentioned. Look at Seagate today, Texas Instruments. These are names that you want to put on your list if the market continues to be volatile. And the reason it's volatile, the market's volatile, is because we have a whole bunch of things that the ladies just talked about. Political environment, Fed, economic growth, and now earnings against very high expectations. Just sit back for half a minute and wait for opportunities.
It is absolutely noisy, Steph, although, you know, one thing that you mentioned in terms of Alphabet's numbers, there's no doubt, I mean, this is not a bad quarter. This is just relative to pretty elevated expectations. But if there were one thing that you could say, what would really scare people out of the biggest market cap weights, it's actually AI is malinvestment here. We're not getting a payback. Everyone's going to throttle back just as fast as they ramped up. You are seeing Microsoft and Meta. They're all kind of down in sympathy with Alphabet. So I just wonder if that's something you would at least kind of keep out there in your peripheral vision as something that might come to bite.
I think AI is the real deal, and I think we're in the second or third inning. The problem is the stocks. The hyperscalers, they're all up a tremendous amount in the last year on this. So it's all about relative to expectations. But there's no question in my mind, AI and cybersecurity are $1 trillion investment spends and total addressable markets by the end of the decade. You just want to pick your spots.
Liz Ann, you mentioned earlier about kind of the way that small caps have ripped so dramatically against the rest of the market, and what that seems to suggest, and whether that's an overshoot in terms of people just grabbing for the higher beta, lower quality stuff. I do think it's worth a reminder that in periods when small caps have really outperformed in a big way, let's say if you go back 20 plus years, it was largely because big caps had a struggle. I mean, they were down in absolute terms, right? So I wonder how you think about the relationship right now, and whether the fact that so many stocks didn't participate on the upside has insulated them from any further bumps, or how that plays out.
So again, I would expect to continue to see convergence where you persist with this profit taking up the cap spectrum, and there's money looking for opportunities down the cap spectrum. It was somewhat indiscriminate in the early stages coming off the CPI report, pretty much everything within small caps. But one way to think about the differential in terms of that quality spread is just look at the forward earnings estimates for the Russell 2000, which have imploded, versus the S&P 600, which have not, because the S&P uses a profitability filter when constructing that small cap index. It's not used as much as a benchmark, but for the stock pickers out there, if you use indexes as a source for opportunity, the S&P 600 index is much higher quality, because it's got that higher quality denominator in the equation, and in turn doesn't look as lofty from a valuation perspective.
And I guess, Liz Ann, you know, do you have a sort of a settled view on when the Fed should move and how much it's likely to have to do, and whether, in fact, any cuts that come are going to be of the sort of optional insurance variety, or if they're going to have to be helping out a weakening economy?
Yeah, you know, we were not in the camp that the market was at the beginning of the year with a March start and 6 or 7 cuts. We were very vocal in saying the market had gotten way over its skis. Now, with a 90% expectation of a September cut, that feels right. Now, what I wouldn't anticipate is a formal telegraphing of that at next week's FOMC meeting. Inevitably, Powell's going to have to touch on it, particularly in the press conference. conference. But to get that actual telegraph, that's more likely, we think it's more likely to be at the Jackson Hole speech versus at the July meeting. But we think September is likely, and then, you know, 1 or 2 cuts, but obviously they're still going to be data dependent, and we do have some key inflation reports between now and the September meeting. But I think September is a pretty good call at this point.
Obvious reasons. But guys, it's all fucking cap, man. It's all cap. And the Oslo Accords, real quick. And it's important to notice that this is Yasser Arafat, right? The leader of the Palestinian movement, the PLO. Sir Yitzhak Rabin, who was prime minister before Netanyahu, which explains why he wanted to sabotage it, because he's not the one that actually put it into effect. Oslo Accords are a pair of interim agreements between Israel and the Palestinian Libyan Organization, PLO, signed in Washington, D.C. in 1993 with Clinton, obviously, and the Oslo II Accord signed in Taba, Egypt in 1995. They marked the start of the Oslo process, a peace process aimed at achieving a peace treaty based on Resolution 242 and Resolution 338 of the United States Nation Security Council. The Oslo process began after secret negotiations, both the recognition of Israel by the PLO and the recognition of by Israel of the PLO as a representative. And Yitzhak Rabin, just so you guys know, right? He is he still alive? I think he got killed, if I'm not mistaken. Still alive? He was the Yitzhak Rabin, March 1st, 1922, 1995, was an Israeli politician, statesman, and general. He was the 5th prime minister of Israel, serving 2 terms in office, 1974, 1977, from 1992 until his assassination in 1995. I wonder who was behind his assassination, guys. There's a lot of talk that Netanyahu and his people were behind it, because this guy pushed for a lot of peace in the Middle East, and Netanyahu does not have similar views. So, yeah.
Was the shooter on the premises? So again, with the caveat that we're continuing to do work on it, we believe that the first time he traveled to...
Back to the FBI director's testimony.
The grounds was, I think, a week before. And he spent roughly 20 minutes there. Then he went to the grounds again on the morning of the event, it appears, for about 70 minutes, I think. But again, I've qualified that. I'd have to go back and look to be sure of that part. And then he came back in the afternoon, so that would be, I guess, a 3rd time for good. But that included things like this drone activity we just talked about. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for appearing. Thank you for the extraordinary job that you're doing. Please convey our thanks to the men and women at the Bureau for their incredible work. I've worked with them since I was an assistant U.S. attorney more than 30 years ago. Let me start with a threshold question I'm curious about. When I applied to be an assistant U.S. attorney, I had to go through a background check. Do candidates for the FBI have to go through background checks?
Yes.
Would someone with
Of course they do, bro.
dozens of felony convictions survive a background check for the Bureau?
No.
So they would never be hired by the Bureau?
No.
Well, clearly the Bureau has, you don't have to comment on this, I know you won't, but clearly the Bureau has higher standards for their hiring than one of America's great political parties. Let me turn to the events of the tragic shooting.
I knew he was going to do. He had to take a shot at Trump.
Have you been able to gain access
He had to
to
take
the
a shot at
shooter's
Trump. I knew it.
electronic communications, social media, and with the caveats that you mentioned that the investigation is still early, have you been able to make any deductions, or are there any indications of the shooter's motivation from those electronic holdings?
All right, now he's asking a real question besides taking these fucking shots at Trump.
So in terms of our ability to access it, we have been able to get into and exploit a number of electronic devices, digital devices, but not all of them yet. And then within his various accounts, we've been able to get access to some of them, but some of them we're still waiting on. Some of them we may never get access to because of the encryption issue that it presents an increasingly vexing barrier for law enforcement, not just the FBI, but for law enforcement all over the country. But we're still drilling into that. We have some information. Some places we've been able to look. Some places we will be able to look. Some places we may never be able to see, no matter how good our legal process is. But that's what we're looking at right now. In terms of what we've been able to find so far, a lot of the usual repositories of information have not yielded anything notable in terms of motive or like ideology. Having said that, it does appear fairly clear that he was interested in public figures, kind of more broadly, and I think this is important, that starting somewhere around July 6th or so, he became very focused on former President Trump and this rally. And so one of the things that I can share here today that has not been shared yet is that we've just in the last couple of days found that from our review, to your point about devices, analysis of a laptop that the investigation ties to the shooter reveals that on July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
What the fuck? That's unique. Okay. He's over here Googling, and just so you guys know, some of you guys might not know who that is. Let's have some fun with this once again. Who is Harry Lee Oswald? Lee Harvey Oswald, excuse me. I always fucking mess this up. This is the guy that allegedly shot Kennedy, but if you guys know better, you already know who really killed Kennedy. And I went over this on Rumble, right? You just go ahead and type in JFK, fresh and fit, right here. Who Killed Kennedy, the biggest cover-up. Watch this. It's a 4-hour-long plus podcast. We went over everything, guys. Who the real shooter were. We went over
So guys, I'm kind of just like scanning around here. I just throwing video up after video up just to have something just to play. I'm still in TLT. Again, tomorrow we have GDP numbers, initial jobless claims. We'll see what happens with that. I mean, selling pressure's here. You know, it is what it is. You know, I don't know. It is what it is. You know, bounce back, get short bounce backs maybe. You know, if something changes, I'll let you guys know. Again, though, I'm still in TLT. I'm just wanting to see if PCE and or tomorrow's GDP helps bring TLT higher, because, you know, I think if GDP comes in really low, you could see a flight to safety. All right, you could start to see a flight in a TLT or something, which would help, you know, consider, you know, it would help the Fed consider cutting rates more sooner than later. Then that ultimately should have an effect on the long term. It'll have an effect on the short term yield curve, but that short term reaction to the short term should affect the reaction on the long end of the bond. So we'll see here. All right, I'm just going to keep it on. It's a small position. I just think that I should be able to get a couple points. Again, I'm just confident that if we get GDP numbers that come in, even if they can come in negative, we most certainly don't want them coming in like way above. Yo, why can I not get to the fucking... This thing's been pissing me off all day. So this chart actually now looks a little different when I see it this way. I didn't see this earlier. Because you can see, not only is it in a downtrend, which I've seen, but you see this prior support, right? Support broke, it tried to hold, turned it into resistance, and now it's selling off. So I'm the fucking idiot who fell for it, I guess. Sorry for the language, but it is what it is. It was a good run. I just need to go back. I think tonight and this afternoon I'm going to go back and just take every single level that I have off my charts and you know, I did make a little money on Tesla. I ended up ruining myself here with TLT, and I don't know what I was doing. I really don't. I really screwed up. So I'm down a little bit. I'm still up on a month. I got a little bit of clawing back to do. It's all good. I'm not gonna. Can't win them all, but you know, I think even if we get a bounce halfway back to where we came from on TLT, we should be back to about break even. Come on. Again, I have time on this. Just so you guys are aware, I have time on this TLT trade, so I'm going to have to sit through some of the volatility. And if you see volatility in bonds, that might be might be somewhere you might want to trade. Because if you guys remember, we had a lot of volatility in the bond market, but not so much in the equity market. So if you're a person that likes to chase volatility or have some volatility, because that's how traders make their money. We need volatility. That's what volatility pays if you know how to trade it right. So I'm going to keep my eye on it. It looks like, TLT is pretty volatile, and we'll see if we can get somewhat of a reversal. Let's see if GDP can come in. I think it's going to come in above. I don't know where the expectations are. I think it's going to come in at like 1.7. If I am correct, don't think that that I know something or I don't know something. It's just my opinion. I think we should come in around 1.7. I would personally like to see it even lower than 1.4. I'd like to see like a 0.8, 0.5, a 1. Something lower, like way under these expectations. That's what I want to see. Do we see it? I don't think so. I don't know. We could. We technically could. I think there's a lot more trouble out there than people are saying, or others that that others want to admit, like politics. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for the like, subscribe, for subscribing. We're at 280. Oh my god, I'm so thankful to even be there. Like, we hit 500. We're having a party. Let's go. Like, let's go to 500. We're gonna get the camera on. We're gonna straighten up, straighten. Have some things looking appealing, I guess you could say, right? Don't want a couple little lights for you, So, anyway, appreciate you guys being here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to, post it down below. Share this with a friend. If you want to hit me up for a one-on-one, I know today doesn't seem to, be too convincing, but I assure you I am very good at this. It's what I know, it's what I love, and I want you guys to be able to break free from the chains and learn how to do this correctly. Again, because it can open you up for whatever you want out of life. If you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for someone else. So hit me up, links in the description. If you guys want to get back to the stream, that link's also in there. Hit me up on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. All that fun stuff. Send me a message. If you guys want to, again, if you want a one-on-one, I think I have a few left. I think I have like three open next week. So I have enough time for 3. So you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be here if something happens. If news pops off, I'll let you guys know. If I take any trades, I'll let you know. But for now, we're going to wait and see what GDP and initial jobless claims come into tomorrow. The markets seem to kind of just stop. Still selling off. This is insane. 2.6 or 2.16. And the spot or the Q's 3.4. It's just a de-risking type of day for nothing. Selling off for no damn reason. Let's go look at yields.
One of my favorite podcasts we've done. We identify the shooters by fucking name and go over a lot of historical content. So please go check that out after. I'll put the link in here in the chat for y'all ninjas. Because we actually know who was involved in Kennedy's death. Put that in here for y'all. Watch it after this stream, please. Boom. Put it in the chat for you ninjas. But let's keep going. Back to Ray's thing.
And so that's a search, obviously, is significant in terms of his state of mind. That is the same day that it appears that he registered for the Butler rally.
Same day.
You say that his electronic holdings indicated an interest in different public figures without revealing anything you're not comfortable revealing about those public figures. Can you tell us anything generally about them, either the offices they hold, their political party, or was it simply people of a high profile?
Well, a couple things. First, the images that we've recovered so far from, I can't remember which of his various devices, appeared to be what we call cached images from searches of news articles. So if you do a news article search, of course, if there are photos on it, those photos get stored automatically in your cache, as opposed to me searching or him searching for a specific person and getting up images of that person. As far as the pictures that are like that, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rhyme or reason to it so far, other than these are all prominent public people, but they cover both parties, they cover both U.S. people and even some foreign public officials. So that part doesn't appear to, that one repository of information doesn't appear to be overly indicative of motive, other than interest in public figures, but that could be just because he was reading news stories. So we're still trying to drill into that. That's why all of these outstanding legal process returns that we're waiting on for various accounts, platforms, et cetera, any one of them could be one that would have very indicative, very important information.
If I can be permitted one very short additional question, Chairman. From that, any indication of any other particular target? That is someone who was not just sort of generically the subject of the searches you described, but for which there was more of an interest than others?
There's the information I just described at the moment does not appear particularly indicative of targeting in its own right. But again, that dot, once we get other information, could connect in a way that might be more meaningful. But I'm sharing that piece of information with this committee and with the American public, but I think it's important that we put down a qualification. This does not appear to be some kind of target list or something like that. This is cached images from running searches of news stories. And again, there's nothing at the moment, there's no pattern from that particular piece of information that is overly remarkable so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Director, you previously told us that you consider the situation on the southern border to be a massive security threat to our country. Is that still your assessment?
I stand by my prior testimony. And in fact, just in the last month or so, we've conducted a significant series of arrests. I say we, our Joint Terrorism Task Force is working with ICE of a number of individuals with suspected international terrorism ties. And I have also been very vocal about the fact that since the last time I appeared before you, that we are increasingly concerned about the possibility, not just of a foreign.
One sec, ninjas.
Foreign terrorist-inspired attack, which is very much a concern, but even the potential for a coordinated foreign terrorist attack, perhaps like what we've seen against the concert hall in Russia, for example, but just here in the United States.
Well, the 19 suicide bombers who overstayed visas were responsible for 3,000 American deaths on 9/11. What's your best estimate of the number of foreign terrorists who are now in our country?
I don't know that I could give you that number. What I can tell you is we have lots of foreign terrorism-related investigations, but that doesn't mean that all of them came in, illegally or anything like that.
It seems to me that the simplest act of terrorism would be for dozens of guerrillas to attack low-security, high-density venues, for example, Friday night high school football games all across the country at the same hour.
Sorry, guys, I ordered some food, and it's fucking taking forever to get up here, so that's what it was. Someone said Myron doing coke. Bro, shut the fuck up, man. Like, guys, I've never done a drug in my life. I've never smoked weed in my life, and I never will fucking do a drug in my life. Shut the fuck up. This shit pisses me off when people say that dumb shit. I will never, ever do a drug in my fucking life, bro. That's just for losers. I tell you guys that shit all the time.
Okay, bro, who cares?
Over here saying, you do coke. I'm fucking sick doing this stream right now, and you're dumbass over here saying that dumb shit. Fuck you.
With bombs and automatic weapons, that would produce thousands of casualties from coast to coast in a matter of
I'm sniffing because
minutes.
I'm fucking sick, and I've been sick for a few days, but we still stream. The show goes on, bitch.
What you're describing would require, of course, a lot of coordination. But what I will tell you, and I think you're onto a particularly important point from my perspective, which is that unlike 9/11 attacks, which again, I was in FBI headquarters on the day of 9/11, and so I remember it vividly, and I've spent plenty of time in the period after that in my prior positions engaged with the families and the victims. But what we're seeing more and more with the foreign terrorist threat, and frankly also the domestic terrorism threat, is a focus on kind of like what you're talking about, what I would call soft targets, which is really for the American people's benefit, just intelligence community speak for where everyday people live their everyday lives.
What terrorist groups have now infiltrated our country that you're tracking?
Well, I don't know that I would say infiltrated. We have investigations as we speak that relate to ISIS and its affiliates. We have investigations as we speak that relate to Al-Qaeda. We have investigations as we speak that relate to Al-Shabaab. We have investigations as we speak that relate to the Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, and so frankly, even the IRGC Quds Force itself.
What foreign criminal gangs are now in our country that you're most concerned with?
Well, foreign criminal gangs, I mean, we obviously have investigations, a lot of investigations into, gangs like MS-13, for example, and some of its counterparts. Although I think if you were to talk to most chiefs and sheriffs like I'm doing every week, we shouldn't underestimate how prevalent neighborhood gangs are, really. It's a lot of the gang violence that...
I'm concerned about the...
Oh, it looks like they're back. Let's see here. Let's bring it up to speed.
Up to those foreign actors. The most recent example with the Russians, for example, is a...
We're up to speed now, guys.
Russian government-linked
now we're live.
Generative AI social media bot farm, where they were posing as, among others, U.S. persons and not, in fact, U.S. persons, and trying to, again, sow various narratives. In that case, very heavily focused on, the issue they picked there was, the war in Ukraine, and again, trying to kind of get everybody turned against each other. We've also seen that, though, from China and Iran. I mentioned China before. We've had a case where we charged, I think it was 34 Chinese Ministry of Public Security, MPS officers, for much the same kind of behavior, creating false personas, pretending to be Americans, and then trying to kind of sow narratives. In that case, in the Chinese case, their narratives were trying to, for example, undermine any suggestion that COVID was the product of a lab leak or attacking U.S. law enforcement.
It was. It was a lab leak.
Death, for example.
Where someone
Iran,
from that was working in the lab
lab
credit.
We saw
That's
them
a fact.
undertake similar kinds of efforts.
It's a fact.
That were disrupted in the I think October of 2020.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes. Director Ray, thank you for being here, and thank you for the information.
All right, so there's a nice pop here on NVIDIA, guys.
The event that occurred, the attempted assassination of President Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Was
I have to see. Give me 1 second. Let me see what I have going on here. How much money I've used today to get really nowhere but backwards. A little bit backwards.
Are not safe.
A little more backwards than
reevaluate
I should be.
From the ground up exactly how we are to go about providing that protection.
Again, I have time on that TLT trade. It's what it is. It is what it
From
is.
the roof, the drone.
I've always had a love-hate relationship with
Two
TLT.
explosive devices were found in the car, one at home. That was a remote detonation device that he had on him. The fact that his phone was using encrypted platforms. He only had one phone, correct?
Oh, sorry. He had one phone, although we've identified other phones that he may have used that may not have been his phone. So, for example, we think in certain instances he might have used his dad's phone. Again, not necessarily related to the attack, but we're trying to make sure that we process and exploit every device he could have used. And we which is part of why I keep making this point, which I know you're all are probably tired of me making, about this being an ongoing investigation, because we keep identifying.
Let me log in real quick.
New accounts, what have you. And the fact that you are in real time informing us about what you're finding as you're performing this investigation is very helpful. And clarifying the fact that he went to the range a day before and shot an AR. Now, my understanding is that the AR he used on the 13th was his father's. Is that correct?
Well, yes and no. It was originally, his father bought it legally, but then our understanding so far is that his father then conveyed it to him, sold it, in fact, to his son. So originally his father's, at the time of the shooting, the shooters.
That's okay, so that's new information. Was that provided to you by the father?
I think it was partly from that. I think we also saw some documentation to support it.
Okay. Investigators also have said that the shooter posted, quote, July 13th will be my premiere. Watch it as it unfolds on an online gaming platform sometime before he tried to assassinate.
You guys really believe that? Do you guys believe that? You guys believe that the dad just sold it to him recently?
So I'm really glad you asked about that because that.
I think they're just doing the dad a favor, which is okay.
Since we've provided that information, we have since learned that July 13th premiere profile page on the gaming platform.
I don't believe it until I see it.
Turns out it was not the shooter. Okay. That it was some other individual as part of some sick joke who, after the shooting, created a profile page pretending to be the shooter.
Wow.
And so, of course, that person is now admitted to it, and we're.
Of course, they brought his ass in.
Among the other challenges that we as investigators have, you have people who create accounts in today's world, pretending to be somebody if they're, when it's not the actual person.
All right, let's go look at the scanner and see what we have going on today, this afternoon.
Thank you for clarifying that. Did he have an online gaming account?
We do believe he was a gamer and that he had different kinds of gaming accounts. So
they paid him a visit.
Any information gleaned from those?
Not yet, but again, some of those legal process returns I'm still waiting on.
Now, during the attempted assassination, Crooks was wearing a T-shirt from a popular YouTube channel. Have you been able to access his selection of YouTube videos that he's watched?
I believe we have seen some of the.
Yeah, he was wearing I think he was wearing a shirt from the Texas, somebody in Texas or something. I've never seen it.
There's manual work that we're doing on that. I think the most notable thing.
Come on.
That we found recently, which I don't think has been shared until today, is that on a laptop that the investigation ties to him, that on July 6th, it revealed a Google search, and his search, if it was him, again, it's a laptop tied to him. We obviously believe it's him, but we'll continue to investigate. His Google search was, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy? And
horrifying.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, anybody could look it up. Somebody could be doing some research on it.
Do you have in your possession all the video that was taken on that day at the scene?
Come on. I mean, it is horrifying because he did the act, but
of video. Part of the reason I
commit to providing us with that video.
Well, we're going to work with the committee and share information as best we can. And part of the reason I hedged on whether we have it all is as you can appreciate in today's world.
All right, looks like Tesla's pulling back.
Has the ability to take.
We're thinking about it.
We're finding things kind of left and right.
You have all the law enforcement video.
I believe we have all the law enforcement video, but we're still
265 feet, guys.
And I hope you would provide that to us and to the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, just to be clear, the photo and the message on the online gaming account, I think your testimony was to Mr. Klein that was somebody else posing as the shooter. Is that right?
Correct. Somebody after July 13th created this profile, pretending to be the shooter, and sent us down a rabbit trail, which we've now tied off.
That's important information.
You might get charged for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Ray, for being here. And I want to add my voice to the chorus of folks who are just devastated by the illness and passing of Sheila Jackson Lee. What a champion. What a role model. I always called her the hardest working member of Congress. She was everywhere on every issue. She'll be greatly missed. Director Ray, I thank you for what you said earlier, which is leaning in. This is such an extraordinary set of events. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the stealing of the life of a father, a firefighter, somebody who protected lives, Corey Comparator, serious injuries to two others.
It's amazing to me how they only have 5 minutes to ask questions and they yap the first minute or two and then they start rushing at the end. Stupid.
Not jeopardizing the investigation, and I think that's very helpful. Did the shooter also investigate other high-profile folks? We had heard some reporting around that early on.
Well, you say investigate other folks. I think this is a place where we still have a lot more work to do. Part of what part of what we did find was a bunch of cached images of a variety of public
Fuck
figures.
Walmart, bro.
But again, cached images are those images that you get when you pull up a news story from any number of news sites. If there are photographs in the article, those images are automatically put into the cache on your computer. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you were searching for that person's image. We do have the fact that starting around, at the least around the period early July, so the search that I just mentioned related to Oswald and Kennedy, that's about July 6th, which is the same day we believe that he registered for the rally. And the day before, he traveled to the grounds for the first time. And so I think there is a certain amount of searches related to former President Trump that during that period we're seeing, consistent with some kind of planning or reconnaissance, if you want to call it that, in advance of the rally. But that's sort of confined to that, or concentrated, maybe is a better word, in that July period after the announcement of the rally.
Of course, banks broke down. Damn it.
The conveyance of the gun. This is a 20-year-old young man. Father owned the gun originally, AR-15, am I correct?
AR style, yeah.
AR style. 20-year-old man. When did the father sell the gun to him? And what documents do you have? How much money transpired?
Bill of sale, probably.
That's what I want to see.
I do know that, I know, we believe, based on what we've seen, that his father, after purchasing the gun legally, sold the gun to his son. I don't know that I have the date of that transfer or the amount of the transfer, although we may be able to get that to you as a follow. I just don't have it in front of me.
Do you know when the father bought it?
We know. I don't. As I'm sitting here testifying in front of you, I don't have that in front of me, so I don't have it at my fingertips.
I'm just wondering if it's proximate to this event.
I do not believe that the gun was purchased.
See, it doesn't.
That is the gun that was used.
And the dad never signed it off to give to him. I don't believe that. You can tell it's a lie.
But how far in advance? It may have been a year before.
Because if he did, why would the dad sell it? Because he probably bought a new one.
It was bought well before the event.
Yeah, it was probably bought well before the event, but I don't believe that his dad sold it to him. I don't believe it.
50 rounds.
And that's okay. I'm not saying the dad has anything to do with this, because the dad doesn't. You know, I just don't believe it. And I could be wrong. But he would say, well, with the bill of sale, like we saw we have the bill of sale, or we were able to collect the bill of sale. They're just trying to keep that kid's parents safe, and I get it, and that's fine. The parents had nothing to do with it from
is when he's back on
what it looks like.
Of the
But
rally.
you don't have to lie.
He used the drone that I've talked about already today.
I guess they do, because then they could want to arrest the parents if they didn't have it stored away correctly.
6 o'clock when the worst happened.
And we had thought maybe over the weekend there was a conversation around a classified briefing for members. I hope that will happen
After the
as
close,
soon
earnings
as
from
it's
any of
feasible
them mining.
for you and for the other agencies involved. And he got off 8 shots, and the reporting is that was in under 6 seconds. He got off 8 shots.
LVS Las
Fatal
Vegas Sand.
to 1. My question that I'll leave you with, and I know I'm over time, Mr. Chairman, is we all decry political violence. We decry any violence, but we decry the rise in political violence. What can you tell us that we could do better? What do you need?
It's common
For you
sense.
to be able to help
It's common
this
sense.
country
Please,
reduce
come on now. It's
political
common sense.
violence
That question's ridiculous. Common sense. Common sense.
I think this is a moment where, in the most stark way possible, all of us as Americans
Spice selling off again.
can see how out of control political violence is in this country, and it's an opportunity for everybody to come together and
That
to try
won't
to show
happen.
that this is not the kind of thing we're going to tolerate in this country. The FBI's role is to focus on violence and threats of violence. But there is a role for others in the public square to address how people communicate in this country. And every day in our jobs, we see in social media in terms of threats that we get, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of tips reported to us, and the language that's out there is just mind-bogglingly hateful and violent sounding. People sometimes.
Shout out to Top Shay. Goes, let's help Myron's sickness. Other than that, it's not adding up. There are missing components of this. These guys should be pros. What are your thoughts, Myron? Could they do better? Thank you so much, Top Shay. Appreciate that. Let's hear out the full testimony, and then I'll definitely give my take.
As figures of speech, use expressions.
So I want to hear everything he's got to say.
That are very violent expressions, and so that is a part of it. We can all do better in kind of being a little more thoughtful and measured in our language. But again, the FBI's, we got to stay in our lane. Our lane
NVIDIA
is
selling
violence
off.
and threats of violence. There's a role for everybody as Americans to try to see if we can take the temperature down.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the extra time. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciate you correcting the gaming thing about this is my coming out party, because we're asking you to do something, and we've had acrimonious, you and I have actually had acrimonious, but we're not here for a got you. We're just not on this. And we're asking you to give us information before the investigation is complete. My only recommendation or suggestion would be when that happens, don't necessarily wait till you ask, because don't wait for us to ask. Because and I'll go through why in a second. I appreciate you coming in, I appreciate you telling us things, I appreciate you guys going against essentially your normal policy of waiting till an investigation is done, because the American people need to know it. But here's why. The guy with a rangefinder walking around that everybody noticed and then couldn't find. He's scaled to the top of a roof within 150 yards line of sight to the Republican former presidential candidate by climbing a drain pipe, and then you said some equipment. He was being pointed out by rally goers.
So now we know it's not a ladder for an FBI.
There's maybe supposed to be local law enforcement in the building, either upstairs or downstairs. And
I already said that the ladder was probably used from one of them that got up on the roof.
I hate the conspiracy theories that come out, but this is not the FBI's purview. This is the Secret Service's purview.
I think he used a window.
Like,
A window on top of the AC unit, then got into the second floor window.
How could this possibly?
I think, I don't know.
And so by you giving us information in a really meaningful way, even though we know the investigation's ongoing and things can change, that at least helps us to deal with that and figure out where we're at. And so, I mean, and you're doing all this. This guy had no combat training, no counter surveillance training that you're aware of, right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear
He
that.
had no combat training.
Oh. No, I don't think any, certainly no what you and I would call combat training. Obviously, he was a fairly active recreational shooter, so he did plenty of shooting.
A lot of guys.
No, I don't think any, certainly no what you and I would call combat training. Obviously, he was a fairly active.
Cut there for a odd second.
Recreational shooter, so he did plenty of shooting.
A lot of guys in Western
Yeah.
North Dakota, right? I mean, all of those different things. And somehow we came within under of an inch of a presidential candidate being shot and killed within 100 days out from an election. And
local law enforcement, Secret Service, and the campaign.
Bro, what
I'm kind of
happened?
curious as to whether that's something that your investigation is going into or not.
So I think that primarily falls within the
That's
scope
crazy.
of the two other reviews, that is the DHS Inspector General review and the outside panel, independent panel that's been announced. Certainly we are interviewing law enforcement personnel, but the security preparations, the adequacy of the security preparations.
That's the other lane?
That's the other
All
lane.
right, I only got 15 seconds left. Quick question for you with probably not a quick answer, but this scenario is kind of the worst case scenario from a couple of standpoints. Got a lone wolf shooter with no red flags that we've heard of so far. You know, nobody should have known that this was coming. He didn't have a criminal record and that sort of thing. Easy access to an assault weapon. I had a discussion like this with, I think, Congressman Roy and Congressman Bishop several months ago. What is it we can do to try and preempt those kinds of scenarios. We've got gun violence all over the country, including in my district. This is one example, but this scenario is the worst possible that I can think of from the standpoint of no intervention, prevention.
There's nothing you can do but tighten up security, do your job. That's it.
I don't know that I have any.
That's what you can do.
Problem. I certainly don't want to be proposing, legislative ideas. That's not really my role.
Right, your legislation. You're not going to stop stupid shit like this from
dangerous
happening.
Weapons, especially high-powered weapons, in the hands of the wrong person, represent a real concern for law enforcement, including to law enforcement. Sometimes as the victims, as we saw very tragically down near Miami with two of our agents.
But you don't like.
That's probably all I can say.
This idea is
I do.
just
While we're on the subject
crazy.
of firearms, Mr. Chairman, I have an answer to Congresswoman Dean's question. I might as well give it now, which is about the purchase of the firearm. I'm told.
I need
that
to go
the
grab
father
mine. They're going to go
purchased
try
the
and take
firearm
these
in
things away, which is
2013,
crazy.
quite a while ago, and that he sold
It's
it to
law-abiding
his son
citizens
in
who
October of
don't do this that get
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and thank you, Mr. Director.
stripped of it.
I'd ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record a statement from Representative Kelly.
Well, that's it, guys. There's the bell.
Bureau, Representative Kelly.
See what earnings we have today, real quick.
So without objection, those will be entered into the record.
Wednesday, Chipotle, Ford, Patterson, etc. QS, Quantum Street, IBM, ServiceNow is a good stock. IBM, Waste Management, Newport, no, I'm just kidding, Newmont, O'Reilly. So we do have United Rentals. We have a few earnings this afternoon. We have American Airlines in the morning. That would be a good one. I actually want to go back to airlines and see if I can start trading them again. I hope you guys had a great day. I did not. I'm gonna have to call back a little bit tomorrow. Outside of that, let's see here. We'll wait for Chipotle earnings when they come out. I'll let you guys know what happens.
A whole lot about it, but President Trump has made it clear, and we're going to say it again. We'll say it over and over again, that there are some things he disagreed with, some things he agreed with that he wasn't that familiar with. It was from the Heritage Foundation, and that was just raw politics, to be honest with you. It was just because 2025 has some things.
I don't know why he's bringing up Project 2025 right now.
Offend American people, and it very well may. And so they want to pin it on the presidential candidate. He didn't author it. He didn't condone it. He didn't put his seal of approval on it. It's getting old. It really is. We do this with other things. Just like in this committee, when anything goes wrong, anything, somehow Donald Trump's name has to be brought into it, and it gets tiring. It's politics over reality.
That's
Second
the
thing
truth.
about picking the site, I was intimately
People
involved
I know
in the
still think
Wildwood
that it's
rally,
the
biggest
truth.
rally President
Yeah,
Trump's
it's
ever
on a
had,
heritage
biggest
page, but it has
rally
nothing.
in the state of
It
New
has
Jersey.
nothing. Trump has
I
said
spoke to the
nothing about
president
doing
about
that.
it, and he wanted to do it on the beach because we had over 100,000 people. And let me tell you, we had everybody out there
See what
because they
earnings
were
we have
concerned,
here,
the Secret
Chipotle.
Service and the local police and the county police and just about every entity could be. And so they had, behind it was that iconic setting. They had the Ferris wheels on the pier and all the stuff. They had agents up in there. They had agents in the ocean, in
Crypto
the water, in
broke
boats.
down.
They had people coordinating, working with each other and talking with each other because they knew it was a risk. So we chose a site that was difficult. The president did, and I thought it was a great site. But nevertheless, the law enforcement responded properly. Something went wrong here. You can't blame this on Donald Trump as well. The site was chosen. It's the responsibility of those who serve in law enforcement to make sure that he was safe, period. And I'm sure you'll find out why. On another tangent here, you know, I've got
Just
to
waiting
wonder
for
how many
Chipotle's
qualified
earnings here.
people were passed in order for Director Cheadle to get her 30% quota. That's a lousy way to run an agency, especially when it's dealing with law enforcement, to say we've got to have 30% of anything. And I worry about these practices because it's policy over protection.
Yep.
And Director Wray,
That's a
I know
fact.
that some things were left to you. I understand that. But one of your early acts on the Biden presidency was hiring the FBI's very first chief diversity officer. And since that time,
356, wow.
Bro,
you're
ask
gonna
your
disagree
question.
with me, but respectfully,
What is
I'm
this
going
guy
to disagree
doing?
with you. Recruitment standards under your lead has resulted in deterioration in many areas, including physical
Hold on,
fitness,
guys. I'm looking at,
illicit drug
there's
use,
a lot going on
financial
right now. Hold on one
irregularities,
second.
mental health issues, full-time work experience, and integrity. And I know you dismissed them, but in October 2023, they are a prestigious group of
CMG4,
retired FBI special
Quantumscape.
agents and analysts both expressed concern regarding the FBI's willingness to recruit agents that, quote, I'm not saying this, they said it, not me, can't even pass the new relaxed standards for fitness, who are illiterate in some cases and need lessons, educational lessons, don't want to work weekends or after hours. Their words, and have serious disabilities or mental health issues, which is not the place for them. Most of your agents are great people. I love them. I love them for what they do. I'm not criticizing most. But these new standards, don't you think this is a hindrance and reduces the morale of the vast majority of good people that you have in the FBI? And I ask you for a quick answer because I have a few other things.
So I respect our retired agents. Many of them come to our graduations now, and I can tell you emphatically that they are those who think
They're tired of the woke bullshit.
we have lowered our standards, whether it's on physical fitness or anything else, are mistaken.
And you can prove that.
The facts back me up on that.
The standards are the same today as they were a decade ago.
I'll give
I
you-
mean, they've changed in some
Well,
ways that are appropriate.
In fact, the physical fitness standards, depends on how far back you go, but the physical fitness standards that our current graduates have to graduate from Quantico actually exceed some of the physical fitness standards that were in place if you go back far enough with some of our retirees. But what I would tell you, I think part of the reason there's confusion, and again, I accept that these folks are raising their concerns in good faith.
Here's that bad fitness
We
test.
have actually access to the facts, and part of the reason I think there's confusion, just take the physical fitness thing as an example.
Got it on screen for you guys.
Is that before you had to pass the physical fitness test
Sit-ups in 1 minute,
before you
300
showed
meter
up in
sprint.
Quantico.
All right, guys. You guys have a
Now
great
you
rest of
have
your
to
afternoon.
pass
I'm getting up out of
to
here.
get a
There's
badge.
nothing really going on.
The standard has
Love you guys. Appreciate all of y'all.
Same test.
If you want to watch, okay, Ford. There it is. So there we go. Ford pulling back right now. Ford pulling back. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. What do we have? What is going on? On track 2024 profit.
With press release.
Press release.
On track for 2024 profitability, raises cash flow outlook.
Benzingo Bill's going to read it off to you.
Board says expectations for full year 2024 adjusted EBIT unchanged at $10 to $12 billion.
And how much stability does that bring into an economic picture where we are bringing so much reshoring back into the narrative? So
Chipotle still
Adjusted earnings of 47 cents. The estimate was 68 cents for letter F.
still waiting on CMGs. Cash Money Gang. Feds Bowman.
QHR Whirlpool reporting $2.39.
Brutal day, man. Brutal day. Brutal day. I gotta come back tomorrow. So again, like I said, all these levels, I'm taking them off. I'm taking them all off, and then tomorrow we're coming in and we're knocking them up side the fucking head. All right, we're gonna knock them upside of the head. So today we took a small loss, all good. We still have positions on. We could wake up tomorrow and come into Friday, be up on those. But watch out. Whatever side of the trade you're going to be on tomorrow, if you're selling spreads, you're selling puts, and you're trying to sell calls, watch out that I don't buy one, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to take your money. I'm going to take that shit. And I want you guys to join me tomorrow so you can be there with me to take money with me. Take money. We're going to listen to Tupac, Take Money. All right? All night. Come in tomorrow. We're going to do our job. Take money. Put it on our table. Take it off theirs. Put it on ours. You guys have a great night. Hit the like button. Subscribe. one-on-ones, get a hold of me. Link is in the description. Hit me up on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. Send me a message over there. Have a great night. If you guys have anything and you want to get a hold of me, links in the description. Subscribe, hit the like button, get to 1,500 subscribers. I am doing a gift for you guys. Peace out. CMG down, by the way. CMG down. CMG down. Nope, that's Ford. Hold on 1 second, guys. IBM. IBM's up. IBM is up. Sorry, let's do this. Dude, I had my monitors set, and now they're all screwed up. Alright, so IBM with a nice pop here. IBM. Let's see here. CMG. Still not out yet. Carvana still not out yet.
NOW service now to make strategic growth investment in leading telecommunication services partner.
ServiceNow. I do want to own this. The Trade Desk TTD and ServiceNow. I want to own these.
$1.26.
Bro, am I gonna get the Trade Desk at a reasonable price?
Revenue 2.63 billion. The estimate was 2.606 billion for November Oscar Whiskey NOW. CMG Chipotle Mexican Grill. Charlie Michael Golf.
So ServiceNow is still just chilling.
34 cents. The estimate
Chipotle, winner chicken dinner once again.
32 cents. That's a beat.
So if you've noticed, McDonald's, Cava, Chipotle, they've all been, I was going to say something, but they've all been down. They've all been down. All right, there's a nice recovery. So we're going to look, keep an eye on food stocks. Okay, food. Like Shake Shack. Okay, Turkey, hold on. Okay, so Chipotle. Chipotle Mexican Grill. Hold on, RJF's coming out too. Adjusted 34-cent beat, 32-cent estimate. So they beat by 2 cents. Sales 2.97 with an estimate. Or I'm sorry, the estimate was 2. No, sales was a beat. 2.97 billion with a 2.94 estimate. So they beat estimates, almost 3 billion this quarter. They're almost to that 3 billion mark. That's awesome. 369. Damn, she fine. So IBM, CMG doing really good. Let's see here. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Charlie Michael Golf. Charlie Michael Golf. Charlie Michael Golf. Who else do we have? So we have IBM. We talked about IBM. Let me make sure I'm still live. Live at 5. AMP, Ameriprise Financial, the Amp House, AMP. Little bitch ass Kai Sinet. Okay, Ameriprise Financial, AMP. Ford just demolished, guys. Ford is demolished. Just done. Alright, so Ford. We never got that, did we? Says outlook for full year EBITDA. Okay, here we go. So Ford misses 68 cents. So adjusted EPS 47-cent miss, 68-cent estimate. That's a beat. That's not a miss. That's not a miss. Oh, wait. Oh my god. That's a big miss. Holy shit. Ford is donezo. Oh, shit. That's not good, guys. EPS came in at 47 cents. Their estimate was 68. That's why I got mixed up on this. They missed by, I don't know, 47, 57, almost 20 cents. Sales, 47.8 was a beat with a 44 billion estimate.
LBS, Las Vegas Sands, 55 cents. The estimate was 56 cents, so it's short. Sales coming in below estimate as
Las Vegas Sands, let's go check this out.
versus the 2.8 billion estimate.
Why is there a 15-minute chart on my screen? Don't play with me. Don't play with me. All right, so Las Vegas Sands, and I brought DraftKings and some others up. These things should go higher. I have to be honest with you. These things should go higher because we're forward looking, not backwards. Things were slow. Like, things should start to pick up in the next 6 to 12 months, honestly, especially in this field. So 38.5. Las Vegas Sands Q2 2024 adjusted EPS is 55-cent miss. Estimate was 56 cents. So they missed by a penny. Sales 2.76 billion is a miss. 2.8 billion estimate. That is a miss of a few hundred million. Okay? Of a few million. Not a few hundred. Am I wrong? 76 million versus 80 million? Or is that 760 million? That's 760 million versus 800 million. I don't know. It's been a long day looking at a monitor with a whole bunch of squares, guys. You have to forgive me. I do know how to read a balance sheet. I know how to read numbers, but right now I'm just out of my mind, kind of like tired. So I'm going to go feed my cat. I'm pretty sure that's about all we have. Service Now I have not gotten yet. They have not reported, I don't think. Let's go check. But that's Las Vegas Sands. Let's go look at Service Now. Is popping. I told you guys, man, this stock is something that I want to own, and if you get the opportunity, I would own it too if you can get that discounted price. If you can ever get a pullback in this thing, I would certainly think about buying it. The CEO is he's just one of those CEOs that whatever he touches turns to gold. All right, I forget his name, but he's definitely a CEO that knows what the hell he's doing. Alright, so let's go look here. Let me take this up. I don't even know where I'm at. United Rentals. Okay, so no, not Las Vegas Sands. Service Now Q2 EPS $3.13 is a beat. $2.84 estimate. That is a nice beat there. Sales 2.62 billion beat versus 2.6. It's a nice beat across the board, guys. Really nice beat across the board. Okay, what the hell's going on here? Let's go look at United Rentals, UNR. I don't know what the hell United Rentals. I don't know what he said. I'm coming, Turkey, but URI. Announced second quarter results. Revenue. Why is this? So, if you guys are seeing here, every single one but Ford and like Las Vegas Sands. So we still have like mediocre, not mediocre, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? you know, these names are still beating at the end of the day.
74 cents, so that's a beat for PI.
Another beat. Let me see here. Total revenue of 3.7 billion, including revenue of 3. All right, I need the estimates and all that shit. Second quarter 2024. Second quarter 2024 conference call. So they don't have anything here about releasing their earnings with estimates. Then forget United Rentals. They don't even really look. There's nothing there even moving. So, let's make sure that's about all we have. Let's see. Let me take this off. Let's go right here. Let me click this. Okay, so IBM, O'Reilly, O-R-L-Y, O'Reilly. All right, O'Reilly. Nothing. Here we go. U.S. stocks tumble. Magnificent 7 wipes out 5.7 billion, 570 billion. As mega cap tech earnings disappoint, VIX spike. What's driving markets Wednesday? I don't know. That's crazy. Okay, so O'Reilly has not come out yet. So IBM, we'll pay attention to IBM. Ford, Chipotle. Let's see how the IWM is reacting off of this. These are a lot of small cap names here. So it is actually important to see how the IWM reacts, because it should react. If it doesn't react, that would be kind of weird. Oh, that sucks. Alright guys, I love you guys. Have a great night. Hit that like button, subscribe. If you want to sign up for a one-on-one, I got 3 left this week. Message me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades, or get a hold of me. Links all down in the description. If you want to give back to the stream, that link is there as well. I love you guys. Have a great rest of your night.
Brian, it's Morgan. It's great to have you back on Overtime. I realize Chipotle is